Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new week on this space and a new PEPAGANDA. Glad to have you guys here. Alrighty, well, we're gonna get to some news today, and it's a lot about the economy because we got some updates. We got the inflation reports. We got which is not great. Not sure if you guys knew this, but the inflation went up. I kind of saw that coming. I'm not, little pats on the back, I guess. But yep, that's where we're at. So we're going to be dealing with the economy because I don't think that it is as rosy as the Trump administration is trying to make it out to be. You know, the jobs reports. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I don't really trust them. So, but yeah, guys, welcome into the show. Appreciate having you here. If you guys can do me the solid and hit the like button on your way in, it definitely helps out the channel here. Also, if you guys have not already subscribed to this space, please do so. I appreciate that. And also, if you guys do not know what we do here, we have an awesome cast of like-minded creators that we all offer different shows, different types of entertainment on this space. You guys can literally put this space on all day and have a different creator giving you some entertainment. And I think that is very valuable. I think that it is also something that you don't find a lot of out there. So yeah, definitely consider sharing the stream, getting us out there. We could definitely use a little boost. But I do appreciate it. So welcome in, guys. Also, Johnny, what up? How you doing, dude? Hope you guys had a good weekend. I had a weird weekend. I'm just gonna say it. Like I had to deal. There's actually a reason that I'm going with the economy today. Because I'm feeling it more so than I was before. And I'm starting to recognize trends that were happening in 2008 that are scaring the crap out of me. I don't think that things are poised to get better. I think that with all the gerrymandering that they are doing, it might not end up working out for the Republicans. The most cathartic thing that could happen is that they are doing such a bad job that because they gerrymandered the way that they did, that just so many people show up and just turn the districts blue. But right now, I don't know, man. I also do have like this weird thing that I don't have too much faith in us changing a lot because it seems like America would rather go with their fifis and also do the thing where they don't want to admit that they, like voting for Trump was the wrong move. So yeah, there's a good possibility that doesn't happen. I kind of covered this yesterday about how like Chuck Schumer, I'm like now convinced that he does not want the Democrats to win because he doesn't want to actually work. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. But hey, we need a ton of progressive POC to flood the red spaces and get elected. Yes. In a perfect world, that would be great, but I'm not sure if you guys have been keeping up with the numbers of people who are just don't pay attention to politics. That's part of the problem. I'm gonna say it, man. They kind of were complicit in losing their ability to maintain their districts. I mean, let's be real. They probably like a lot of people woke up and didn't even know that this was a thing, especially in Louisiana. And then all of a sudden they're just like, wait a minute, what do you mean like this is majority black or like how does that affect me? But then they realize, oh, wait a minute, I live in this district. and this isn't even racial. This is more so just like, okay, if you had even the inkling that you were going to try and vote against Trump, well, now they made it that much harder. And I think that they're counting on that. I think that they really do count on so many people just not paying attention to politics, which dude, almost every day I have a awakening where I'm just like, oh yeah, I am way more online than most of my contemporaries. So, which is fun, I'm sure that you guys have a little bit of that in your life where you're the one kind of breaking the news to people and just going, hey, this happened. And then they're like, what? And it's like, yeah, this happened. It's like, well, that sounds kind of fake. It's like, well, here you go. Here's the news. Here's Trump even talking about it. And then they go, oh, so like the jobs report. I was talking about the jobs report with somebody, and we were kind of getting to the whole idea that like Trump is lying, because I had to kind of break it to him where I'm like, he didn't like this goes back to last year. He didn't like that there was somebody just giving the jobs numbers and then giving the revised jobs numbers. Then magically, once he got his guy in there, all of a sudden it was all rosy. The jobs reports are always better than expected. Meanwhile, inflation is rising. Costs are rising. That just doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure who needs to hear this, but yeah, economy 101 kind of dictates that, when everything else is kind of going poorly, jobs are probably also not going well. I couldn't articulate that well. But yeah, it kind of sucks. I know that there's like the international markets have already corrected for our jobs reports, and I for lack of a better term, our fuckery with our analysis on our economy, which great. That doesn't lead to us, being mistrusted. That won't have any repercussions on us being used as the petrodollar and just like the basis for the world economy. No, that's not. There's nothing bad that could come of that. 2 years, she's at the intersection of healthcare and educational cuts. So I'm just floored that she just realized her job is on the chopping block. Really, your mom just is your mom a Trump voter by any chance? Because I'm not gonna take any joy in your mom losing her job, but I will at least like do the thing where it's like, it's kind of symbolic. It does suck for your mom though. Like, fuck, man. Yeah. I will say this much, like a bunch of people that work white collar jobs are starting to kind of feel it. They're starting to feel the idea that, their job could be on the chopping block. They made it to, this quarter, but I have a few friends that work in like they work from home. It's mostly like data entry kind of shit, but they're worried that they're going to be losing their jobs. So it sucks, man. Like everything does kind of suck. I kind of said this yesterday. I had to start my show late because I had a friend in crisis who, I'm going to just say it. When this friend is in crisis, shit's fucked. He's one of the strongest people that I've ever known, but he's also just one of like the, what's the word I'm looking for? Passive. Like he can truck through life and not focus on any of this, specifically like news related stuff and just the economy and all of it. But it finally hit him, and like he's got personal stuff going on with it, but he said that because he is now feeling depressed, he's kind of woken up to like how everybody is kind of in this same boat where he's just like, dude, I'm feeling that, like, I feel like I'm getting a collective vibe from everybody, and it just is not good. Advice to mom: get therapy. She isn't, but she thinks she's Switzerland, so there's no neutrality in hate. There is no neutrality in hate. Well, again, they don't see it from the hateful perspective. Just remember this, guys. Like most of the people that you would associate that with, and I know you know your mom better than I do, obviously. Or do you? Hey, I'm sorry, had to. But no, like I think that people who consider themselves neutral, they don't follow this stuff at all. They really don't, man. So I try to look at this and not blame you. Thanks, Fingerbell. Pep got jokes. Oh yeah, I mean, I haven't eaten my protein bar today, man. I'm kind of running on fumes here. White Castle was closed last night. God. For anybody that was there, we were talking about White Castle, and I got like really, really interested in going to White Castle, which I thought they were 24 hours. I thought that was just like a basic, like, what are we doing? Like, what the hell? And yeah. No, apparently they close at 1 a.m. and I got totally screwed over by that. So yeah. But I did have something awesome happen. I went to go to my Taco Bell app, and I was just like, hey, look at this. There's a free thing. And whoever was in the chat yesterday that kind of mentioned that was going on, thank you for like doing that little thing where you like planted that subconsciously, because that saved my night. I ended up getting a free meal from Taco Bell, like free, didn't have to buy anything. That was awesome. So again, thank you for that. If you guys must know, it was the triple decker crunch wrap. It was a coupon for the for the $9 box. It was a free $9 crunch wrap box. That was a pleasant surprise. So the night was not an entire wash, you know. It was I may not have gotten what I wanted, but I may have gotten what I needed. Pep could not do worse than my bio dad on all levels. It was a Taco Bell night, I guess. Both hosts on the line were eating Taco Bell. Wait, who else was? Wait a minute. Also, we saw that Jake, he went live. He had his schedule to go live, and we were kind of waiting. So look out for that, guys. I'm not sure what's going on over there, but we did notice that. Anyway, I'm still unlocking a little bit. Pep's your stepdad now, Mouse. Yeah, now go clean your room. Also, we're gonna teach you how to mow the lawn properly. You know, I don't like the way you do it. You go in zigzag patterns. I don't know who does zigzag patterns. There's no coherence to it. We got to get your lawn lines going there, kiddo. Also, you're not getting out of weed whacking either. You better get them arms prepared, because yep, I'm one of those stepdads. I'm gonna make you do the things that your mom's afraid to make you do. Oh God, you guys just got me in a new character, stepdad Pep. Well, stepdad Pep's about to teach you how politics work. Damn it, you guys are about to listen, and you know what? You're gonna end up conservative. Fiscally conservative. I mean, I see your blue hair and I see the septum piercing, so I already know where you're going with your politics, but you're going to be fiscally conservative. Let me tell you something. About 21 years old, you'll figure it out once you start paying your own taxes. God, do you know how many times I was told that? I came in to get chewed out between chores outside. Either that or I'm like the gross one, or it's just like, what's up, kiddo? Yeah, your mom really threw it back last night. I hope we didn't keep you awake, because, man, I'm pretty sure that some wolves came outside expected to find their pack, because goddamn, I made her howl. Sorry, guys. I just realized that my this is my high on politics humor. I gotta calm this down. I tried to keep it a little more PG for this show, but hey, you guys got me going. All right, again, that line, your mom throwing it back. That's where she walks in the kitchen. You got to do like the casual stuff, like, oh yeah, give her a little slap on the tush, just. Now eat your waffles and be happy that you got that you have a provider in the house now. Make sure that you tell that loser dad of yours that you got a real man in your life now. Can you tell that I might have had an experience or two with some jackass that was a lot like this? um, yeah, sadly, uh, there were the guys like if you grew up with single parents, oh Lord, I bet you guys got some stories too, and you don't even know it. Like I have so many. I'm not gonna go into them here. If you guys want to check out that kind of story time, join me for High on Politics, 4 p.m. Central, because yeah, we do a little bit things a little bit differently. Also, everybody say hello to Lito. You're gonna get the spider. We have a spider right there, dude. You got to do your job. All right, earn your keep. But oh yeah, I brought this back to the economy because that free Taco Bell that was needed because yeah, everything is more expensive. Obviously, I think that was also kind of like a microcosm. Can we not go up there? Here, right here. Hey. You see that? You see that? Hey. Okay. We're gonna use you as right there. Look. It's right there. Look, right by your fucking paw. Oh my God. I have watched this cat chase like the sunbeam off of my phone, right? But a spider right in front of him? Nada. You gotta be kidding me. All right, anyway. Yeah, back to the economy. Let's do this. Let's talk about the economy because I'm sure that you guys are kind of feeling it the same way that I am. I went grocery shopping this week and it is crazy. Everything, and I mean everything, has gotten more expensive. Then we got the inflation report today. I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I think that they might be hiding some stuff from us, guys. I got this feeling, you know.
There is new CNN polling just out with a fresh look on how Americans feel about the economy. The numbers revealing
good.
a deep
Yeah, the
anxiety
fifis.
about affordability, that word, and growing warning signs for President Trump.
That word, now they're playing that game. That word, affordability.
73% describing economic conditions right now, today, as poor in the country. That's not a good outlook on what was once considered, of course, President Trump's strongest issue. His approval rating on the economy has fallen to a new career low. Americans are worried, full stop, worried about paying their bills, especially surprise ones. About 2/3 say in this new poll that they could not comfortably afford a $1,000 emergency expense. On this most central issue of just being able to pay for everyday life, cracks are starting to show among the president's base. Here are some of the quotes from what we heard from voters that spoke to pollsters. A woman in Ohio describes herself as a Republican and told CNN, quote, "Me and my husband work 12-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week, and we have to decide if we're going to buy groceries
Or pay for gas. Yep.
And a 20-something Republican in Georgia put it this way: "I don't know how anyone from my generation will ever do anything except rent." Let's go through this. CNN's Washington bureau chief and
They're not even doing that because apparently, like, there's a bunch of people missing rent because, yeah, you know, rent prices have skyrocketed, but it's not like our wages have gone up.
political director David Chalian. He's here with a deeper dive into all of this.
Why is she in her Christmas PJs?
Takeaway, David.
Yeah,
I don't know.
well, we
Good-
did this poll to do a deep dive on affordability because we know it is the thing coursing through the American electorate more so than any other issue.
God, this is just like that. I have been going on like tangents about how like bad CNN has gotten. You know what? No, I had it like a reminder. Thank God that somebody did this. I watched a TikTok about how CNN has not actually gotten worse. Like they've always been this bad, and they really have. Going back to COVID, I was like, oh shit, they were this bad, like always. I just, for some reason, I thought that there was like this moment where they were kind of telling the truth.
This is top of mind for folks, as you noted, and that bleak outlook Americans have, Kate. That's like 5 years running now.
Or not telling the truth, but breaking the actual news to us in a way that, you know,
Pessimistic
wasn't
view
disingenuous.
of the economy. We're really still dealing with sort of a post-COVID economy. And even while some structural things in the economy are strong, people are not feeling it in terms of what they're paying and in terms of their feeling secure in their personal economy. You noted that a top line approval number for Trump's handling of the economy, 30%.
Somebody said yesterday that you're technically going to have a job per expense. So like you're going to have a job to cover your gas expenses. You're going to have a job to cover your housing. And then you're going to have a job if you want anything extra, God forbid, that you want to eat.
Approved. That is a record low across his entire time in public life. As you suggested, this used to be one of his strong suits. He used to
It's easy if you're dink. Yeah.
outperform his approval rating on the issue of the economy.
Well, that's the thing, actually, Radon. So, like me and my wife, we are a DINK household. If you don't know what DINK is, dual income, no kids. It is great, and trust me, like as much as people say, "Oh, you're gonna regret not having kids," I'm waiting for that regret. Like occasionally, I'll do that thing where it's like, "Oh, that looks nice," but then immediately it gets like this was my favorite one. I was watching, okay, this is gonna sound a little off. So I was taking a walk and I saw a dad playing with his two kids and like he was playing ball. And I had that split second of like, oh, that would be nice. But then I watched the kid not hit the ball and had a fucking massive meltdown. And I was just like, never mind. Not for me. If you guys do that, God bless you. Like seriously, God bless you. Or whatever deity. But yeah, parenting's hard. And I don't want to do it.
30% approved. That is a low. And why this matters? Economy and
but the broader point was that even Dink, it's still hard out there, like we don't have like nearly the budget that we used to. Obviously, like me and my wife, we have the whole health situation that is affecting our finances. So like anecdotally, I'm not the best example, but I can still speak to like noticing the high gas prices and specifically grocery prices, man. Those skyrocketed. Like I went from getting like the same items and I probably paid over $60 more just for all the shit that I got.
Cost of living, 55% of respondents in our poll say that is the most important issue facing the country. Do you see here? Nothing else comes even close to it. This is where the majority of Americans are in terms of importance of issues in their mind.
David, also the numbers on gas prices and on how people are feeling about inflation are fascinating in this moment in time.
Don't you just love how she's talking about us like we're ants? Like it does show occasionally where it's just like, oh, you guys have absolutely no connection to us.
It is really, I mean, there are two of the president's worst issues in this poll. And obviously, gas prices have been driving so much of that feeling of economic insecurity since the start of the Iran war, especially. But look at this number. This is his approval rating. Trump's approval rating.
Who the fuck are the 3% of Democrats that are answering this? Like, is that a joke? What? How come they can run the numbers of 100% approval without blinking when it comes to MAGA, but who the fuck? Who is answering these polls as a Democrat going like, hey, you know what? I'm thinking Trump's doing just fine. Fuck it.
On gas
What?
prices. He's fallen below that 50%.
Wake the fuck up.
Mark with his own
Seriously. Oh my God. Those 3% are like that's the Chuck Schumers of the world.
I don't recall the last time, Kate, maybe you do, where I saw a majority of Republicans disapproving of Donald Trump on an issue. They do so on gas prices and on inflation. It's not much better. 60% of Republicans approve of how Donald Trump is handling inflation. 40% of Republicans disapprove.
Viewers are children to them. Pepe said it yesterday. Yeah, and you know what? I kind of noticed watching some of the stuff for show prep today that, that's exactly what it is. They talk to us like children.
President's handling.
CBS is the worst with it, though. They might as well, so CNN is like a second grade teacher, whereas like CBS talk to you like kindergartners.
Of this issue, the issue, by the way, that you recall was the thing he ran on in 2024.
I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters here to go through these, frankly, just really depressing numbers, no matter which way you cut it, Tyler.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, but it's totally not Trump's fault. Come on, Fash. What you going to say about this? How are you going to spin this one?
Saw President Trump return to the White House on a message of lowering costs. He railed against the Biden administration and promised to usher in an era of bringing down inflation and bringing down costs. And so to now see a president battling the same issue that he promised to address is a reality test for him and for the broader Republican Party. Obviously, much of this is driven by the conflict with Iran and
who could
the
have seen this coming
in lowering gas prices because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But it is filtering in a sense across parties, across the nation of Americans that feel that things are just too expensive. And obviously gas is a primary driver of that, but it's much broader than that. And I think that is the challenge the president, the White House, and his entire party face when this economic sense is hard to uproot. And so even if gas prices start to decline somewhat in the coming months, Americans are overwhelmingly, as the new CNN poll shows, dispirited with the economic situation.
And it's wide and it's deep. And we're just going to put up some of the numbers broken down by demographics. First of all, if you look at the whole question of the economic conditions are poor, all of these respondents you see there in the middle say 73%. But if you look at gender, men 67, women 78, look to the right of your screen, by race, white, Black, Hispanic. I'm sort of most interested in the last two, 82 and 81% for Black and Hispanic, considering the fact that the president genuinely did better with those demographics.
Why would they not? Why would he lose support against those with those demographics? It's almost like there's some stuff going on in the news that you don't want to really address there. That's a little bit bigger than the gas prices too there, Fash.
Speaking of that, if you look at the lower left of your screen, under the age of 35, younger people, 83%. And then if you look,
God, she must have been devastated when her brother died. Fucking rest in peace, Mr. Ed.
Look by income, really the people who feel the best, not a surprise, are those who make over $100,000, but it's still 64%.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think that this is a huge issue for this White House, but this is also a huge issue for this nation, right? Like this has been, people have not been feeling good.
Her new nickname's Bojill.
Good about the economy since the pandemic. And there's also just this fundamental idea of what it means to get that American dream where you have young people who are like, I'll never be able to get a home. I'll never be able to, have a lifestyle that my parents were able to have. So I do think that there is an overall
she doesn't say Wilbur. She says wolf.
Issue that the entire government will have to deal with, left, right, and center.
Yo, this guy looks like Alex Jones's
but I do think for the
little brother that, he's his progressive little brother.
This president in particular, he is always seen as someone who will break the rules and do whatever he wants.
Andy Jones.
To do, knock down parts of the White House to get what he wants. But then on this issue, it seems like, we'll roll back the gas tax. That's like 18 cents. Like, where's the dramatic action? And I think that people will be asking that. Like, what? Okay, do something dramatic to help lower these prices.
Right. And the dirty little secret, maybe it's not so secret, is it's not that easy.
It's not.
There is no magic wand,
not
which
at all.
president after president who have dealt with things like this feel that way. Let's look at gas prices, because this is one of the most telling, I think, to me, parts of this poll for the president, Josh. If you look at disapproval of Trump's handling of gas prices, all 79%. But look at this number. Majority of his fellow Republicans, 52%, say they don't approve. And then in a related but different number, inflation. Trump's policies increase the cost of living, whether people feel yes or no. All say 77% say yes. Again, that includes a majority.
I love how, this is my favorite part about her now. Now that we know the mask is off and exactly where she stands, like she might as well be working for Fox News. She's not hot enough to do that though. Like dude, when you make Ainsley Earhart look fucking, downright hot, you got something going on.
More than majority of his fellow Republicans.
Yeah, it's a striking difference from the
I'm in a mean mood today.
first term when he was in office and the campaign, where no matter what sort of controversy he was embroiled in, no matter what he was doing, his numbers on the economy tended to be higher than Democrats, right? In his first term in office, it was a one issue that most of the time he was above water. He was above 50%. Even if people didn't like, X, Y, Z, whatever he was doing, foreign or domestic policy, they gave him credit on the economy. If you look in the 2024 election, right, his pollsters wanted him nonstop to talk about the economy. They said you have double-digit
CNN's where you go to retire. No, that's News Nation.
leads over Kamala Harris and Joe Biden on the economy. Americans may not
News Nation, where you're such a loser that we take you.
like you on these other issues, but on the economy,
And now Chris Cuomo.
they trust you the most. And you're seeing significant erosion there, right? It's the first time as Trump, as a political figure, when he's been, in public life, really since 2016, where his numbers have plummeted on the issue that Americans have traditionally given him the highest marks on
the economy.
right? On the economy. They would get tired of other things, but they would say, you know what? We give him credit on the economy. That's what matters to us.
Yeah, he never deserved that, though. That was technically Obama's economy.
Lower prices, we want lower gas, we're willing to put up with X, Y, Z, think whatever, right? It's a little bit more of a perilous situation for him, I think, and I think his own people would admit this, if that under sort of pinning of support, folks saying, oh, you can handle the economy well, erodes much further.
And it seems unlikely that gas prices are going to come down significantly anytime soon. I mean, I've talked to experts who say you can expect for the rest of the year that gas prices will be elevated and that the only thing that would bring them down significantly and fast would be a recession. So he's in a very difficult spot right now.
Which it looks like we're heading to that.
Right now, because these gas prices, which everyone is seeing every time they drive around.
Which, again, not great. That's not a trade-off. I don't think a lot of Americans would be very happy with that trade-off.
It's so visceral. They're not going to come down dramatically.
So one of the big political questions, really the big political question, is how this is going to affect turnout and the outcome in the midterm elections. Put this question up on the screen, if you will. It's what we call the generic ballot. Your choice for Congress, whether or not you'll vote for a Democrat or a Republican. There's no clear leader. Despite everything we showed you, there's no clear leader. Which says a lot about sort of where the brand of the Democratic Party is and why Republicans, even though these are really bad times politically and policy-wise because of everything we just showed, are feeling not as depressed as maybe they would be in another time.
Yeah, and I think it also speaks to just the political polarization that we're seeing in this country. The country has been very deeply divided for a long time, and people are largely going to vote based on who they voted for in the past. We're not seeing as much split ballot. We're seeing these elections in key states be very close. But I think, to your point, it's about turnout, as it always is.
Dems are ineffectual by design.
And who is motivated to vote, and also those independent voters. We looked at the poll you just showed earlier about approval rating of Trump's handling of the economy. Vast disapproval, not just from Democrats, but also independents. Those are going to be key voters as we head into the midterms. But also Democrats have...
I don't know. I like to think of like the key Democrats demographic is your 52-year-old, second to fifth grade teacher, that, super like they have progressive policies. They're very pro LGBT, but they do listen to like this kind of slop, and they think that, leftists are a bit too extreme for them.
Work to do. And it's not just on their brand, as you mentioned, but also they've had serious setbacks as it relates to redistricting over the past few weeks. And so the map that they thought was very favorable to them, I still think there's a lot of optimism, especially on the House side, but the map has shrunk in some ways in key areas, especially in aftermath of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
And they have other fundamental issues, right? The Democratic Party does. They have zero money. I mean, the last report shows they literally have no money. They put together this whole autopsy of the 2024 election. Now they won't put it out because of divisions in the party. Trump's numbers are not great, and still, basically half of the country says in that poll, we might still pick, Republicans over Democrats. I mean, the numbers are generic. And as Tyler said, with the maps, I mean, there are lots of ways that the Republicans are chipping away seat here and there, right? So a lot of experts say that the Democrats still are favored in the midterms, right? I think the broad number of experts that we've talked to do, but I don't think it's fait accompli, right? And
no,
part of that.
I mean, I hate the fact that he's right about this
because of the space that the Democrats find themselves in right now after the bruising 2024 election.
Yeah. I mean, hey, let's see what happens, though. Dude, stop. Ow. Sorry, guys. My cat just freaking tried to... this is what he's doing. He climbs up on my lap. He tries to go after this cord, and when he does, he likes to use both of his paws, and he just, grasps on. Oh, ow. Dude, that really hurt. Catzilla today. Let's bring up the inflation report.
Back with some breaking inflation data and what could be the clearest look at the
So,
economic
yes, Chuck,
impact
you are
of the Iran war.
right. But this is the thing. A lot of people are going to have to step up to really get the Democrats to wake up.
In April, inflation rose 3.8% year over year. That's the highest level in nearly.
This is where I've been making the argument that the worst thing that we can do as leftists is just abandon the idea that you would ever vote for Dems, because then they're just like, oh, fuck it. They're not even worth trying to placate. No, you say you play you're going to play our game. Otherwise, you will continue to lose. And that's what you have to prove to them. Realistically, we do just have to bring more people over to the I'm going to sound like Jake Uger here. Our populist ideals.
3 years, it was up 0.6% month over month.
Here with us is NBC News Chief Business Correspondent Christine Romans. We're also joined by
solely of the leaders. Oh, okay.
Investopedia's editor-in-chief.
I thought you were talking about
and
Dems
Chief Business
in
Editor
general.
of People Inc., Caleb Silver. Good morning to you both. Christine, I'll start with you just to walk us through these numbers. What are they showing? How do they compare with previous months?
Well, look, 3.8% just shows you how hot the Iran war is driving up prices here. This is a significant jump here. 3.8%. Remember, the Federal Reserve thinks 2% is the sweet spot for inflation. 3.8% shows you how those higher energy prices are fueling in to just about everything overall here. And it's not just the energy prices. It is gas prices, but it's also this. By the way, this is the government shutdown, so you can't actually see what prices were there. But now we're more like this here. So those higher energy prices starting to feed through.
Oh, I'm starting to think that this is down here now. Guys. Okay, you can't see my cursor. Damn it. That little gap, I'd be willing to bet that it's got like a little dip there. Because, man.
Through everything. I mean, I'm looking at airfares up almost 21% over the past year.
Caleb, we expected it to go up, but what's your reaction to this number?
Yeah, hot, but especially in the places where we have to spend money. So obviously that's gasoline, that's diesel, and that affects things like fertilizer prices. It goes right through the supply chain. So this ends up really at the grocery store where you still see food prices very high. Some of that is due, obviously, to diesel prices and fertilizer prices, but we just have this general trend of higher inflation.
Yeah, we already had that. Yeah, dude. Oh my God, they are so bad at breaking this for us.
You mentioned,
like, dude, this is where I'm just gonna say it. And I have been saying it on my other show, and so you might be sick of hearing it. They really fucked Biden. As much as Biden fucked Biden, the news was fucking him too. Because, dude, every report was about inflation, price of gas, inflation, price of eggs, inflation. Oh, Biden economy, Bidenomics not working for anybody. And the way that they have to, number one, cover all of this very early in the morning and then kind of bury it, which I have noticed that, like, even on their websites, when I go to look for this stuff is completely buried. So you have to, you see this? You see the way that I typed in inflation report? I had to go looking for this.
And the Fed likes inflation around 2%. Those days.
It's kind of crazy. Like why? Why with Trump?
Are long.
Why are they protecting him so fucking hard?
Consumers.
Oh, is it because he threatened them and now it's like this whole fucking Wild West where there is no actual honest media outside of YouTube and even they're playing some censorship games?
No, inflation probably isn't even 3.8%. It's higher than that when you think about the things we buy on a daily basis.
Yeah, and Christine, let's go through those categories because I know that's where we are seeing the pain.
Yeah.
Caleb
Summer vacation,
food, energy, shelter.
Yeah, these numbers are hot off the presses, and there's a lot of them in here, and some that I really am interested in. Fresh fruits and vegetables, those are more expensive. Household furnishings, airfare. You know what I see, and I bet Caleb agrees with me, I see things that are shipped with diesel, which is 70% of the stuff in the United States that gets to your store shelves. Those things cost more because, look, farmers, ranchers, shippers, small businesses, they have...
All right, kids, time to pay attention.
...a significant new cost that they have to deal with. Diesel prices are $2 more today than they were a year ago. These are those gas prices, about $4.50 here right now. And here's something else. What we're hearing from economists and the brainiacs who study this is they think that the energy shock is just beginning to come into these numbers, that we have a lot more pain ahead, especially with no real off-ramp in sight here for getting energy costs under control in the near term.
And Caleb, you mentioned the Fed. We know it meets next month. I have to imagine this just locks in what was already inevitable for them.
Yeah, you mean in 36 days, 5 hours, and 13 minutes. We'll probably have a new Fed chair by then. Kevin Moore's confirmation hearing set for today.
Great. And he's going to make decisions that are going to really fuck us.
And the inkling was for rates to go down. Rates aren't going anywhere. I just looked out until the meeting in September. You actually see a 9% probability of a rate increase by then if inflation doesn't cool.
How possible is that? I mean, that's...
We're looking at 3 months, so it really depends on the duration of this war, how high oil prices stay for how long. That's going to impact just about everything. And then the Fed's going to have a very tricky decision on its hands, probably with a new Fed chair in charge.
Yeah.
Christine?
No, that's what I'm saying. The Fed, if this guy gets confirmed, he's going to try and lower interest rates, which Dude.
This is the first time that inflation has outpaced
And then on top of it, they're lying to us about jobs reports. Like, dude,
wage growth.
we're going to be in a depression and half of America's just not going to even know.
Since 2023, a while here. What does this mean for consumers?
Let's talk about class divide.
Whose budgets are already under pressure when you have a fact like that?
Look, the consumer sentiment indicators have been telling us this. People feel like the money's not lasting the month. And guess what? The numbers show the money's not lasting the month. The money that you're making, your wages are growing 3.6%, your costs are rising 3.8%. Yep. That's your purchasing power. And that is why I think so many people have felt so rotten about the economy. To piggyback on what Caleb said about the Fed, you know, even at the last Fed meeting, there were 3 Fed governors who didn't even want to indicate that maybe the next move would be a cut. It was equally likely that there could be an interest rate increase. We've seen a decent job number in the interim. So if the job market's okay and you've got hot inflation numbers like this, the idea is,
wow, this news is like 5 years
why
late.
wouldn't the Fed be wanting to raise interest rates to not have a repeat?
It's just, dude, anybody that lived through 2000, like I was one of these guys that paid attention in 2008. It's the same shit.
Of the last time we were in this kind
The only difference is that they're not talking about housing.
of a zone.
That's worrisome too.
Remember when they were raising interest rates too late to try to cut, to try to combat inflation? So there's some recent memory here on the Fed, people on the Fed board who don't want inflation to get out of control.
So for everyday Americans, they can't control what the Fed does, but what's some advice you have for them who are trying to manage the fact that maybe they're even losing money right now because inflation is outpacing wages?
They are. The value of the dollar just keeps declining. Brace yourself for it. And consumers aren't stupid. They know that inflation is going to be here for a while. I was looking at consumer expectations for inflation throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, it's
we
kind
think
of part
it's
of
going
the
to be
plan,
around 4.5%. So use
But
that.
meanwhile, record profits. It's always record profits.
There's your baseline and build your financial plan around that because prices aren't going down anytime soon.
All right, Caleb, Christine, thank you both taking us through some breaking news. We appreciate it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated.
Ridiculous. Sorry, guys. As I said, I was not expecting to eat my breakfast or brunch, whatever the hell this is. First meal of the day. But my wife got pizza, so she's just like, I'm going to grab a slice. Do you want one? How can I say no? Like, come on. All right. Prepare yourselves. Trigger warning, because this is TYT, but this was actually a good breakdown on what is going on. Like I said, I might disagree with them, but some of their reporting is on point.
While neoconservative warmongers like Robert Kagan are willing to admit that the United States has lost the war against Iran.
Oh, this is not cold pizza. This is warm, fresh.
And lost badly. It's important to know that the US isn't the only loser. The global economy is. And there's no end in sight because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared on CBS's 60 Minutes that the war is not over yet. Here's what he said. The Iran war accomplished a great deal, but it's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium that has to be taken out of Iran. There are still enrichment sites that have to be dismantled. There are still proxies that Iran supports. There are ballistic missiles that they still want to produce. Now we've degraded a lot of it, but all that is still there and there's work to be done. So how much longer can the global economy handle this war dragging on for months, maybe even years? Because oil prices rose today after Trump declared that
Who reheats pizza in a frying pan? Not me. I use my air fryer.
he would be rejecting Iran's counter proposal for peace, calling it garbage. So US West Texas Intermediate Futures, they got to find a better name, and Brent are both up around 40% since the US and Israeli-led war against Iran started on February 28th. Citi analysts wrote in their latest oil report that prices could rise further if Iran and the United States do not agree to a deal, adding that crude
cold pizza over microwaved reheat. Yeah.
markets have been cushioned by high inventories.
Honestly, one of the best reheatable pizzas is Pizza Hut. $3.50 in the oven. It's right back to where it was the day before.
Strategic petroleum reserve releases, weaker demand in developing economies, and intermittent signs of
Pizza Hut, by the
possible
way.
de-escalation in the Middle East. I should note that today, Trump apparently is spooked by how high gas prices already are, that he called for a temporary pause on all gas taxes. We'll see if that's actually carried out. But Cenk, something that you've been mentioning a lot on the show.
He's going to blame Congress and the Senate because the Senate, they're like, dude, we're going to lose billions of dollars per day.
There's a huge disconnect when it comes to the stock market versus what we're experiencing at the pump. Because the stock market is doing stupendously. But when it comes to what we're paying at the pump, obviously prices have gone up quite a bit and will continue to go up as this war drags on.
So I want to go to graphic 9, right? So you see when the war started, the markets crash, Trump panics, does a ceasefire, right? And and he keeps saying the war's over, the war's almost over, the war's almost over. We won, they're gonna concede on everything. And the idiots in the market have the market go completely back up and back to record levels. Close to when Pam Bondi was like, the market's at 50,000, right? So here we are back at 50,000 in that ballpark. And it's given Trump false confidence. So it's a cycle of stupidity that is going to lead to this.
It's also like historically bad for us because right before the Depression happened, there was an all-time high in the stock market. Every time that these peaks happen, it's just like, oh no, the valley's so much worse.
Disaster. Because Trump's like, guys, you almost won. And the morons on Wall Street are like,
Trump is about to crash the global economy.
we almost won. Everybody buy. Yeah, we're gonna get buy soon. And so now, because Trump thinks it's no big deal, he said today, I thought the market was gonna go down 20-25%. So he knew how much damage he was gonna do to America on behalf of Israel, but he chose to do that anyway. He said, oh, I took a bullet for this. Why?
Yeah, why?
Why? Okay, because you're making America take a bullet. You're making our economy take a bullet along with yourself and your politics. And we know why. I don't care if everyone in mainstream media lies to you. It's blackmail. The bribes alone doesn't do it, okay? A lot of people are bribing him. A lot of countries are bribing him. No, at this point, the way he's following Israel, no matter how much it's obviously going to his doom, and when he only cares about himself, that means the blackmail is worse than him being considered the worst president in history, okay? So what's going to happen in that market, hear me now, quote me later, is when we go back into the war, because Netanyahu just ordered us back into the war, and then Trump ripped up the peace deal, and Trump just said today, there's only a 1% chance we don't go back into the war. Markets didn't go down at all. They're like, no, the war's almost over. Bye. Okay, it's going to be a spectacular crash.
So Richard Wolff,
yeah, and I mean, which one? Now we're playing the game of which one happens first.
Economist Richard Wolff made a statement that hasn't left me ever since I heard it because I think it's exactly right. Markets are slow to react to reality, but then once they do, they tend to overcorrect.
Yes, and that's what's going to happen.
So you're
100%.
right. That crash is coming and it's going to be
epic.
It's going to be devastating to a lot of, I mean, look, when you really think about who's invested in the stock market, about 80% of the stock market is owned by the top 10%. Of
which fuck them.
This country, okay? But that doesn't erase the fact that a lot of working class Americans have the entirety of their retirement savings.
Which is stupid. Get it like
in 401ks or IRAs.
Yeah, it's almost like we shouldn't have that tied to the stock market anymore.
Stock market crashes. These people who might be getting ready to retire are gonna suffer significantly. So I'm so angry about this whole situation. The fact that we are in a war that we should have never been in to begin with.
Oh, just wait until Anna starts getting like the need for medical procedures and starts realizing how boned we really are as millennials in this. It's not even not nearly as bad as as it could be.
Trump was able to accomplish, the objectives that he had outlined in the beginning of the war. Those are objectives on behalf of Israel. Those aren't objectives that benefit the United States in any way, shape, or form.
We're gonna have to have like instead of like Social Security, like some form of UBI. Like we're gonna have to.
We're
at least for people over the age of 60.
Carrying the cost, we're carrying the burdens, we're suffering the deaths and
I'm talking about like my age demographic. So that's in about 20 years. God damn, that's in 20 years. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, I'm playing the back nine, folks. Oh, no.
Losses.
Oh, no.
Whereas Israel gets to bomb from afar and get us to do their dirty work for them as they're expanding their borders into southern Lebanon.
Yeah, so last two things here. I asked a couple friends who invest on a way bigger scale on Wall Street, right? And I said, what the hell is going on here? Because these markets don't make any sense. And they said, the problem, Cenk, is liquidity. What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
The wealthy now have so much cash, they literally don't know where to put it. Mm-hmm. They're like, what are we supposed to do? Withdraw all of our money from the stock market and put it into gold or cash? Instead of no. We've been making so much money every year from the stock market. We just can't.
Oh, they could just, give it back. We the nice part, like we could give it, or they could give it back through dividends or something like that. I don't know. Like, just don't call it taxing. Call it, providing. What is it? The word. Oh fuck! I'm having a brain fart.
Right. But when Anna's right, when you have the markets fluctuate,
what's it called?
Like crazy. The pendulum swings wildly. That's why when Warren Buffett said, "Hey, how did I make this fortune? I bought low and sold high." And everybody thinks, well, why doesn't everybody do that? That's like got to be the easiest thing in the world because they're monkeys on Wall Street.
So apparently Trump is.
Yep. Ground news. Man.
So when people are buying, they all buy like monkeys and they all go right over the cliff. And when people are selling, they all sell like monkeys, right? Yep. And that's why we have these giant crashes like the Great Depression in 29, like the 2008 crash, like the 2000 internet bubble. And now we're about to have another giant crash, in my opinion. Okay, don't ever invest based on what I say on the show. Make up your own decision. Timing is absolutely critical. I wouldn't listen to anyone on air about when or how to invest.
I think I'm gonna buy like 50 pounds. People are starting to fucking panic buy. I've noticed.
Okay, now just but on a macro scale here, what's going to happen? That's my sense is that they're going to overreact. So once the crash happens, it's going to be spectacular because all the rich people are going to think, I got to get my money out of there, and then I'll buy low once the market completely crashes. Hurry up, get out of there, right? And they'll get out before any of you do, and your 401ks will be obliterated. Yeah. And I'll add one last cherry on top prediction.
And it's the same people that ruined the economy in 2008. Like these people are still getting rewarded for that.
And then the people in power will start talking about bailouts for the wealthy.
Yep, they already kind of have.
100%. Oh my God, it makes me so angry. Why? Why are you making me so angry? It's so.
Holy shit, that is a fucking strong ass chair.
True. It's so true, everybody. They always do that.
They're gonna do that in this case too. And they're gonna wanna bail out some of the Israel first guys who pushed us into this war in the first place.
No.
Okay.
No mercy.
They're going to.
Yeah, no. Yep. Oh my God.
I like how we're all just kind of sitting in the reality of this, just like, yeah. I can't afford groceries.
Bill Ackman comes around looking for money.
What are we doing?
Money. Hey, you made a list, Bill, right? Of the college students who weren't sufficiently kissing.
I see the CoffeeZilla video about Goliath. Speaking of 401k, no, I should probably check that out.
Israel's ass, and you promised to destroy their careers and their lives. Good news, we also have a list, okay? So, and our list can't do anything. We don't have any power. You're the billionaire. We don't have anything. But if you come asking us, the taxpayers, for money, then you're on the list, and I'll do anything to make sure Bill Ackman and his buddies don't get bailed out after they slaughtered our economy.
I don't know. Are you having that moment, Chuck, where you're just like, God damn it? Like, I have this when I watch these specific clips, and like that's all I watch anymore. I haven't caught a live in years. Where I kind of have that, like, I lament, like, why did they have to do this? Why did they have to make that turn? Like, God. They actually, like, when they're good, they're very good. And that's what really sucks. And that's why it hurts. But we all know why they suck, you know? When it comes down to it, Cenk and Anna, like, I have a feeling if they could, like, have the money from CNN, like CNN anchors and all like that production, all of it, they're not that different. That's. We talked a little bit about this on, actually it was last week, about the iron law of oligarchy, where it's kind of the same thing where it's like at some point, even with his best intentions and like his politics, shifted. Because you have to remember this about Cenk too, is that he started off as a right winger. So like when he shifted to the like his super progressive self, it wasn't like out of the realm of possibility that he could, change his politics again. I just hate how like they did become like an authority in that space, not this space, but that space, Anyway, shifted to the militant left. I don't know, man. I think that no doubt they change again. The thing is, I don't really care. Good coverage is good coverage is how I'm gonna just break it. I don't need people to like be these idols or whatever the fuck. Like if you guys do like, because I don't do that with Majority Report either. Like I enjoy the Majority Report. I watch it as much as I can, but I don't agree with everything they say. I don't like, that's just how it is, man. I just enjoy certain parts of it but Majority Report, it's not like I'm not enjoying the live anymore. Whereas TYT, you can't just ignore like Anna's blatantly, or blatant shift. It is, whoo boy. But I kind of, like I've been saying, like it doesn't negate like the good coverage. So that's where that story comes in, and specifically their stuff on Israel. Like I'm definitely, I'm okay with people being flexible. He's straddling the centrism between authoritarian right and left. He lives in that pipeline. I just wish he would be honest. Yeah, no, that's a good take. If he was just more honest, but some of it is, I'm not sure. I don't think it's as calculated as we think. Sometimes I think it is just he kind of, shifts with the wind, and also, he probably like. You've seen it with Tucker. He's made friends in different spaces. The whole have a beer with him kind of thing. It is it's disappointing to see what Cenk and Anna have become. Yeah, it is, but like I said, it wasn't outside the realm of possibility. Like when I was watching TYT, I was actually more shocked that like Cenk didn't revert more to his like right wing talking points from like the early days of TYT. I mean, shit, dude. TYT is one of like the oldest political programs I think I was watching. That and funny enough, Majority Report back when they were on Air America, because they used to simulcast Air America and TYT on Sirius XM for a little bit. So that was what I would listen to, and then that station would turn to Coast to Coast for a little bit. So you got George Norrie and Art Bell, and then you had Rory James, I think her name was, where she sounded like Amy Goodman from Democracy Now!, but it was like if Amy Goodman was like an Alex Jones type conspiracy theorist. She was the first radio show I ever called into. But yeah. I don't know where I was going with that point. Just story time, I guess. They're running a business, making a living. I mean, yeah. They got bills to pay. They help bring this podcast politics culture, so we can't be surprised. Well, yeah, and that's kind of, I guess, where I was going with it. It was also recognizing, at least where there is merit to like, hey, recognizing without them, the space probably would not be as big as it is. And honestly, a lot of leftists probably wouldn't have as much exposure and popularity. Weird to think that, but it's true. But hey, we don't have to constantly lament. Like I said, I don't do that because I don't tie my ability to watch them to that as much, or like the clips, I should say, and like agreeing with them on the like certain topics, specifically like the Piers Morgan appearances. I don't know, man. Like every time I watch those, I do end up going like, there it is. But I just realized this. Anna Kasparian has never actually like ceded territory on like trans rights with Piers Morgan, and he has tried to lock her into that. So that makes me wonder. It's like, did she shift, or is the grift that strong where she's just pretending like, nah, what do you mean? I've always been an ally. Oh God. Recognize the game and the source so you can better research and inform yourself. Exactly. Well, it's the same reason that I watch CNN and I watch like MS Now. Like, I actually have a MS Now clip. I'm pulling up right now. I take it for what it is. It's information, and you can just deduce what's actually going on past the talking heads aspect. Because realistically, even with me, like, you have to be able to take the information and kind of make of it what you will. That's kind of what collecting information and just learning about news is, right? Although, I mean, because I don't want to be mean about this. I almost said like spoon-fed. Like, I don't want to be spoon-fed the news or like spoon-fed my opinions. I've never looked for that. That's, again, why I could say, like with Majority Report, where I agree with like 90% of the stuff that they say, but there's the occasion where I'll just be like, nah. Same with Hassan. And it's not like I'm coming at it from a even centrist perspective. There's just sometimes where I'm like, nah, it's not the way to handle that. But okay. Want to know what your favorite when your favorite show is on? Type. Oh, we got a Nightbot now? Oh. Huh. I just learned something. Is that ours, or is that somebody trolling? Which that would be kind of, I hate to admit, a little bit of a funny troll where it's just like, wait, I have a Nightbot now? You miss Ron Paul? I don't know, man. That guy, I was talking to my buddy. He was on PEPAGANDA, primetime PEPAGANDA, like 2 weeks ago. And he was bringing up how Ron Paul really got him involved, like more involved in politics. And he kind of felt like, there was a third option finally. And, Ron Paul was pretty good at like breaking people from like the party veneer. And honestly, I think without Ron Paul, we wouldn't have had as much of a like grassroots interest in like Bernie Sanders. But his policies aren't great. And he's, he gets a little into his, we can't have no regulations. I remember that one where he's just like, we need to get rid of all these regulations and just start from scratch. I'm like, no, yo, are you telling me, like, when somebody wants to do that with the FDA immediately, I'm like, nope. Like, I like to eat at restaurants. I want standards, I don't want there to just be like a world where, oh, there's a mouse on the in your kitchen. Cool. Hello, health department. The number you were trying to reach has been disconnected. Man, I miss my soundboard. See, I would have had that. Actually, no, I wouldn't have. How many times have I brought up the frickin' that number or that that reference? God damn it. Sorry, guys. I went to go look for that on a soundboard, and it ruined everything I just had set up. Here we go. There we go. Okay. If Ron Paul got elected, we would have just time skipped to here. I don't know. I do kind of have like this weird feeling that there's... Yes, I think we would have ended up in the same place, because the way I wanted to break that would have been it would have sounded a little more conspiracy theory ish. All right, so here, you see what I'm about to do? I'm gonna hit this like button. You should do the same. And then we're gonna learn more about major food companies warn that produce costs could go up even higher than they already are. Dude, I just had this moment where just for like a small thing of blueberries, it was almost $15. I freaked the fuck out. I was just like, holy shit. Then I saw some that were on sale for $7. Like, holy crap, man.
I want to bring in MS Now's Laura Hayfley and veteran financial journalist and MS Now business analyst, Ron Insana. So, Ron, higher gas prices, higher fertilizer prices. We're not talking about luxuries here. We're talking about
Why does he look like he belongs in like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon?
putting food on the table. Just how bad could this get?
Well, with respect to food prices, it's hard to know exactly where it goes, Chris, because it's obviously the cost of transportation pushes up the cost of food that's delivered to grocery stores. And then there's the fertilizer issue in the planting season that we're going through right now that's forcing some farmers to cut back on the amount of plant.
Frozen ones from Argentina are like $4.
They're doing so down.
Yeah, I bought some frozen strawberries over fresh.
The road, we could see something of a supply shock, although albeit a small one here in the United States, to the amount of grains and other grown foods that are available. And in addition to that,
red meat costs are insane.
You just got a broad-based now move
pound of burger meat, fucking $8
in inflation. The energy price shock, if you will likely lead to $5 gasoline, irrespective of what the energy secretary had to say. We probably see that in the short run. And then that also bleeds over into other categories of goods, airline prices and so on and so forth. And so you're seeing this really become a more broad-based problem. Tomorrow, we're going to get a consumer price report. Wednesday, we'll get a wholesale inflation read. Friday, we have Kevin Warsh likely taking over Jay Powell as chair of the Fed. He wants to lower interest rates. This is not exactly the environment in which that can happen.
And just last hour, Ron, the president said he wants to pause the federal gas tax and was asked about exactly that in the Oval Office. Here's what he said.
Yeah, 18 cents. Yay.
How long are
Huge
you
difference.
suspend that tax for?
Till it's appropriate, till it's it's a small percentage, but it's still money.
How much of an impact could that have, Ron?
I believe it's about 18 cents per gallon nationally. So it's a modest impact. Obviously it's some help, but if you're going over $5, we'd be talking about record gasoline prices. Even if they were at $4.80, they'd still be flirting with record levels. And
that's the reason. It's because the national average is about to surpass where Biden was. So that's where he's just like, what if I suspend the gas tax? Would it be cheaper than it was under Biden still?
As we've heard from,
we can't give them that win.
Some reports here on MS, individuals are beginning to make choices between how much they fill up their tank and what they buy at the grocery store and what else they pay for or can pay for, particularly among middle and lower income families. So yeah, you can roll the tax back, for a period of time. But the president also said today that the ceasefire with Iran is on life support. So the longer this persists, the head of Saudi Aramco, one of the biggest oil companies in the world, said that the oil market might not get right until 2027 if this goes on even for just a couple more weeks.
Wow. And Laura, typically people in large...
To be fair, you guys have been saying that since a few weeks ago. So I don't know if I can trust that analysis anymore.
Larger cities
I'm starting to think that if the war ended, then it would correct pretty fucking quickly.
have at least some cheaper
That these worst case scenarios aren't actual reality.
public transportation options. But you're in New York, where it's going to cost more just to take the ferry. What's going on?
Yeah, almost nothing is cheap in New York, but as oil barrel prices continue to rise, so do diesel prices, and that's exactly what New York waterway ferries run on. They tell me that since January, their cost for fuel has gone up 80%, Chris. So right now they're passing a 5.5% surcharge down to ticket holders to make up for those costs. And there's a lot of frustration with commuters, and that's in part because of what you just mentioned. They don't have a lot of choice in the New York, New Jersey area. They have to commute to work, whether that's
that's why they want
subway
the COVID 2.0 thing with the hantavirus,
driving
which after yesterday, like what we were watching, no,
through the tunnels or over.
we were right. It's a big nothing burger.
Over the bridges, the ferry actually one of the less expensive options, and now the price has gone up. It's adding insult to injury in one of the most expensive regions in the country, with cost of living, like rental prices, housing prices, grocery prices, all up.
Yeah, but somehow that's Mom Donnie's fault. See, this is where I hate this shit.
And now this, take a listen.
I think it's not temporary. Have you ever seen a price go down? Martinis are $34. I'm ever going to get a $20 martini again? I don't think so. And I don't think my price is going down for the ferry either. It's like the price is going to go up of things, and I just have to figure out how to do better, how to make more money and do good for my family.
top of mind for New Yorkers getting to work
God,
on time.
the amount of people that are just in denial that they could ever end up homeless tomorrow.
And the price of a
It's fucking scary.
martini.
This is the benefit of living the way that we do. And I'm assuming that we're all pretty similar, where it's just like, oh no, we're well aware of the floor dropping out. We're always looking for the trap door.
Look, this might sound
These idiots aren't even aware it's there.
like it's just a local
Big
issue.
Jerry?
It's
How you doing?
not. I reached out to San Francisco Bay Ferry, one of the most widely used ferry systems in the country. They're seeing the same issue. They're tackling a little bit differently. They're, instead of raising prices, they're going to reduce schedules so they don't use as much fuel. But just one more example of how widespread this issue is, Chris.
We love nothing more than an overcrowded ferry. Thank you for that, Laura Hayfley. So, Ron, last week we reported.
Let the mask slip. Again, this Rocky and Bullwinkle looking motherfucker.
That credit card
I'm so
debt
sorry,
hit
man.
an all-time
I'm not pulling punches on any of these people.
high at the end of last year. But there are also now more people applying for new credit cards. Credit delinquency is rising. National credit scores are dropping. It seems to me, I'm no economist, as you well know, but there's a domino effect here. Even if prices did come down, if you're in delinquency, if you have a bad credit score, how long does it take you to get out of that hole?
Yeah, it's almost like that's kind of part of the plan. Like, dude, I just got my credit up and then it's starting to sink again because I've had to live off credit.
Well, even one late payment will show up on your, Equifax or TransUnion or other credit, reporting surveys.
Yeah, are we getting a freeze on that? Are they doing anything for us? The people,
and could last for years. And
is there? I mean, it's almost like there's an appetite for that, but how come nobody's fighting for us?
Knocks your credit score down several points, if not more.
Yeah.
And again, if those were to pile up over time, increase.
This fake fucking system that we already have to abide by.
Your credit score plummets, and it makes it harder to obtain credit. It makes it harder to apply for a mortgage if indeed you're in the market for a house. Yeah. So there's a domino effect here again, and it's largely middle income and lower income families. My colleague Steve Leisman over at CNBC was suggesting we're getting more and more evidence of the K-shaped economy becoming even more K-shaped. If you're in the top 10% of all wage earners, you're doing fine, you're absorbing these costs. But if you're in middle and lower income groups, it becomes increasingly difficult. And what you're doing is using credit cards to stretch your income in order to make payments on the things that you need on a day-to-day basis. And that becomes problematic if your wages are not going up. And we've just seen in the latest employment report that wages have begun to fall below the inflation rate, which makes it even more of a struggle for the average individual.
Mm-hmm. The individual. The way that they dehumanize us in all their reporting, man. It's really, it is so frustrating. And they're buying your data to see where they can squeeze you. Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, dude, everything sucks. I had a title on my stream. Jeez, I can't get that out. Where I just said everything sucks. And it's not just my personal attitude about thinking this. Like, everything sucks. There isn't a bright, shining light where we're going to be saved by anything because they've taken all the safeguards away. They're constantly doing more to make us feel like there is no way out of any of this financially, politically. Like, they just want to make everybody fucking miserable. And the saddest part is, you have a bunch of people that are going to get hurt by this, that are wearing red hats, that are waving his stupid fucking flag still. Like, I don't know, man. There are these moments where I really do kind of feel like, okay, like all I can do is just watch, I guess. I mean, I feel most like the most pain for you guys out there that have families. Like, you guys are screwed. I'm not trying to be mean here, but it's true. Like, especially if you just had kids recently, like, no, like I have to be honest. Like, you're likely not going to be able to retire. Even if your parents die, you're going to get the inheritance tax is still a thing. And trust me, they didn't get rid of it for our demographic. So good luck with that. Just in general, everything, it sucks. And what we need is enough people, I guess, feeling the pain that they finally kind of break this shit. Where like this is why I keep bringing up the fact that the key voting demographic that we need to be kind of geared towards are non-voters, and you need to get them mobilized in a way that the Democrats really can't do. Like, this is my theory. Use the Democratic Party and just say, hey, and we MAGA this shit. I've said this for a while, where like the way that the Tea Party became MAGA and took over the GOP, literally we got to do the same thing. But it's not that radical to think like, hey guys, hey, everything sucks. The rich people are fucking us. The Epstein class is completely fucking us. Like, hey, the Epstein stuff didn't mobilize us, but I know that the high gas prices, not being able to afford food, and then on top of that, we're going to start seeing shortages, which, again, media don't want to talk about that yet. They'll talk about it when it's right in front of us, because everybody's just going to be like, oh my God, did you see the shortages at the gas station? We're already starting to see it here in Chicago, man. I'm fine right now, by the way. No, I'm just saying. Like, well, yeah, now. I hear that a lot from some people where I'm like, okay. And I'm not trying to be like mean either, but it's just like, just be prepared, man. It's gonna hit, and it's gonna hit hard. And I'm not trying to, like, I'm not really that kind of doomer to get me to this point where I'm like, it's coming. I think that kind of, like, I try to not doomer, so you guys do kind of like have a little bit of an alarm system going off here, where it's just like, oh shit, even Pep is starting to say that it's like really bad. This is also one of those situations where I want to be wrong. Like, I really wanted to be wrong about Trump, man. Like, I know too many people that immediately wanted him to fail. Like, my mom was kind of that way. My mom, when he got elected again, she's like, I can't wait for him to fuck this up. I'm like, I can. He won. We're so fucked. Like, if he fucks this up, then we're screwed. I'm like, this is the problem with having that asshole in charge. But, at least we can have the one good part of that is where, yeah, we can constantly remind all of our neighbors, whether they be MAGA, centrist, Democrats, that, yeah, everything sucks. Everything's not good. And they need to do something about that. Otherwise, yeah, something will probably be done about it. Whether, actually, electorally, I will say that. But this is where we as leftists, we really got to do something about our messaging and coalition building. Like, I think that most like PSL, DSA, like, they need to just stop. Like, we need to figure that out. Like, we just need, I don't know, man. We need to fucking put our differences aside with certain things and just work together to beat this and to bring actual substantive change to people's lives. And unfortunately, I always see like where it does become a fight about like, well, we need this revolution tomorrow. We need to institute a communist utopia now. And it's just, yeah, like, I want that. See, this is where I constantly have to reiterate, like, yes, that would be awesome. I consider myself a little more practical, and just like, maybe it's because I feel older and I've had a lot happen, where I'm just like, I don't see that happening. Like, it hasn't really worked out that way in all of the history of man. Like, I constantly go back to like how the French Revolution worked, but then it didn't, because like they're living in the same fucking system. I don't know. Nothing significantly really changed outside of, the bourgeois class couldn't step on their necks quite as hard. But it is kind of like Sam Cedar has said this about how like the established, like, once they won and they were the anti-establishment at that point, then they just became the establishment. They started stepping on people's necks, and they started doing the thing where they just had to keep that status quo, because they realized, yeah, you know what? Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to be in charge. Might as well be us. And to be in charge, that requires some money and funding. And, I kind of like my life. You won't believe these 10 tips to survive economical collapse. Wait, I feel like we should be studying how people made it through the 80s and 90s, Russia falling apart, or 1930s American Depression era economy survival. Yeah, no, I do think you're right about that. You know what? That might be a special edition stream coming up where we do like a little pep learns or oh god, cringe. But yeah, you guys will learn about that stuff with me because I will be learning about it freshly too. We're literally living the grapes of wrath. California doesn't have anyone to pick peaches now, so Del Monte is going under, so they shut it down. Well, it's also, let's be real, people aren't really eating peaches. It's not like this is a heavy peach economy. Pepucation. Hey, what up, Uni? Coming in with a good idea. Appreciate that. Everybody say hello to my wife, Uni Moogle, in chat. It's always good to see her here. Also, cheers. Let's get. We're gonna continue with the. I mean, we're doing a pepucation now, right? Like we're learning about some economic stuff, but yeah, I feel like the main takeaway from what I'm trying to say here is we really need to fucking calm down and we got to try and bring some of these older people in. That's why I brought up the fact that like I see the target demographic here being like, you know, the fucking lib teacher where, you know, and you don't need them to agree with us on all of it, guys. That's our biggest thing. And then we also can't do this thing where it's like, yeah, but they were unknowingly like part of the problem at this part and this part and this part. It's just like, okay. Oh man. Listen, I voted for some pretty like egregious shitheads. Like I've admitted it, where I was trying to do what my mom taught me, where she told me not to vote down ballot. She's like, be an independent thinker. So when I saw this guy running for the House, he kept saying no new taxes and I will lower your taxes. And that was honestly, that was smart campaigning, where it was just like, no, it's not just gonna like, I'm not gonna blanket just say no new taxes. It's like, no, we need to lower my district's taxes. And I was like, yeah, he's right. And then the first thing he did was he voted on a bill to raise the federal tax rate. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, I was really pissed about that. But that's where like I just have to say, yeah, I had a bad vote, you know. So that's where I'm also saying single Trump voters, if they voted for Trump just this last election, I say, yeah, like let them in. Just say you made a mistake. Do you admit you made a mistake? Like there should at least be that cost of entry where it's just like you're not feeling great about your vote, right? Cool. But we also don't need to vote shame. Like I don't know, man. This is a 5-alarm fire. And this is like one of those situations I feel like where we're kind of like taking tickets during while the entire building's coming down and we're just like, oh, you don't have the right ticket. Sorry, you got to go back. It's like, but it's burning down. It's like, nope, wrong ticket. I can't play that game. Now, does that mean that I'm going to be a little bit more angry and vitriolic? There we go. Against like MAGA. Yeah. Like I'm saving my anger for the people that truly deserve it. Like, yes, the Democrats fucking suck and are ineffectual, but you know what? Because they suck and are ineffectual, that's where it should be very easy for us to do this. But I think that we get in our own way a lot of times. But that's a good analogy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because I really do feel that's where we're at right now, man. And I've been feeling it. Like I think that I've kind of, damn it. All right. Sorry, guys. My screen just crashed. I'm still live, right? Okay. Okay, my driver is updated, and I was worried that something like this would happen. Here, I got to restart YouTube. Give me a second. Damn it. All right. Restore. There we go. Okay. Okay, yeah, it plays. Good. Whew. Yeah, I tried to fix a problem that I've been having over on my last stream, and yeah. In trying to fix that problem, I think I caused another one. It's always cascading, isn't it? I may take one of those foraging classes. I mean, listen, learning how to grow your own food, especially if you live in a 4-season community, like, fuck yeah, like, definitely look into doing that. But I don't know, man. For as many times I've had the conversation about like wanting to raise chickens and how it's like, oh, I got a property and technically blah blah blah. If you get this permit and this permit, it's like And then like I had a friend do this, and then he had his chickens for all of like a year, and then he finally was just like, nah, dude, they're a lot of fucking work. It's like, yeah, they are. That's like it's kind of part of it. They're not just like, egg producers. And you do actually have to like, have a routine with them. So it also kind of made me sad because it made me think like he's a good person who loves animals, but he did mistreat these chickens by accident, just by like neglect. And that's where it is like, oh shit, do you know how many like people bought chickens and those chickens probably ain't in a great situation? Yeah. Yeah, I know. Depressing to think about, but you need a half an acre. You need a half acre? Jeez. I mean, he has that, but I didn't know that that's what it required. I thought because he had it fenced off in a way that I was like, huh. I mean, he's probably wrong about it because he was like, yeah, dude, theoretically, you could have this on your property. I was like, I don't know about that. My neighbors would not be fucking very happy about that. Plus, I haven't heard a single rooster in all of Cook County. So that would be fucking wild, though, where it's just like you got the morning, starting. You got the sun setting right behind, over the lake, and you got the, the skyline right there, and then all of a sudden, you know what? Damn, that would be kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. And then just a bunch of pissed off. Hey, shut that fucking rooster up! What the fuck? Hey, I'm trying to sleep. Raise my fucking my rooster on relish and hot dogs. Just to make sure that he has a little bit of the attitude, I'm pretty sure that's where we get our attitudes from. Fucking mystery meat and a whole bunch of pickled relish. Alrighty, come on, work. Sorry, I am trying to buy time here, unsuccessfully too. Oh, jeez. Okay. Whatever I did, I have got to unfuck this when I am off stream. All right, cool. So. Oh, that's a freeze face. Did you take Economics 101? Panel reacts to admin's tone-deaf messaging on economy. Thank God. It's all, yeah, like, God, so many reports of this with Biden. It was almost every other fucking report. Just, oh, are the Democrats tone-deaf? Are they not listening to their base?
Joining us, MS Now contributor, managing editor of The Bulwark, Sam Stein, MS Now political analyst and former Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs, Rick Stengel, and co-founder and director of economic policy at Veda Partners, Henrietta Trace. Henrietta, let's talk about credit cards.
My boyfriend lives in the city, and even he has chickens, goats, cows, and horses within sight of his backyard. That is...
Yeah, let's start with cards. The way to think about this, I think that's the easiest to understand, is that the average family spends $310 a week on groceries. That's how much more it now costs you to fill up your truck or your car.
Yeah.
That's because of the war. So now you're out a whole week's worth of groceries. And that's why people are turning to credit cards. Savings rates are at 3-year lows. People are the most negative and pessimistic about their job prospects, their independent economic viability, as they have been since World War II. So people going to get credit cards.
Finally, I mean, it's nice to hear this from at least some news reporting.
Is an indicator of a very anxious nation that's run through all of its savings and does not
You go to
have
work,
the money
you go
it's
home.
costing to get through this war. And this is not a one-time event. This is every single week. Every time that you go to fill up, every time you go to get groceries, and it will
you
continue
get
to cascade.
damn,
if you go
10 miles per gallon. You need a fucking Toyota, my guy.
to the doctor's office, your medical
Damn.
imaging costs more. If you need to get a new phone, the semiconductors cost more. All the fertilizer that are growing your food costs more. Every single piece of this continues to compound. And I think more problematic is the White House now signaling that they want to pass a gas tax suspension, which means they think prices are going to rise from here. Those are one-time off bets, and it's compounding.
Yeah.
Well, explain how the gas tax suspension is going to work.
So we have an
Gonna work.
18.4. Yeah.
Jesus.
We have an 18.4 cent gas tax, 24.4 cents for diesel. And the idea is you suspend the gas tax for maybe 90 days. That's what a couple of states around the country have done, Kentucky, Georgia, and a few others. And the idea is that you get that 18 cents shaved off the top of your gas. So if you're buying gas at $4.55, 56 cents, this will save you 18 cents on every gallon.
This is the plan, guys, because they're going to use this at the back end of the midterms here, where it's like, oh, the blue states kept their gas high.
That's for 90 days. So first, right off the
Which realistically, shape up. I don't care. Like at this point, as a Chicagoan, I get it. Our roads and bridges need to be fixed, but fucking A, man.
that, I know.
Like if you're, that's political suicide right now.
That means that I think the straight and gas,
Hey, what up, Dennis?
gas prices are going to be high for another 90 days. And the idea is that this is a one-time thing, but it's going to raid all of the highway trust fund, all the potholes and bridges and road repairs that we see. It's a huge compounding problem. It's very expensive, about $176 billion.
Which ironically is going to end up costing people more, because then you're going to hit a pothole and you're going to need tires.
If I'm not mistaken.
Tires are more expensive because of the oil prices.
And those are the figures that we're going to be dealing with. So the president is lending some support to this idea now, but there's a very long way to go. And again, it's 18 cents.
Oh, he needs Congress to get on board with it as well. I know I quoted Kevin Hassett. Let me just play Kevin Hassett. I think it's worth listening to him talk about it directly.
The consumer is really, really firing on all cylinders, just like the corporate sector you're seeing in the earnings reports. And they're doing that.
This guy needs like literal fire behind him all the time.
Because they have so much.
Because he's the perfect embodiment of like this. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
More money in their pockets. In fact, I had the head of one of the big 5 banks in my office yesterday going through the credit card data. And just as Secretary Bessent said, credit card spending is through the roof. They're spending more on gasoline, but they're spending more on everything else, too.
No, that's not good. That means that we're spending more on everything else. Yeah, that means everything costs more, dickhead.
Sam, it reminds me of the Scott Bessent line where he was talking about buying your 10th, 12th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th home. What's up with this White House?
What's up with this White House? What's up? It's almost like they're completely out of touch. It's almost like they're a bunch of swamp monsters that are just completely running everything.
A little tone deaf, to say the least. I thought I would rank the Bessent one a little bit even more tone deaf. Shaving off that 11th home as a way to, prepare for the costs going up is something that only a select few of us can consider. But Kevin Hassett, that's he does this time and again. He goes out there on TV and he paints this incredibly rosy but also incredibly detached picture of where the economy is. And he does it because he knows that someone is watching him on TV, and that person is Donald Trump. And yes, credit card spending is going up, but as we've just outlined, it's going up for the wrong reasons. Gas is more expensive, cost of goods is more expensive, people have to pay for essential services, and so they're putting it on credit. That is not a sign of a healthy economy, it's a sign of an economy that is coming apart at the seams. And if in fact gas prices are not
Which Fox, if you listen to Fox News,
going to go down anytime soon.
Nope.
you can imagine that inflation is likely to get even worse because it is compounding. It goes into all these transportation costs. It goes into costs for a number of other goods as well. And so we are looking at a summer in which people are naturally going to be going on the road. People are going to be cooking out. You can see right there, ground beef. And the administration is looking for ways to chip at it. So there's two things that are happening here. One is they're painting an incredibly rosy picture with these types of cable news hits. And then secondarily is they're trying to find little ways to chip at the cost. So gas tax holiday is one of them. But the other thing that's kind of an interesting tell is that Trump is considering getting rid of some of the tariffs on beef, which is an admission. We should note that the tariffs were, in fact, responsible for raising prices in the first place. So
I don't know if Trump actually does like the thing where he allows the Chinese electric cars into the market. Then
nipping around the edges, and we'll see if it does any good. I think in the aggregate, it's only going to be a little bit of relief, and the bigger picture problems.
Although electricity prices are insane,
persist.
Rick, why
energy
just, why
prices
nip
in
around the
general
edges?
are
Why not
insane.
just
Fuck.
roll back all the tariffs.
Well, you know, the truth is every president inherits his economy from his predecessor. The economy that Trump inherited was an economy where inflation was going down, GDP was going up. If he had just decided to I'm just going to start taking credit for this a few months in, would have looked good. What did he do? He shot himself in the foot with tariffs. He had major kind of terrible move in invading Iran, increasing oil prices, which has a multiplier effect on everything else. So he has single-handedly kind of destroyed a positive economy that he inherited. That he could have just actually
finally fucking somebody saying it out loud.
You know,
clear and concise.
Taking credit for it, and people would have been pretty happy.
I had one of those weird burps.
It's not a good situation. I mean, the other thing we didn't mention is that the national debt now is as high as it's been ever as a percentage of GDP since World War II, which is it's 100% of GDP over multiple $1 trillion. So that also has an inflationary effect. All of these things have inflationary effects. And listening to that cabinet member, it's like, did you take Economics 101? Credit card debt has an inflationary effect on every other aspect of the economy.
Yeah, and the APR on credit cards is exorbitant. So if you miss one payment, you're paying a lot more for your bag of oranges than you would have been paying if you just were able to use your debit card or your ground beef. Sam, I thought Republicans were the ones that wanted to get a handle on the national debt.
Well, they do when there's a Democratic president, and that's time and time again what we see. So
maybe you should stop listening to them.
During the Tea Party wave 2010, this was the rallying cry. And then subsequently they get into office, and during the Trump administration, debt went up. They don't cut back on spending. They do cut taxes. Those in combination drive up the debt. And look, I mean, there will be cuts here and there that they will propose. And I will give, I guess, if you're monomaniacally focused on that, you can say, well, they're cutting back on food stamps and Medicaid and all the things. But they did just embrace a $1.5 trillion defense budget, which is an exorbitant amount of money, greater than, I think it was like something like the next 8 countries combined in terms of their defense budget. So, it's selective spending cuts, constant call for tax cuts. And so the calls for deficit reduction,
which doesn't work. If the deficit keeps building, where in the fuck are we paying this money? That's right. They're going to increase taxes. I said this yesterday.
Reduction are pretty much basically when a Democrat is president.
Yeah, and they're going to do it when, yes, they are. They're going to do it when the Democrats win.
Where does this money come from?
Thank you for fucking asking.
Oh, and by the way, if you're letting go of taxes on gasoline, on beef, you're getting less money
so
from
where
taxes.
does the money come from?
Yeah,
part of it is why the debt is at a higher level than it's ever been. I mean, the deficit that Trump is creating is going to be.
Why is he humming? Like, what's going on here? Who's he covering up for?
Deficit of any.
What the fuck? Now I'm in conspiracy mode. Like, what are you? Just answer the damn question. Where's the money coming from?
President ever. It's deficit spending. You're not getting the tax revenue. You're spending more than you're taking in.
So debt, just debt. That's it.
Spending $1.50 for every dollar they're taking in.
And where does that fall? It's almost like, I don't know. There's a lot of people that look like Mitch McConnell, and I hate to do this, but it's the boomer economy where it's just like, oh yeah, well, if it sucks, I'm probably not going to be around anyway to really not enjoy it. So whatever. Oy, oy, oy. All right, here's the big one. This one I brought up just for this show. All right. 2026 food shortage warning. Are you ready? Here's the action plan.
Insecurity. So we need to address this. I think that's important.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about the biggest drivers. Number one is geopolitical tensions. And that surprised me because there's no conflict going on in the world, is there? Really?
Whatever.
Actually, we all
Where
know
is
there
there
is.
not conflict?
Yeah, we know there is. And the most recent, of course, is the Strait of Hormuz. And that's causing a variety of impacts to us.
By the way, I don't know these people's politics. It's a prepper channel, so there's a good chance that they might be kind of crazy.
So these tensions are there, and they'll always be there to some extent. But number two is our fertilizer cost and supply. So this is really impacting, especially the farmers. The cost of fertilizer is up. That means they generally can apply less fertilizer and still be okay financially. So we're going to have decreased harvests, and the prices are going to go up. One of the big ones that I am tied into directly is climate extremes. And this is the U.S. drought monitor that's showing right now what the drought situation is. And
oh man, for once we're actually not going to get hit.
Right now, 60% of the contiguous 48 states is in some degree of drought. And a lot of it's in severe drought, extreme drought, exceptional drought. And so there is a lot of drought, probably the most in many years that we've seen in our country. So that is a huge factor. And I was at a board meeting the other night and listening to some of the farmers talk. One was a supplier of hay and one was a user of hay. And the user was asking the guy that trucks hay all over the United States, said, you know, what's the hay situation and should we be concerned? And my other friend said, yeah, we should be very concerned because there's a lot of areas around us where they're only going to get one cutting of hay, where they normally get 3 or maybe even 4 cuttings of hay. So the hay is going to be very short this year, and getting that is got a lot of people just.
I was just trying to get your attention.
A little bit concerned. So, and then of course there's always economic and trade pressures, tariffs, all kinds of things.
I feel like I'm doing that thing where it's like we're supposed to be listening to like teacher, and I'm just like
things like that. So there's a lot of drivers out there that are creating this insecurity in our food supply. So understanding that just helps us kind of put it in perspective.
So what does that mean to us? The area of concern. I don't think that means that we're going to show up at the grocery store and there will be nothing.
No.
I think it means increased prices, intermittent shortages, maybe some lower quality, or maybe you're not going to be able to find things that you normally would be able to find, but there still should be food there. So I think that's a little bit comforting. Of course, always we want to talk about, well, what can we do? We need to be calm because we're prepared. Now, one of the things about being a prepper is that we don't put additional pressure on the system. So what we know right now is the system is being taxed. Now's not the time to buy your 1,000 pounds of wheat. Is that a good way to put it?
Sure. Yeah.
But look at your storage and see if there's something that you may need to top off on. We want to build a working pantry. This means that you might have to cook more from scratch, and that's okay. But do you have rice and beans, oats, all those basic things, maybe canned goods?
I'm not sure if you know this, Betty. I don't actually know her name. But yeah, some people got like jobs and shit that, you know, they can't always cook for themselves. Like that's just a reality. And a lot of people are about to get a second or third job to make sure that they can just, you know, continue to live and rent. Like this is this boomer shit that really pisses me off.
Freeze-dried goods are a really good thing. One of the things that's going to be in really short supply is beef. And so if you have a freeze dryer and you've been freeze drying the meats that you use, then it doesn't matter as much. But really those shelf stable things that you normally eat, don't stock up on them if you don't normally eat them. But I guess now would be a good time to kind of talk about.
Or I mean, the other side of that is prepare to like kind of have a shift in your diet.
What it looks like will be in short supply. So according to the internet, corn, wheat and rice, and those will all be.
There's a reason I have not hit the like on this video. I don't necessarily want these people popping up a lot.
Be due to the high fertilizer.
That doesn't mean that they're wrong about this one.
Costs, right? Forcing a shift to soybeans. Well, for us, we have that kind of thing in storage. So we're doing okay. Proteins like beef and eggs. Well, we don't have a lot of beef stored, right? And one of my friends was talking about how it was $20 at the grocery store for a pound of steak. That's way out of our price range. But we have our own chicken. So the fact that eggs are going up at the store, we'd only feed ours a little bit of grain. So the grain cost doesn't matter as much because we can let them.
That doesn't matter if bird flu does actually get out again.
Free range here. So we'll eat more eggs. We'll eat more of what we have available instead of knowing that beef is going to be in short supply and running out and buying everything that we can. And the beef is a huge issue because isn't it, we have less cattle than we've had since 1950?
Oh, it's been for many, many years. Yes, it's the lowest level. So
there no hay to feed them.
You know, you look at those drivers and they're driving that. It's just kind of a natural consequence of what's going on.
So you need a working pantry. Make sure that you have food in there, and it's okay if it's just.
I feel judgment from
very basics. Number 2, we want to rotate our food storage. And I've actually been working on a video that we'll go through soon, but
the thing is, this was the main part that I wanted you guys to see, and they're not wrong.
It's all on
okay, this is good. And this is just good all around.
Popcorn and storing popcorn and how much it's so much less expensive to buy popcorn and not use the microwave or the bagged popcorn. And so we'll have a video coming out, but know how to rotate through your food storage and use what you actually have. You save so much money when you do that.
Yes.
Number 3 is to know your numbers. Like, how much food do you really need? And considering that this is a year or maybe 2-year short.
Now this is how much food do you really need? Wow, that's going to be the next Republican fucking tagline
that we're looking at right now. It would make sense to have a year or 2 of.
You know what? We were all a bunch of fatty McBaddies, so now maybe it's good that America skips a meal or 2.
Your very most basic grains, right? Typically, you're looking at 2,000 calories per person per day, or 400 pounds of grain for a year's supply. So if you had a 400 pounds of a mixture of, say, wheat and rice and oat.
Yeah, but what, God forbid, mice get into your grain, then what?
Maybe pasta. Pasta is another good one. Then you know you have a year's supply. So sometimes that's a little bit easier to gauge it that way. But know your numbers, know how much you need, and then work toward getting that a little bit at a time. I mean, you don't have to, like, we've been doing this for years. So we're set, we're rotating. This is a lifestyle. If you're just starting out, just start by buying 1 for now and 1 for later. And next week, 1 for now and 1 for later. And pretty soon you're going to be able to build.
This is just common rural knowledge that was once common sense. Yep.
That pantry, and you'll have the foods that you need.
That's why, again, they might be weirdos, but they're not wrong about this information. I'm going to reiterate that.
Number 4, I love this one, and it's build your living resources.
You would expect that from Mama.
That is what we are all about. Because
don't call her that, please. Don't call her that, please. Just not in our presence ever. Ew.
Eggs, they're our living food source. Our garden and the things that we're able to produce here means that we have right out our back door a living supply of food. Now, can I produce all the calories that I need? I really can't, but I have those basics stored. I have the wheat and the rice and the calorically dense foods that can sustain us. And then you add all of the fresh things from the garden, and that would be great. And that was one of the things that the fresh produce would be in short supply because of extreme weather in Mexico and Europe and crop diseases. So you're looking at oranges, which is something I'm not growing yet. I have an orange tree in my greenhouse, which you really should go over to the Provident Gardener, our sister channel, where we talk all things gardening and learn all about that. So I have a little orange tree plant.
This is where I can't stand some of these idiots that don't understand how hard it is to actually produce this stuff.
But it will be a while before it can actually.
Yeah, that's kind of part of the problem.
Produce. So that means that our family probably won't be having a lot of oranges. If they're in short supply and the price goes way up, we'll probably just put something else in its place, like all the beautiful fresh strawberries that I can grow year round in my greenhouse. On the shortage list, it also listed olive oil and chocolate. I'm so sad about the chocolate because
a hard one.
Because I really haven't been able to replenish my supply because chocolate is like double the price that it was when I originally stocked up.
And we also have to look at the rate that she goes through it. So
that's
you know,
not nice.
That just, you know, between those two, it's tragic.
And so maybe it's time to break my addiction. I don't know. But if chocolate is something that you need, now is a good time to.
Usually, I mean, I'd be like, oh, there's something about this couple that really, I don't know. It's off-putting.
Go out and get it because that one's really important. And then canned goods are.
Am I broken? I think I might be broken. This, but like, I think that I'm supposed to see this and be like, oh, they're so loving, and oh, like this is a cute little joke about his.
Actually going to be affected because of the tariffs on aluminum. So think about that. And as far as spices go, cumin and black pepper. We use a lot of cumin. So
yeah, that's a problem. That's a fucking problem.
Knowing that,
don't touch my fucking Tony Satcheries, baby.
I will
That's
probably
not no.
Probably go out and get an extra container of cumin. Am I going to buy 20 of them?
Oh, hey, less pepper gas though.
No, but I'll get an extra one.
Oh, wait, that's a delusion. No, they'll make sure to have all that for.
Because we cook a lot of beans
toys.
and cumin and black pepper, both are spices that we use all the time.
Yep.
No, I don't think they actually like each other. There's something about them where I'm just like.
So back to building our living food sources. This is just so important. If you have the ability,
I just want to know, like, can they do an entire video of what they failed at? Because that's something I hate about these gardening channels is where they'll always show you the project starts, and like there's so many that you're just like, so how'd that go? That just kind of didn't turn into anything.
Ability to put a
was it a failure? Because I would have liked to know how you failed and what I can do to make sure I don't do that.
Little pot anywhere and grow something in it, do it. Even if it means that it's in your kitchen window and you're growing basil. Anything that you could grow yourself.
I agree with this. Like I actually do herbs in my kitchen window.
That means that.
But this is also part of the problem with, limited sun in the winter.
You're not having to take any of the fuel for transportation because it's right outside your back door. You're not putting pressure on the supplies that other people need who can't grow it. I just can't.
So specifically like basil, right? Every year I grow a basil, like literally like a giant like basil bush. And then I have one inside where I use the fresh basil. So anytime that I have to harvest, I chop it up, put it into a bag, and then freeze it. And then use it like for eggs and whatever the hell I
like grow your own food. If at all possible, grow whatever.
Yes, no, I agree with this.
Whatever you can.
And
don't overexert yourself and like try to grow. Like I'm watching my neighbor trying to grow lemon trees in Illinois. It's kind of funny without a greenhouse.
Recognize that there is an addiction problem here. If you start with one plant, for many people, it becomes a problem because they want more and more and more. I've lived with this, and I know this lady just wants more and more plants, and
it's so
I
true.
welcome
this. The thing is, I do get that.
I welcome that addiction because it provides so much security for us, and the health and nutrition in those foods is just astounding. So much better than what you can get in the stores.
But then we also have the problem of we have a water shortage. We are in a severe drought, so we have to use water conservation methods for what we grow. And because of this crazy weather that we had, we have lost almost everything from our fruit trees, even our apples.
All right. High five. Respect.
Didn't survive this year.
Oh,
we have no.
I spoke too soon. I'm gonna issue a retraction right here. I feel bad. Right there is exactly what I was looking at.
Apricots.
Like what I was looking for.
No peaches. No plums. No apples. Like I'm a little bit crushed over this. So we're feeling this even in our own garden, and yet there's so much that we can grow. This won't affect our raspberries or our blackberries. We'll still have food. It will be different food.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Yeah. We like raspberries and blackberries. Okay, number 5, and we talked a little bit about this, but learn what foods you can substitute, right? You don't have any beef? Well, and okay, eggs are also going to
I don't like this.
be in short supply. Not for us because we have our own chickens, but if you don't have beef, how about beans or lentils, or maybe you move to chicken if that's what it's available for.
Canned meat, dude. We just learned this with the Costco thing.
Look and see what you can substitute. Don't just give up. But if you're priced out of beef, there are other things that you can use instead of beef. And number 6, skills.
That's exactly my issue. A lemon tree in Chicago without a greenhouse sounds like an idea my wife would have. This is why it's hard to share a garden.
Learn how to cook from scratch. Learn how to garden. Work with your neighbors. Community is so important. Like, I will produce much more food in my garden.
What happened with Costco? So a lot of people are not buying red meats anymore. They're buying canned meats like canned tuna and chicken. And Costco said that is one of the major indicators that a recession is not like coming, it's here.
Which
most recessions, we've already, we as the consumer can already tell this. What sucks is that we have a government that's totally lying to us about this shit.
Me and my family will be able to eat, and that means that we can share with our neighbors.
Yeah. Ironic how it's so much worse, and we kind of now have to lament oh wow, yeah, at least there was a time where the government had to release this nonpartisan data so the rest of the world could kind of plan around it, and we didn't really we didn't tolerate fuckery with it, but now it's all fuckery.
Yes. And some of them can grow things that I can't grow, and they can share with me. So
clip this part and use it as socialist propaganda. Let's go.
As we work together, we'll make it, right? So work on any of those skills. Home preservation. Yeah. We love to freeze dry, but we also bottle. Can you preserve
bottle jarring
your food?
Yeah.
What can you do, even if it's just dehydrating with a solar dehydrator?
Yeah.
Another skill that is really important is how to stretch meals and not waste. So one of the tips that we do a lot is we'll make a big soup from all of the vegetables.
Is this their full-time thing? It has to be their full-time thing, because you understand how this is, again, what pisses me off about some of the this advice is how it's impractical to most people.
And the leftovers.
Because people don't have the time to devote to farming their own fucking land.
That are in the fridge, right? We just make this big pot of soup, and
this is great if you're a stay-at-home mom.
That way you're not wasting. Or if there's little bits of leftover cereal or leftover fruit, things like that, I'll make a batch of muffins and I'll put that all in the muffins, and it just gives it new life, and it helps us so that we're not wasting and we can take best advantage of the food that we do have.
Now, I'm glad, Mama, that you mentioned working together as a community. And we talk about that.
Don't call her mama.
A lot of
Stop calling her mama
on our channel, but seriously, that is the way that we get through all the challenges of our lives, is through our community. Get to know your neighbors, get to know your friends from around the corner or down the road.
Dude, shut up. Some of us don't like our fucking neighbors, man. Some of us have neighbors that are just out and out pricks.
Your community.
Shut up. I hate this hippy dippy bullshit, and I'm a hippie.
And
what the fuck?
What people do and how they can.
No, the practical reality set, literally. Next door, assholes. Got a big giant fucking Trump flag that they just recently took down in their garage. Big ass truck, annoying as shit. Yeah, whatever. I got another neighbor to my other side here, old lady. I have tried to be nice to her, but she is so crotchety that it's just she gets angry when I say hello. Fuck her. Yeah, and then the rest, then I got an entire block of Polish people that hate each other and also simultaneously hate me.
Benefit each other. That's the beauty of our world is learning to work together. And because of working together, we all get through things so much better. So think about the things that we've talked about, not just the drivers, because we can't really control those, but think about the things we can do.
Have I looked into stoicism? No.
That will truly make a difference in our food security. And now for the question of the day, what are you doing this week to strengthen your food security? Drop it in the comments. Let's talk about it. Let's learn from each other.
Sounds like Pep has a sitcom on his hands.
Let's build together and make ourselves stronger. Thanks for being part of the solution.
I think we should go get more chocolate. I really do. I know it's expensive, but
you're worth it.
Oh, good answer, Johnny. Good answer.
They might have won me back at the end there. Still, there's something. I don't know what it is. There's something off-putting about them. Like I said, though, the advice is not bad. Oh, perfect. Like, look at that. Perfect segment wrap. Pepcom. Oh, let's not. There's a huge chocolate recall again this week. Really? Uh-oh. What happened? That's not good. They did say that quality would be impacted. So, geez, they were dead on about that, huh? Shit. Well, I appreciate you guys being here today. If you haven't already hit the like button on the stream, please consider doing so. Also, sub to the channel if you have not already. Make your way over to @PepTalks TV and also subscribe to my channel. Check out my live streams. I live stream every day at about 4 p.m. for 6 to 8 hours, depending. We have some fun, so come and join us over there. I will be on at around 4 p.m. today. Might even be a little earlier. We'll see. Realistically, if I go live early, it's because I gotta do something with my OBS. But I do appreciate you guys hanging out. So stick around for the power report, and I will see you guys for primetime Pepaganda tomorrow. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hello, humans. I'm assuming this thing's on. Yes. How you doing? Hope you all are well. It has been a minute. I do apologize for that. Also, this is always a reason behind everything. But yeah, this is not necessarily power report. This is not necessarily a this is literally the definition of a stream. Like, I'm just gonna be chilling here. I'm gonna play some clips. I might actually be doing some chores in the background as I try to adjust my background. Also, I'm using the same camera, but I actually started using a capture card instead of using my camera's like proprietary software or whatever. This is gonna bore the shit out of people. Basically, all you need to know is that if I'm coming in a little bit clearer or smoother, that's probably the reason why. But yeah, I've seen a couple different things here and there that I want to talk about. I'll say this: I found domestic politics to be so uninteresting over the past little while. Our last episode of Power Report was with Kumars and Bam, and they talked about the Iran war. They talked a lot about the United States' role in that, Israel's role in that, how it would affect Iran and Lebanon. And of course, some like minor things have changed. There have been some escalations, some ceasefires, but a lot of that's pretty much stayed the same. With the way the administration is claiming that, oh no, we won. Oh, it could go on for a few more weeks. Oh well, we got everything we wanted. Oh well, we're still negotiating. Like, it's so, yeah. I'm really bringing up my inner Bam here. It's so boring, in a way that I just haven't found like much to add to it. Like the will they, won't they. I don't really get much more from that. And then from there, and there's another meta conversation about this is how much the media, like news media, is cooked, because I'm finding so many different stories, whether it's a rise in, maybe not a rise, but there's been a lot of stories of femicide in the news, a lot of which happening in the United States, a couple of them happening abroad. But these are things that I'm not usually, to be fair, and I'm not watching cable news like that. But you're not really seeing that talked about in a lot of political shows, let's say. There have been a lot of elections worldwide. A lot of people aren't talking about that either. There have been different things that are going on with ICE raids that are still happening that haven't gotten a lot of attention, or like as much attention as they were a couple months before. Stuff going on in the Shield of the Americas, so-called, when it has to do with Cuba. And of course, there's lots of news around the country, around the world, continues to be. So I say all that to say, the things that people were talking about when it comes to media consolidation and journalists getting laid off and a bunch of these news outlets either folding or going under or being combined into other networks or being turned into, even more mouthpieces for the top 1% than they even were. Jeff Bezos, I think, gave that decree to the Washington Post, if you will, saying that the opinion section has to be pro-capitalism and pro-business. And I think I saw some article in the Washington Post that's like against AOC, basically trying to say that, AOC shouldn't hate on billionaires just because she's not one of the lucky ones. It was like something along those lines I've got to try to look at. But yeah, I want to get this link up here. I'm a little bit rusty with doing this, but oh yeah, it was like, you can earn $1 billion. So I think AOC and a lot of leftists had said things like, you don't earn $1 billion necessarily, or like one individual person doesn't make $1 billion. That work comes from the work of a bunch of other people. Usually if you're making $1 billion, it comes from the work of hundreds of thousands, millions of people. And you're making surplus labor off of their work, essentially. Tends to be the argument. And of course, when you try to open up a website like Washington Post right now, you get an ugly, huge paywall to where you can't even see what one is even supposed to be talking about here. Like, it'll show it really quickly. You can earn $1 billion. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has a low opinion of human potential. But then, if I want to read this article, I either get it for free and they bombard me with emails and then they limit my article reach then. Or I pay one of the richest men in the world, an introductory price of $2 a month, but we'll probably raise up to 15, 20, etc., just to read this crap. So yeah, I forget. Tangent Dan, back and ready in action. This to say, that has also made doing shows like this a lot harder and getting a breadth of stories and also keeping it different from, many of the other shows that are out there is it's harder and harder to get information. There are fewer and fewer journalists out there. The good journalists are often behind a paywall. And so there are good news outlets I pay for. There are, I got an Apple News subscription just so I can access, Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg and things that I would otherwise have to get a bunch more subscriptions for. So I still keep up with those things in those ways, but news subscriptions are continuing to become more and more of even like a luxury item. And, just like crap news, like people just making up rumors or people going around on the internet and largely just trying to make money by gaming algorithmic systems before the AI gets to them first. That is also polluting the information ecosystem. So it makes all this stuff really difficult. So yeah, I see the comments here. Thank you for all the good words. Good to see you, Bad Lefty. Monope. Bam is here. I think he's recently even changed his name too, so that's kind of funny. Oh, I see. They've changed StreamYard around a little bit, so there's some new features that I should be using more. But yeah, I think if there's one thing I'll start with and go into is the elections in let me make sure that focus doesn't happen again. But the elections in the UK, because there is so much to be said about American government and how that whole kind of experiment is working out just by talking about what's been happening in the UK. So give me a moment. I just need to log into my podcast app here. But basically the top line is that in the in the UK, and let's, for the sake of making this easier to explain, let's not talk about Scotland's individual parties or Northern Ireland or Ireland's individual parties or Wales's individual parties. Let's just talk about like the big four parties, because like those individual parties are very representative in those respective places that I just described. But the big story is England, while it is much closer to a multi-party system, a multi-party parliamentarian system that you see in a lot of different European countries, or ex-European countries in the case of the UK. The UK has also largely had a two-party system, maybe even generously a three-party system. With the Conservative Party, they're also known as the Tories, just like the Republicans are known as the GOP. It's just a historical thing. Then you've got the Liberal Democrats, and then you've got Labour. And you have a Labour Party. They are left of the Liberal Democrats. You can think of the Lib Dems as center and the Conservatives as Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan plus. And that's kind of like two and a half party system has been fairly entrenched in England for a very long time. Labour has started to make some gains. Keir Starmer was seen to be like some sort of a possible shot in the arm for the left Labour movement in England. But he has more or less become a Joe Biden sort of Hillary Clinton figure, where he doesn't even have the sort of like theory of change in the style that a Barack Obama might have, maybe the swagger, if you will, or the theory of change or swagger of Zoran Mamdani even might say, to use a more modern term or a modern type of person. But in addition to lacking that, he's also governing very much in a moderate way. Whereas other countries have stood up to Donald Trump, even allies, Canada, Spain, Germany, etc. They've been willing to put Trump in his place, especially during the second term when he's done crazy things such as illegal and unlawful tariffs, or illegal and awful wars and bombing campaigns, or illegal and awful, attempts to annex Canada, Greenland, Venezuela, Cuba, all these other different things. And there are a lot of people in England, centrists, but also the left, who are angry at Labour for, not standing up for this a little bit more. Meanwhile, similarly as in the United States, I know for Bad Lefty who's watching, I'm not really explaining anything new here, but similarly as to the United States, the Tories, the Conservative Party, is being outgrown by a further right sort of coalition. So you have like the MAGA sort of movement that is kind of branched off from the Republican Party, although because America's two-party system, the MAGA movement, even further than that, some of the white nationalist movements that are within the right-wing ecosystem right now and have gained a lot of prominence, your Tucker Carlson's, your Nick Fuentes's, your Candace Owens's, and notice how I'm talking about non-black people, non-white people who are still white supremacists or like promoting that sort of politics, because that's really how it is. But these weren't even like, big elections. Like these were a lot of by-elections. These weren't, how would I put this? These weren't, like big general elections where like the prime minister and everything is like actually being sort of challenged here. So let's see. Right. I just wanted to make sure I had this right, because you have Labor, Conservatives, Lib Dems, although as bad Lefty says, Lib Dems who? Which I thought was really funny. And then you have Reform, because I forgot there's like UK Independence Party, there were all these other different movements, but Reform is essentially your MAGA right. They make the UK great again. They are, I'm hearing rumblings of them rounding up and putting migrants from Northwest Asia, well, I'll say like Central Asia and North Africa, and putting them into camps, and this whole sort of like, make Britain work for British people again, and all the same stuff that kind of led to Brexit, but on super drive. And the name of this event, honestly, or the name of this like little local by-elections, is that Reform is rising, and rising very quickly. And the other piece of it is that the left is not rising quickly enough. It's still pretty insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but despite that, it is still kind of ascendant here. So you have a Green Party that made some pretty strong gains in no major cities yet in England, but like major suburbs. So like there were suburbs in Manchester, which I'm pretty familiar with, who are starting to elect Green Party candidates. And these Green Party candidates are running to Labour's left. So I don't know if this will help at all, but these are charts that I will show here, or at least one from The Guardian that I will show here. And you can see vote shares for Labour over a long period of time. Let me see. Can I move this? I guess I just gotta switch it somehow. Oh well. I'll do this. Yeah, that just seems to work a lot better. So yeah, you have this chart right here, and this chart goes pretty far back, all the way to 1986. So keep that in mind, the kind of the story I was telling you. Conservatives are very ascendant. You have Labor going up and down. The Liberal Democrats really had their peak around the 2000s, but around the time Labor was getting shellacked in the 90s, and the Conservatives were rising throughout. Then in this kind of corner near the end here is when a lot of interesting things have been happening. So you see Labor and the Conservatives kind of beating each other out, but also all kind of going to a race to the bottom. And there are really only two parties here that are seeing a strong, really rise anywhere. And that is the Greens, which are naturally in green down here. Started late, but they're very ascendant. And you also see this sky blue line, and that is Reform. So that's your MAGA of the UK. And they have also shot up very, very high. And these are a vote share in local elections, sourced from the BBC. And you can at least see the momentum of these parties. You see the Green Party and the Reform Party are ascendant. And then you see Lib Dems. Exactly, who are they? The Lib Dems can basically be considered a minority party because the Greens have, almost as much, if not more, vote share than they do. But Reform is the big, it's a shot in the arm. It promotes Reform politics works really well on algorithms because it's sensationalistic. It tries to scare people. It tries to convince people that the neighbors and the people around them or cultures that they don't understand or aren't necessarily familiar with are their enemy. It's meant to convince people that the cost of living, the inability it is to have a house, to put food on the table, to potentially have a family, be that with kids or with pets or with a partner or partners or however way you want to live your life. All those problems are not due to the economic system. Those problems are because there is a welfare state, whether that be healthcare or, a pension or food benefits. There's a welfare state that is being used and drained by migrants, and if you kick them out, everything will be more affordable and better. That's obviously not something I believe, but that's something that like works in a polluted news environment in which we act right now, where there's already not a lot of trust in major institutions such as the BBC, sometimes the Guardian even. Trust in institutions is falling for CNN, Washington Post, CBS News, for a lot of these for very justified reasons, even before the Trump administration. And people are now going online to search for some of this information. If people don't have the right news literacy, and even if you do, if your eyes aren't necessarily peeled for all the different AI and fake news that can be easier than ever to generate and easier than ever to go viral, then you can really live your life believing in the reform or the MAGA sort of like framing of thinking. I was in a sushi, I was in a sushi restaurant, or I was in a sake bar actually in Los Angeles County, talking with a Southeastern Asian man, and the white guy who was like the sommelier. And the Southeastern Asian man was saying, yeah, well, you know what's happening in Europe, right? You know what's happening in the UK, the streets of London, right? It's all dirty there. All the Muslims are, trashing it, and they're essaying people. And it's just like, whoa. And mind you, this isn't the white sommelier who's saying this. This is the Southeast Asian, brown skin man who is just taking in algorithmic slop, and they believe all of these stories about, places that they haven't been to. Mind you, I've been to England more times and more recently than the man who's like making all these assertions at that one bar. This is maybe like about a year ago, maybe a year or 2 years ago, year and a half, maybe. And all of this stuff spreads through social media very quickly. It's so much easier for the lies to spread. And there are capitalistic interests in order to make the lies spread. You have Elon Musk boosting politicians, right-wing politicians all throughout Europe to the point where apparently they can do it too much, because it was definitely really repulsive for, I'm forgetting, Hungary. And Hungary's a totally different thing. I don't want to get too far into the bottom of that, because with Hungary, the guy who got elected, I think, is also kind of nationalistic and also not very pro-migrant, but not, it didn't seem like he was trying to go into all of these, the same sort of like rampant austerity, Peter Thiel style, oligarchical, technocratic kind of authoritarian way of thinking that Viktor Orban was doing. That's neither here nor there. What I mean to say, and one of the little like chirons I had here as I was getting this working, lower thirds, yes, I'm getting old, was basically saying that the UK is sending a dire warning to the United States. If I were titling a YouTube video, that's about how I would call it, right? And here's what that dire warning is. People do not yearn for the two-party system as it stands. People in, especially the English-speaking world, UK, United States, Canada, I'd put maybe Australia and New Zealand in there, like those sort of like former British colonies, Commonwealth type things. they've seen what their politicians on both sides of the aisle, they've seen what their business leaders of all political affiliations, they've seen what their oligarchs, their moguls have been doing through the Epstein files. And they've also been living through these things for their entire lives. Like, these things have been pretty clear for people at the Obama position or to the left for at least 20 years. That the two-party system is not something that people tend to agree with. When I was traveling across the country on a road trip, kind of solo, for a video that I hope I can eventually release, I talked to a lot of people and I didn't really tell them who I was most of the time or what my political leanings were, but I was able to use certain buzzwords and phrases to get people to basically say like, oh yeah, well, I don't like any of the parties. I don't like any of those people. I don't really like the president or whatever. And I was doing this in a lot of really, really red places. So if you just have a third party option or options that go outside of the box, actually offer more or have some sort of theory of change, no matter how rough it could be in the case of MAGA or reform, people are more drawn to that because the Democratic Party and the Republican Party brands are tarnished. The Conservative Party brand and the Lib Dem brand is tarnished. And you know what? The Labour brand is also now starting to become tarnished as well in UK politics. Andy Burnham, who was the mayor of Manchester, is, you know, I would kind of call him like maybe a Pete Buttigieg. If Pete Buttigieg was like a little bit further to the left, that's kind of Andy Burnham. He's someone who's in Labour. He's in Manchester. He's done a really great job. I haven't spoken a ton about Andy Burnham on, you know, anything because I don't want to bore people with like Manchester, UK politics. But Andy Burnham came in, and one of the first things he did was deprivatize the bus network in Manchester. Manchester is a pretty large city, or at least the greater Manchester area is a really large area, county, whatever you want to call it within England. It doesn't have anywhere near as robust of a rail network as London or New York or any of these other like larger capitals do, even larger cities and non-capitals. But they, and apologies for whoever's playing music outside, probably hope you can't hear that too badly. But the first thing Andy Burnham did was he said, okay, when Margaret Thatcher came, she privatized all of the buses and said that all these buses are going to be run by private companies. And it became a terrible experience. No one liked it. And the buses kind of went into a state of decay. Andy Burnham comes in, you know, mid 2020s or early 2020s rather, and says, actually what we're going to do here is bring the buses back under control of TFGM, Transport for Greater Manchester, a publicly run service that's accountable to the Greater Manchester government. They rebrand the buses. It's the B network now. They bring the trams into the system. And now the buses are cheaper. They're more reliable. It's all under a unified fare system. And the buses run at times that cater to people who work late, people who are out late socializing, people who are studying late or studying very early. And now he even wants to bring the regional train network under the, you know, regional powers of Greater Manchester to give something like the London Overground or Northeastern Corridor for Amtrak on the East Coast of the United States. A real train system. And there's a lot of transportation heavy stuff because it's like a lot of the things I've been paying attention to from afar. But in just a couple of short years, Andy Burnham has kind of taken this sort of let's show what government can do and let's make those powers work for people in a way that has made him one of the favorites to lead the Labour Party. Now, he can't do it because he's currently the mayor for Greater Manchester and he doesn't hold a seat in Parliament. But when you compare that to Keir Starmer, who, as Andy Burnham was trying to get high-speed rail to go past London, and go to Birmingham, Manchester, go throughout the entire country and connect the UK through high-speed rail. Keir Starmer, who's not a conservative, not a liberal Democrat, not even fucking reform, but Keir Starmer, who is in Labour, same as Andy Burnham, ended up blocking that and saying, oh no, we can't do that. It's going to cost too much money. The investment's not going to be worth it. It's not like, California high-speed rail. You have people who know how to build rail networks. You have a lot of land and a lot of space, and different rules around acquiring that land and space. You have the expertise that's actually around there and regionally available, and so the costs are going to be much less. Of course, there's a budget to balance and everything, but I say all that to say, back to the lesson of what the UK is teaching. Conservatives and Lib Dems don't have the smoke right now. And Labour, the, faux left party, which I can kind of align to, your Gavin Newsom's, your Pete Buttigieg's, your Kamala Harris's, I forget all these other people who are running. Like, I maybe put JB Pritzker under this category. I don't know if Tim Walz is running, but I maybe put him under this category too. Who's the governor of Pennsylvania? I'm forgetting his name, but him as well. This watered down, I'm going to be Labor in name only. I'm going to accept some ideas of the left just so I can get their votes, but I'm going to govern like a milquetoast liberal Democrat, or worse, a milquetoast but slightly motivated conservative. That stuff's not working. The energy in the UK is going towards the Green Party. It's going towards reform, unfortunately. And there's a lot for everyone to do in that, because there's a lot to learn there. And I think the lesson that I keep trying to allude to, but get to in the United States, is that you can't run as a milquetoast Democrat. You can't even really run as a Democrat who will, wink and nod to the party's left flank. You have to kind of embrace it, and not just embrace it, but have a theory of change, as in having ideas of what you want to do, and then setting out to make those ideas come out to be a reality. Have plans, but really just have the passion, because the plans are for when you're elected. You can scope some ideas out, and you don't want to be wildly off, like, oh, these are outside of your powers, or oh, this is impossible, or oh, this has been tried, it doesn't work yet. Which reminds me about California politics, but I'll get to that later. You need people who are advocating for things. Graham Plattner, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Zoran Mamdani, Kenneth Mejia on the West Coast. I'd throw Nithya Raman in this category. I'd throw Ray Wong. Both of them are running for mayor in Los Angeles, and I have some thoughts that I'm going to leave till later for that, truly, because believe me, I have thoughts. But the really key piece of it is these politicians are getting a lot of attention. There's Abdullah Saeed in Michigan as well. There's Shaikat. I don't think I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but there's someone in San Francisco who's also doing stuff. So there's energy all across the country for people who are willing to make some sort of difference. And that can be on the Green side, that could be on the Democratic Socialists of America side, or that could be on the Reform side, that could be on the MAGA side, that could be on the white nationalist side. Now, America is different from the UK still. UK has a parliamentary system, and so DSA is not going to be a political party anytime soon that is able to get, 10% of seats in the House or 20% of seats in the House. What is more possible is that within the Democratic Party, just like you had a progressive caucus, there could become a Democratic Socialist caucus within the Democratic Party. And if they start to do the things that, like the Progressive Caucus has done in its best days, then they could be a really formidable voting bloc and use that not just as a way to recruit and build power and eventually win more seats, but also start to bend the frame of politics more towards their direction, because if votes can't get passed and people want and need things to get done in government, it sounds weird right now because of the way the left-right framework is and how tight the margins are. But the way you get out of that is by breaking through in this way, like the Greens are starting to do right now. So, right, I was going to play a little bit of a podcast here because that was going to make things a lot easier for me in explaining all this. There have been, for listening to this, I have been listening to both the Financial Times to get like a, very, very broad sense about what the status quo sort of thinks about this, because I'm of no, I'm not delusional or deluding myself. Very clearly, the Financial Times are meant for business people. It's has that lens of like the Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg. And so you're not going to get the most leftist coverage here. But as far as like private premium news goes, not just for the UK, but for all of Europe and frankly all of the world, I put my stake in Financial Times much more than I do New York Times or Washington Post or Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg. So like they tend to keep it like pretty straight down the middle, and you can kind of tell where their biases are. But I've also been looking at Novara Media's coverage of this. They did a full like 3-hour live stream about UK politics. They interviewed a lot of folks from Labour and Green about that. But I'm going to play a little bit of this podcast here just to like give it some color, I guess, of all the things that are going on.
This week's massive defeat raises a lot of questions about.
Hold on.
Luckily, our friend
taken a hammering, reformer on the.
Let's see.
With our panel, Jim Pickard, who's been up since the Greens are up, and the Tories.
Excellent conversation on it. We're going to play that for you now. Enjoy.
Okay. It should be perfectly loud enough, and it should be up here. There we go. Sweet. I'm going to read some comments first because it has been a minute. Like Benjamin Morrill says, hello all. Good to see you. Yeah, for folks who have joined a little bit late, I'm just doing a really casual stream today. I have not streamed in a while, and for that I apologize. Shout out Discount Seth Rogen, by the way, for just like asking, hey, what the hell is going on? But yeah, it has been a while. I am getting back to it. There's been a lot of, reasons that have to do with the dynamics of running a political show right now. And me trying to figure out, again, like what is the best approach to continue to provide things of value that are new, that also continue to add variety to the conversation, while also, I want to be able to grow the channel. I want to be able to get more views, not just for the numbers' sake, but in order to increase the reach and hopefully have some of these ideas that we're having in this community reach up and bubble into the conversation, because it's definitely some of these thoughts are needed. So yeah, good to see you as well, Benjamin. Nachika, Dan back from the internet. Thank you. I love all that. Glad you're okay. Thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. Bad Lefty holding it down. Thanks for A, being awake, and B, dealing with me as I go through trying to trudge through and explain American politics UK politics as someone who has the UK political understanding of literally a third grader or someone in year 4. So yeah, much appreciated, Bad Lefty. Uncle Slayer, I think I saw you earlier in here as well. Yes, I answered that question a little bit. And then Bam saying, Dan here to talk basketball. Yeah, no, I do have, I'm not like the sports person necessarily, but I do enjoy watching playoff sports, specifically basketball and hockey, because they both happen around the same time. And the dynasty teams aren't the ones who are like the presumed winners right now. You actually have a really interesting sort of race with some new comers in both hockey and basketball. So I will be, maybe I'll slip in some of that talk, but I know based on the audience I've curated during most of this time in my life where I have not given a damn about sports, I'm not going to talk about that too much. Anyways, here is some of that bit from the Political Fix podcast I was talking about earlier.
Hello, it's lunchtime on Friday. Results are still coming in, but Labour have taken a hammering, Reform are on the march, the Greens are up, and the Tories have suffered heavy council losses, but clinched several wins in London. I'm Lucy Fisher, and this is Political Fix from the Financial Times. Let's get straight to it with our panel. Jim Pickard, who's been up since 4 a.m. Hi, Jim.
Lucy, how dare you? It was 3 a.m.
How dare I minimise your sacrifice of sleep. Stephen Bush, who eclipses you, Jim. He's been up all night, haven't you, Stephen?
I have, yep. So I might start to sundown during the pod, but
halfway through.
And down the line from Manchester, it's Jen Williams. Hi, Jen. Did you get much sleep?
I worked through for midnight and then I did try and get to sleep. Then the doorbell rang after about an hour. So, yeah, I don't know what that was, but it didn't make me very happy and I'm not very awake.
Okay, well, you're all slightly showing me up. I feel a bit embarrassed because I had 40 winks and I woke up at 7 a.m. to check in on all the results, dash to the office and get on it. So I wish I could pretend I'm as frazzled and over-caffeinated as I presume you guys are. As I mentioned, vote counts are happening as we speak, but there are some clear themes emerging. Jim, give us a snapshot of where we stand.
So the theme is pretty much what we've been anticipating for months, but seeing it crystallize in front of our eyes is obviously fascinating. Now, as of lunchtime on Friday, Reform is over 400 seats up, Conservatives around 200 down, Labour down somewhere over 250, and the
Benjamin Morrill saying, so how shit is Reform? Yeah, I was talking about this a little bit earlier in the stream, so I won't recap it, but the easiest way I can describe them is British MAGA. In both the way they think and their tangible political power. Reform has basically decided the Conservatives are too feckless and too weak and not strong enough on issues like quote unquote putting England first or putting Britain first necessarily, and wanting to have separation from the European Union, even though that has destroyed the UK economy. And the main premise for staying out of the European Union is keeping migrants out. There's a lot of rhetoric about putting migrants in cages, just like there is in the United States. So Reform doing well is not great. And they are doing well, but the only other party that has a similar amount of momentum as Reform, although they don't have anywhere near the same amount of seats, the only party that has a similar amount of momentum is the Greens. And so Labour either needs to think of a way to appeal more to Green voters so that they can start to build a coalition with them, because it looks like Labour will still have more power and more seats in the short term. But I think that also involves major changes with Labour. And I think they're going to kind of start to talk about it here, and if not here, in some of the Navarra media clips that I'll play in a moment.
Greens have got modest gains, but then the Greens are still waiting for the inner city London seats to come through, and the Lib Dems have had a sort of okay-ish performance. But
and another thing is that similarly to the United States, the UK, a lot of the thinking about the Greens is like the thinking of DSA, like, oh, that's for upwardly mobile or downwardly mobile, highly educated or overeducated college students in their, late teens to mid 30s. They don't feel like they all congregate in big cities. They're all, queer or non-binary or mixed race or something like that, or like have interracial relationships. Like that's the stereotype. Like they're the woo-woo socialist, whatever, right? But politically, what I mean to that is that there is still this prevailing notion that Green cannot succeed in some of the more rural areas or some of the more suburban areas that have been staunchly, Labour or staunchly conservative or Lib Dem for election after election, decade after decade. That's kind of the thinking that is the prevailing wisdom that I seem to be getting from UK politics based off of what I've analyzed. And again, I encourage folks to check out the Financial Times for a lot of this stuff, but also Navarra Media, which I'll be playing in a moment. What you are seeing, though, is similarly to the United States, where you have people who are running on DSA platforms in places that are, wealthy Democratic strongholds, and also, left-leaning Democratic strongholds, but also places that are a little bit more, I wouldn't say politically moderate, but definitely politically disconnected from the two-party system and kind of turned off from MAGA. And, hence like Graham Plattner's success right there in Maine, which doesn't necessarily scream Democratic state, but also doesn't scream like MAGA white nationalist state necessarily to me either. So yeah, that's some more context. I will get that there. Hello, Pinkerbell. Good to see you. We were just talking a little bit about UK politics, the lessons that can be learned from UK politics for US politics, both about MAGA and about the DSA sort of left of progressive left. So anyways, I'll keep playing this.
What this basically is, it is the reality on the ground in local government catching up with opinion polls, which have been telling us for over a year that reform is relatively much more popular than the other political parties. And therefore, it's come from almost nowhere. Remember, Nigel Farage only set the party up 5 years ago. It's coming from nowhere. It's going to end the week, I suspect, a couple of thousand seats up. Now, the only glimmer of hopes for the Labour Party, and of course, attention is already turning to what is the mood in the Parliamentary Labour Party. Are they going to try and depose Sir Keir Starmer? Have they got the foggiest idea inside number 10 and outside number 10 where they should be going? The two glimmers of hope they've got is that, firstly, the expectation management on this from academia was quite positive from Labour's perspective, because you had very respected political professors saying that the Labour Party could lose 1,800, 1,900 seats. And now, as the results are coming through, they're suggesting that it might be closer to 1,200, 1,300. We obviously don't know. And then the second glimmer of hope is that if the result lands in that area, it would be very similar to 1999. We're going to hear that 1999 repeated over and over, which is when Tony Blair, 2 years into his first premiership, lost 1,100 seats and then went on to win the 2001 general election.
Jen, let's come to you. Not all council.
Tony Blair considered to be like the George W. Bush of England, not just for that, comeback in a turn of the millennium win, but also being one of Tony Blair being one of the most steadfast supporters of George W. Bush's quote unquote global war on terror. And we all know how much of a clusterfuck that has been, and continues to be in terms of the destabilization of Central Asia and the Middle East.
Seats in England have been up for election, but huge swathes of the North and Midlands we've seen turn from red to turquoise. Give us the lowdown of the key results so far.
And red to turquoise, that would mean Labour to reform. So, just contextualizing for the American audience here. That means the supposed left is losing because of the weakness of Keir Starmer, losing to reform. And so that's sort of like you're saying these, Mamdani voters who voted for MAGA, or, MAGA voters who voted for Mamdani, or the other way around. But yeah, just to emphasize here, I don't know the final numbers, but I know like Labour lost at least 1,000 seats. And Reform gained a lot of those seats. Green maybe gained a couple on the edges, but that's still worth considering there. Okay, I'm going to keep playing this play. I'm not going to play the full thing because it's like 30 minutes long, but just get the point.
Well, I think one thing that makes a little bit more complicated to hear through the noise of these election results is that so many of these councils are elected on thirds, which means that only a third of councillors are up for election in any given year. And that then means that although you can see the direction of travel, it doesn't necessarily result immediately in, a Labour administration losing its majority, because that might take 2 or 3 rounds of elections for that to happen. But you can absolutely see the direction of travel in some of the, particularly the sort of former Red Wall type councils in the North and Midlands. So in Wigan, for example, which, is significant for a few reasons for Labour. It's got kind of deep, long-standing emotional connections to the party and to trade unionism. Andy Burnham's seat of Lee is in Wigan. Lisa Nandy's seat is Wigan, so it's a chunk of the borough. All of the councillors that Labour were fielding this time lost to Reform. And that had not been unanticipated, but it was the worst case scenario. And I think Labour had hoped that they might be able to defend a few of those seats, and they just haven't been able to do so. Elsewhere in Greater Manchester, again, obviously Andy.
So yeah, I talked a lot about Greater Manchester and Andy Burnham, and this is basically saying that a substantial white working class area of Manchester, Wigan. And it's not to say the entire area is white working class. Like Manchester is one of the most diverse parts of the UK, so don't get at me. But the idea of Andy Burnham and a lot of Labour, councillors that I'll read from here. Lisa Nandy's seat is Wigan, so it's a chunk of the borough. All of the councillors that Labour were fielding this time lost to Reform, and that had not been unanticipated, but it was the worst case scenario. And I think that Labour had hoped that they might be able to defend a few of those seats, and they just haven't been able to do so. And yeah, I think that goes to the fact that Keir Starmer is a terrible leader as Labour. He is not convincing. He is not someone who animates people. He is, I think I originally called him the Pete Buttigieg. I think he's more like Al Gore. Yeah, I call Keir Starmer like the Al Gore of the UK. Like, in a vacuum, he's not all that bad. You're not going to expect him to, free Gaza, free Sudan, or whatever. He's going to mostly just stay within the bounds of reason. And of course, Al Gore, I appreciate how hard in the paint he's gone for environmental awareness for a long time. But ultimately, he just lacks the charisma and lacks the actual ability to stay in people's minds at a time when all Reform has to do is look at those smelly immigrants who eat cats and dogs. Trump's got this line figured out and he's got dementia. Trump knows it's much more exciting to just spread some lies and propaganda about a group of people, and it's gravy. And that's how you're going to get attention. That's how you're going to stick in people's heads. And by the time people realize that you're wrong, you will be $1 billion richer. You'll be in power of everything. You will have taken the rights away from people who disagree with you, or you've put them in jail or executed them. And there is such institutional rot that's going to be hard to change things back. And a lot of those people aren't even going to realize that they're wrong, or won't feel empowered to change anything once they are wrong, or secretly have wanted this thing the whole time. And so again, that's where you have Labour, is they are snatching defeat from the jaws of victory because they lack leadership. They lack a actual plan that speaks to the concerns of people in the UK, which are the same as people everywhere in the developed world and arguably, everywhere in the world, period. The ability to afford not just the basics, but a decently modest, comfortable living. I'm not saying barely able to put food on the table, a rent over our head. But being able to expand if we want a family, being able to expand if you want more property or bigger space to live in, being able to go on a vacation once or twice a year, being able to travel internationally every once in a while. The basics. Basics that in a world where we're richer than we've ever been in the history of the world. Ever since we created money, we've never been this rich. And we're still having these problems. And Lib Dems have no answers. Conservatives have no answers. Labour is pretending to have answers and trying to say nice things, but they really don't. Green's answer is, let's unite the working class. Let's make living in UK more affordable. Let's strengthen our social safety net, and let's do all that by increasing wealth in the country, but also taxing and appropriating that wealth appropriately, and having an eye towards climate justice and environmental sustainability. That's similar to DSA's position. Reform also has a position, and that is fuck off and die. And that's the same as MAGA, all right? And FODE is, it works in politics right now. And that's a scary thing to think about historically, because FODE in politics usually leads to bad things, but that's kind of where we are. So yeah, I'll continue here.
Burnham's current backyard as mayor, you saw a similar theme happening in Tameside. And again, Tameside significant. Chief Whip Jonathan Reynolds' constituency is there. Angela Rayner's constituency is there. It's part of the Gorton Denton constituency, where there was obviously a by-election in February. So that has a degree of a kind of national significance for the Labour Party as well. But actually, in both cases, they seem to be part of a kind of broader trend. Salford, most of the Labour seats lost, mostly to Reform, etc., etc. And then also over on Merseyside too. And this kind of, I'm sure we'll get to the Andy Burnham story and where he ends up standing, but you can see a similar pattern in Halton in Merseyside. And today, St Helens, which is one of the specific places that has been tipped as a potential seat for Andy Burnham to stand in if he wants to go back to Westminster. That's unusual in that has an all-out election this time as a one-off. So that means that all the councillors are up, which means that it could flip entirely from Labour to Reform. So although not all of these councils are going to change hands overnight, you can very much see which direction things are going in. And I think the other thing, just to add on some of the results here that haven't yet come through, we haven't seen the northern cities yet. And in northern cities, like Manchester and Leeds, Labour are defending seats both from Reform and from the Greens. The early signs from Salford, which has seats right on the border of Manchester city centre last night, it was the Greens are getting purchase in those sort of urban professional wards. So here it couldn't so far have been an awful lot worse.
Stephen, so far Labour's losing about 70% of its seats. Governments almost always do badly in midterms, but is this worse than expected? How bad should we read it, given that Jim pointed out it's falling short of some of the worst predictions from analysts?
It is falling short of some of the worst predictions, but it is worth noting that although numerically it looks like the Labour Party will end up with it being able to go, oh, look, if you look at the numbers we lost in 99 and the numbers we've lost now, they're about the same. In 1999, they were defending a much larger number of seats, right? So in percentage terms, this is an apocalyptically bad set of results thus far, right? I really cannot overstate enough that this is at the upper end of what we're doing. This is a record-breakingly bad election. Unless everywhere from here, stays red, we are talking worse than Margaret Thatcher in 1981, which is that is the floor standard to beat. That is the worst performance by a government that went on to be re-elected. So this is far worse than your usual off-year blues for the Labour Party.
I think it isn't the figure that Labour's currently losing about 70% of the seats that they held, whereas I think in 1999, that figure of 1,100 was only about 23%.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a much smaller number. Now, if I were a Labour spinner looking for something that was both positive to say but grounded in some truth, the interesting thing is thus far, that is a better performance than what they've done in individual council by-elections, right? Which, if your argument is, look, in local elections, people know that they can kick the boss, particularly in large chunks of the North, whereas Jen says they elect in thirds, so it does not matter at all, right? Your Labour council's not going to change at all. One of the things they tried to do in lots of their leaflets across Greater Manchester was do a kind of like, hey, remember to have Andy on the front page, basically going like, re-elect this guy, because the combined authority means that the local authorities really do matter. It does appear thus far, with the important disclaimer that most of the London councils haven't declared yet, that in London, which are all up and where therefore it's not just an expressive vote, you are actually going to change your council, Labour have done a better job holding off the Greens, and the Conservatives have done a better job holding off Reform than they both have in places which are demographically similar but are not all up. So I guess what you could say is this does show that people are less likely to abandon one of the big two parties when it's an actual question of who runs something, which of course will be the thing that Labour will tell itself, and it will be different in 29 because that will be about who runs the country rather than kicking Keir Starmer.
But Jim, we've heard Nigel Farage come out, call this a historic election. That's fair for Reform, isn't it? It does feel like this is the death knell for the two-party system, and that a fragmented multi-party landscape is now here to stay in England. And of course, that's something we've already seen take place north of the border and to some extent in Wales too.
Yeah, I think Nigel Farage has every right to sound and feel triumphalist right now, because who wouldn't be impressed by a party that's gone from basically nothing to being ahead in the polls, taking a couple of thousand council seats. We haven't got the Welsh results yet, but they'll probably become first or second in Wales. They're probably going to displace Labour in Scotland. Let's not forget those votes are happening as well. And so, of course, he has every right to be feeling extremely happy. The big but, as Stephen alluded to earlier, is that people vote differently in local elections to how they vote in national elections. And the fracturing of the old duopoly, the Labour and Conservatives, is definitely something we can see happening right in front of our eyes. But we've also seen Reform was polling at 31% last September. They're now polling at, I think, 26% if you look at the aggregate of all the polls. Now, that happens to be enough right now to basically win with a pretty clear sweep when the other parties are even more unpopular than you. But if the party can lose 6 percentage points in half a year, the polls can keep moving and people's intentions and how they vote can keep moving.
Jen, I noticed blogging through the night, you were ahead of the pack in noticing that turnout appears to be up. Is that a phenomenon that's been borne out? And what's that all about? We hear a lot about the Anything But Reform Brigade and it potentially galvanising progressive liberal voters to come out. Is that what's happened here if turnout really is up?
But I think the trend was sufficiently pronounced that late afternoon I was getting messages from people out campaigning and following this in councils in different parts of the country saying turnout is definitely up. So it was something that was kind of clocked relatively early doors. And for Labour in many places, I think that then led to further jitters, because what Reform have proved very good at doing previously is turn out voters who don't habitually vote, people who maybe sat on their hands in 2024, in some cases haven't voted since the EU referendum. And there is some suggestion that is partly what was going on here, but it's a little bit early until you know how that played out in different places to actually know what turnout was driving what's in what location. But certainly Professor John Curtis was saying last night, there was every reason to think, certainly in some places, as a result of that knack that Reform have got to get non-voters to turn out to vote for them, that should be good for them. But that's not to say that in places with different makeups that it couldn't benefit the Greens, for example, or that there may be a sort of, in some places, a sort of stop Reform votes going on as well. And there were definitely kind of differing views, I think, among experts overnight as to exactly what it is that's going on.
Stephen, let's talk about the Tories now. They've had...
So yeah, they kind of continue to talk about the Conservatives, and the best thing you could say about the Conservatives is that in places that are outside of the big cities that have been conservative strongholds, similarly to places that have been Lib Dem strongholds, that factor that you see in America tends to happen, where people tend to like their elected leaders, and those are a little bit harder to get away with. But in urban areas where you have a lot of people who may have a lot of social media backing, or again, like a constituency that is more apt for change. I'll say another thing about these constituencies. Places where there is an opening or where there are opportunities for Green Party or DSA adjacent sort of leftists in politics aren't necessarily just places where you have big cities, but they're places where you can kind of see firsthand the rapidly shifting political economy, and you can experience how it's affecting you. And I don't mean to say this in a very elitist way, because I can already kind of like counter critique myself, because if you are not living in one of these highly dynamic areas of the country where you're on a train or you're walking down the street and you're actually hearing some of the people who are making some of these wild decisions about the economy and the way they're thinking in passing conversation. Like, I don't want to discredit or belittle the fact that these material feelings are felt all throughout the country, all throughout the world, whether you're in like a more rural area or not. I think what I'm trying to say here is the places where you have that right mixture of a population that is ready for change, oftentimes younger, a population that has seen where the political economy is going and has a little bit of an ability or a language or an understanding of what that's doing to us and where that's going from here. Those are the places that are tending to choose Green and choose DSA style candidates.
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning, Comrade. And wait a minute. What are you still doing here? Mark
Wow.
Alandari, you're still on the show. What's going on?
How many times have you just gone straight through for a second hour? Is this another? Are we breaking GMC?
No, we've done it
here?
before. We've done it before, but like it's not common, especially in the modern era of Good Morning Comrade, to have multi-part interviews. But I will say, well, we used to do, dude, back in the old days, in the old original days, especially when we were doing like COVID, there was a period on this, like the branding of Good Morning Comrade, where like after COVID had started, I was doing GMCs 5 days a week for just like a Twitch, like a Twitch and YouTube stream. And you know, it was sort of like ultimately unsustainable, I guess, because like I was working as a teacher at the same time and like doing all kinds of other stuff. But like it was my sort of like one foray into like really trying to be like, I'm gonna be a content creator or whatever, you know. It's just like it was silly and it was goofy and it was stupid or whatever, but it was fun. Like I loved the idea of like it was a little bit weird just from the perspective of, and this is something that I've sort of settled into, and sorry to like be, you know, pulling back the curtain so much because it's not something that we do so often on this show. But like one thing that I learned in that period, and also sometimes I would come in and like none of our like co-hosts or whatever would show up, is that like I can talk for an hour by myself, like I'm Rush Limbaugh or whatever.
I'm jealous.
I can do it.
I can't do it.
Well, I can do it, but I hate it. That's the thing. I would rather talk with somebody. I would rather have somebody.
I can't do it. And I can't do it, and I hate myself for not being able to do it.
No, I hate the fact, like I think I'm actually fairly good at it. I think I can actually carry an hour solo or multiple hours solo, but I don't enjoy doing it, if that makes any sense.
No,
I love people. I love talking to people. I love like listening to people. So like if a lot of times, and you might notice that sometimes, and this is again pulling back the curtain a little bit more than I like, that sometimes we'll have a rerun or a back episode going on GMC. And the reason for that most of the time is not because we don't have anything to say, or it's not because like nothing's going on or whatever. It's that I can't get somebody to talk to me on the radio for an hour. And so
hello.
And again, it's something I can do, but I would rather not do it.
Now you know, and I think I've already broken the record for being the guest who's been on the most anyway. So
well, Jack hasn't been on in a long time, so I mean, you're leaving him in his dust. So Jack Reno Sweeney, if you're listening, you're getting absolutely destroyed right now, pal.
So I when that happens, and you know this because I text you all the time, but like just call me. I'm happy to talk with you on the radio anytime
on
you want.
I'm happy call me anytime.
Oh,
Dude, I've been getting into Blondie lately. I don't know why, dude. Debbie Harry is like one of the best front women ever, right?
Just front people.
Yeah.
Front people. Dude, I was alive when she first came out, man. That was kind of like she was on the forefront of like early punk rock and then new wave. And then she started kind of this whole idea. She was one of the first, like, at least on the radio kind of people who rapped. On the radio, you know, and I forget the name of the song. It'll come to me in a second. But
Blondie was revolutionary, I dare say.
Yeah.
She actually, do you still play, by the way? Do you still play?
I haven't played in a while. Like music, are you talking about?
Yeah, so I don't know if the audience knows this about you, but you are a prolific bass player in the city of New Orleans, or at least you were.
Yeah, I was. So I went to Scotland exactly a year ago. In fact, exactly a year ago, as our annual Scotland trip and whatever. And when I came back, I found myself not. So New Orleans music scene. Let me just say this, and we can go on to talk about measles, which is far more interesting, and people are going to want to hear more. Are going to want to be more
interested. This is interesting. This is the good stuff right here.
But talking about pulling back the curtain, in New Orleans, if you speak the language of music, which if you play music, especially if you play music by ear, you can pretty much. New Orleans musicians are very polyamorous. You move from one band to the other. If you could play music by ear and you jive and vibe with the people you're playing music with, you kind of hang with them for a little while, and then there's this constant kind of shifting That's why when you look at bands like The Strokes, because I was just at Coachella. Oh, let me tell you about my trip to Coachella, Jeff. You want to hear stories? Let me tell you about my trip to Coachella.
Let's go.
You look at like people like in Coachella or The Strokes, or you look at bands that have been around forever.
The Strokes made headlines at Coachella this year too, by the way.
Because
right?
because the anti-Gaza and the anti-Israel stuff, the anti-Zionist. Is that why they did a whole series? Their last song was a whole thing of CIA, like it showed pictures of leaders around the world, and then it would be like overthrown by the CIA, 1953.
They brought up Allende, bro. They brought up Allende.
They brought up Allende in Chile. Yeah, it's getting late at night, dude. We are just so that
no, this is the morning. It's the morning.
It's the morning. Okay, of course.
We're all fresh as a daisy.
Yes. Allende, which was the first 9/11, actually, right? That was
it was September 11th.
September 11th, the overthrown of to bring in Pinochet, who's really one of life's kind of the universe's worst people, up there with Hitler and other names that we will be able to say soon enough. But the point is I don't remember what the point was. What was the point that we were making?
We were talking about music. We were talking about music and Coachella.
So I was at Coachella, and you look at these bands that all have been together forever. In New Orleans, that's not the case. Usually there's a lot of flux between bands. And I was in two bands. And when I came back from Scotland, I found myself in zero bands.
It's over, man.
One of them was because I was not a right winger, I suppose. And the other one was because bands are like sewing circles, except sewing circles are much more sophisticated and far less gossipy and far less dramatic than bands are in New Orleans. Okay, if you want drama, and if you want gossip, and if you want like just pure, just unadulterated, just throw grown men into a room for 5 hours and have them drink a bunch of beer, and no drama will emerge, no gossip will emerge, and no bad behavior and words will be shared at all. So the band that shifted right and became right wingers, peace out, they could go. I did not care about them. The punk rock band that I was in, that hurt. It still hurts to this day. What day? We are like April 30th. I think on May 3rd or May 4th was when I got a text message. It hurts. Brutal. Anyway, I still play.
Really quickly. Oh, you still play? I'm sorry. Continue.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So I also remember, and this was actually kind of cool, when Netroots Nation was here in New Orleans.
Right.
You were hanging out with somebody and performed with his band, who's like I would say he was like a fairly prolific, lefty
RJ
commentary for the. Yes, I'm talking about RJ Esco.
Yeah, RJ and I put together a band. That was in his band.
First off, who's RJ Esco? Because people now probably don't know who he is. Can you just say who RJ Esco is?
Yeah. So RJ Esco, I think he may have been a speechwriter for Obama, I think. And I think he also was on the Bernie campaign. RJ has a show that we have on WHIV called Zero Hour.
RJ is a good left liberal.
He also specializes on healthcare and health policy. And he has a show called The 0 Hour that we run on WHIV. RJ is an old friend, a real good lefty progressive, and also a lover of like people like myself who actually love, it's hard to say now, who love old country music.
No, country music's great. No, dude, Johnny Cash is such a badass dude.
Of course, those were the outlaws. Country music in the early days, country music they were pushing up against the man.
It was punk. It was rock.
It was punk. It was the punk of the time. Yes. And it's funny, not funny, haha, but ironic how
sad.
it's now become Walmart country, is what country music has become. Essentially, it's just corporatized.
When
like
do you
anything
think
else.
that switch happened? Is it Garth Brooks? Do we blame Garth Brooks for everything?
I
think Garth Brooks kind of innocent, right?
I'm much more of a punk rock. Like if you want to talk about punk or ska, kind of like the history and the nuances, I couldn't tell you. Like I love country music. I play country music. I play upright. I play electric.
Dude, he's got a stand-up double bass guitar. It's so cool.
Yeah, in fact,
I love
wonder
it.
if I could show. No, I can't show it to you. It's right behind me. I couldn't go into the nuances. I know that Johnny Cash, Willie Nelson,
Willie Nelson,
Dolly Parton, Patsy Cline,
Hank Williams
they were Hank. But you have to also understand that these were people that were from the South, and I don't know this for 100%. I know Elvis Presley for sure was a racist. For sure, and when you in Public Enemy's Fight the Power, there's a line that says Elvis was never a hero of mine. He was a racist and something that whatever, and that's true. Because I think in the line it was like, we put heroes on stamps and Elvis was on a stamp, but Elvis was a racist, whatever, and it's true. Like. When you think about what these country artists did in the 50s and the 60s, they were pushing up against a system that was oppressing against them. But they were not of the mindset of this sense of intersectionality where they would unite with other people that were also kind of the way in New Orleans, the way that Native Americans absorbed and really took in the African American population in something that ultimately became what we refer to here as Mardi Gras Indians, and Mardi Gras Indian kind of a culture that Jeff can talk way more about because he grew up in New Orleans. I've only been here for 21 years. But this idea where oppressed or suppressed people living in a society like New Orleans gathered together and found strength in numbers, right, with the Native American and the African Americans. But
I would just say that like the overarching theme of a lot of that stuff, and some people will have critiques of the Mardi Gras Indians in terms of the sort of like, oh, you're erasing indigenous culture, you're adopting indigenous culture or whatever. But like, I think the whole point of it is that there is a sort of like togetherness and a certain sort of like commonality in who people are that sort of brings that whole thing together. And like whatever critiques you may have of some of the particularities of it are, probably legitimate, at least to some extent. But like the whole point of it is, the whole point of it, I guess you would say, is not to be like horrible to other people. It's about
that's the point that I'm making.
Yeah,
that did not happen.
The celebration.
That did not happen in country music.
No.
Like, and in fact, in the 60s and 70s, the one thing I can say is that I know, and I couldn't tell you the name, but I know the stories, and forgive me for people out there who know this. And, but there was a country music star. I don't remember his name, but he was in the late 60s, 70s, and he was a very famous country music star. And whenever he showed up to clubs in the South, he was oftentimes kicked out because when he showed up, the club owners realized he was black. He did not sound black, whatever sounding black is on the radio. He did not have a.
It also flies in the face of what music, at least in the post rock and roll sense, is supposed to be, which is like a bringing togetherness of all people. And when you have these kind of like weird points of gatekeeping, you're actually like, I would just say you're anti-music or anti-rock and roll or anti any kind of community.
I mean, you're racist. I mean,
I would say that racism is anti-rock and roll. I would say racism is anti-music and anti-community and anti-people in a sort of like, maybe I sound a little hippy dippy, like woo woo about it, but like music is supposed to be something that brings all people together, regardless of any of these other like identity markers or whatever the hell. Anyway. Oh wow! What? Speaking of, where can
you are tuned in? You are tuned in to 102.3 WHIV-LP-FM in New Orleans. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice, WHIVFM.org. Human rights and social justice radio. We are not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with the radio station, and that is to end all wars.
And just to sort of like talk about the epidemic that is, and a long-running epidemic that is racism, and these issues that are bringing people in and causing inequality. Another epidemic that is taking place that we had thought that we had completely and utterly eradicated.
Your segue! Wow.
Is what we're here to talk about today.
Expertly done, done, Jeff. Although I was really enjoying the
very
music.
Clunky, very sloppy.
No. I was enjoying the music, but that was really beautifully done. Jeff, it's always a pleasure to be able to come on here and talk about the things that matter most to me. And as a physician,
which is music,
and starting a radio station. I'm an HIV doctor. I got to start a radio station called WHIV. Everybody said, don't do it. Now everybody's like, oh, that was the best branding choice you ever made. I'm like, branding? That wasn't branding.
Okay,
I had three letters to choose from.
Every time I tell people, and I'm very proud to say that I am on WHIV, and people are like, what the hell are you talking about? WHIV? Did you just get assigned those call letters randomly? And I tell them the story that you're about to tell right now about WHIV, about why you named it that. Can you just talk about that? And this is why, like, when I make this sort of like when I explain it to people, they actually are like, that's freaking cool.
Right. They're like, punk rock, dude. No, I mean, so when we talk about HIV, as an infectious disease physician, all infectious diseases for the most part, and especially for those of you for all of us who lived through COVID, we recognize that infectious diseases disproportionately affect people who are poor people. And when we're talking about poverty, when we're talking about issues specifically about poverty, what we're really talking about are issues of human rights and social justice. And so when I started,
it's all connected.
It's all connected. And so
health
when
health is a signifier of class.
Health is a human right. Yes, health is so all right. So I'm going to put a pin in this right now, Jeff, and I promise you we'll get back to this. In the first hour, we talked about that second article that I wrote. That second article ends with this line. It's a call to action in which I claim that health is justice. I'm sorry, healing is justice, and justice is for all. Like, that was a line when I wrote that on the computer. I was like, and healing is justice. And I stopped. And I was like, oh my God. And justice is for all. Like, I can't tell you how
and
sincere.
Justice for all.
Yeah,
it's like the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes. Yes. That was purposeful.
Yeah.
Healing is justice, but I put justice is for all rather than justice for all.
Sure.
I put justice is for all because I wanted to stand apart from the Pledge of Allegiance, but I definitely wanted
it's bars.
Yeah. And so, but the point that I'm making here is that I could not call the radio station Human Rights and Social Justice Radio or Human Rights Radio, whatever. I had three letters to choose from. And when we're talking about, again, infectious diseases being a surrogate for all things human rights and social justice, especially when we're talking about class issues, when we're talking about people who are poor, poverty in the U.S., in resource poor countries, we're talking about human rights, social justice. So I could not call it Human Rights, Social Justice, but I was able to call it WHIV because if there's one thing that I knew more than anything else in my life, when the FCC engineer who I was working with when I started the radio station, when he said to me, next week, come back to me with 5 options for call letters, and I guarantee you your first 3 options are not going to be available. I'm like, all right. So I just went away and I didn't think about it. And the next week I came back to my regular appointment. Every Friday from 2 to 5, we would work on the application for the FCC application. This is the great Bob Dunn. Mwah, love you, Bob Dunn.
We love Bob. Bob is so funny. He's such a funny guy, by the way.
Delgado, who's a tremendous human being.
He's a funny dude, by the way, too. Like people don't understand how funny of a guy Bob Dunn is.
Bob Dunn
Hilarious.
is the greatest. So
shout out to Bob Dunn.
I'm going to show you Bob Dunn's I'm putting my glasses on because I'm going to show you exactly what Bob Dunn said to me. So I walk in and he's like, all right, man, do you have your call letters? I need 5 call letters from you for you to name the station. I'm like, no, I don't have 5. I have 1. He's like, 1? I told you to give me 5. I'm like, I just have 1. He's like, it's not going to be available. I'm like, all right. He's like, what is it? And he goes, and I said, WHIV. And he looked down his lenses and he gave me a look like this. And he was like, WHIV? I'm like, yeah, WHIV. And then it took him a second. It took him a beat to process it. And then once he processed it in his head, he was like, yeah, that's brilliant. Yep, I got it. Like, it took him a beat. It took him a beat. But once he nailed it, and then he's like, yeah, let me look. And he like, and he's like, it's not available. I'm sorry, it's not taken. It's available. I'm like, yeah. Reserve it. He's like, yeah. Done. And then boom, reserved it, and that was it. And I listen.
I'm picturing Bob. Okay, so I know Bob a little bit. I've met him a couple times. Great guy. He's got very funny like mannerisms and like, oh my god,
he's a boomer. He's a boomer. It's
the
a
best
very
boomer.
boomer. It's
out of my parents. He's the best boomer.
He is a boomer, and he has very boomer humor. But all I have to say is that Bob Dunn is really one of the greatest human beings. No Bob Dunn, no WHIV.
Shout out to Bob Dunn forever. We love that guy.
It's all I have to say. He hates when I say it. So you know what that makes me do? Say it even more. No
We're gonna
Bob
clip
Dunn,
this. We're gonna clip this and send it to Bob.
No Bob Dunn, no WHIV. It was the greatest moment ever when he looked over his glasses and he was like, "Hold on, I'm gonna put my glasses on." He like looked over his glasses and he was like, "WHIV?" I'm like, "Yeah, WHIV." And then it hit him, and he smiled, and then he was like, "Yeah, WHIV."
Yeah.
Anyway, is that the story you tell, or?
I don't tell it in nearly as well as you did. I tell it in a little bit more of a general detail situation because I wasn't privy to all those specifics. But whenever I sort of like explain that the whole point of it is the sort of like destigmatization dynamic and the sort of like justice dynamic that you sort of like I articulate it in a much more general way than you can because I didn't live through it, if you know what I mean.
Right. Well, I will say this, and definitely we can get to measles after this, I promise. Is that
don't worry, folks, the measles are coming.
Yeah, I promise you. We will get to the fever and rash in a moment, and the ultimate breakdown of our public health system. But what we did, and oftentimes as a joke I say inadvertently, but it was really advertently. What we did, and we being my wife and I, Liana, because she was the co-creator, and she's really the brains. I am lucky to be the face behind the operations, but I don't know.
If you are the father of WHIV, then she is the mother.
Yes, she is definitely the mother of WHIV, and WHIV is the spawn of two beautiful parents. Jeff is making a joke right now.
No, I'm not. Look no further into that.
Anyway, the point that I'm making is this: is that my wife is incredibly, and she's smart, and she knows how to run a system in terms of finances and bureaucratically. I don't know how to do any of that, but one thing that I was able to do, or we were able to do, was by calling it WHIV, we were literally able, and this is, if there's one thing, like, if and when I leave New Orleans, I will be able to leave New Orleans with one thing. Part of maturity isn't part of maturity that when you look back on your life, like you look back on your life and you stop being embarrassed for the dumb things you've done, right? Like that's like maturity is like, oh, okay, I'm not going to do these stupid things when I was 30 or 40 or 50, whatever. But I look back, and the one thing that I can say I'm so proud of is that we gave birth to WHIV in the city of New Orleans, and we have redefined the word HIV. Because Jeff, as you know, somebody who's born and raised in New Orleans, we drop the letters of a radio station. So WWOZ becomes OZ, or KTUL, or W. Oh my God, sorry, WTUL. WTUL becomes TUL, or WXDR becomes XR, or whatever, or WWNO becomes NO. Well, WHIV has become HIV. And how do you destigmatize a word? By saying it over and over again, right? If you just say WHIV, 4 times an hour. By the way, if you're tuned in, you are listening to 102.3 WHIV LPFM in New Orleans, community radio dedicated to human rights, social justice, WHIVFM.org. We are not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with the radio station. When you say that 4 times an hour, every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year, blah, 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 times 11 years, HIV becomes destigmatized. And to a large degree, we've destigmatized the word HIV because WHIV exists in this city. So anyway.
And what it also does bring the opportunity who are not familiar about HIV is a teachable moment. It is a moment to teach about like somebody, like, I can't tell you how many times I've said, yeah, my show's on WHIV. And by the way, like Good Morning Comrade is on multiple platforms. It's on this space, it's on YouTube, it's on Twitch, it's on podcasts, it's on whatever, right? You can find that by going to goodmorningcomrade.com if you were interested in finding any of those things. But like what I always tell people is that you can the primary base and place where you can find this program is WHIV 102.3 in New Orleans. And the first thing people always ask me is, WHIV, what the hell are you talking about? And that provides for me a teachable moment to say exactly what you described here. Speaking of teachable moments right now, we are in the midst of something that is a broadly teachable moment about well, we thought it was an epidemic that was no longer something that we had to worry about, but unfortunately it's back. And now is an opportunity to teach and learn about the measles.
Right. So like right now, so we ended the last hour on 2 points, and so let's start on those 2 points now, because I think they would give us a great launching pad to kind of move forward. So it's becoming clear, and this is something that I've talked about here on Good Morning Comrade for the 8, 9, 10, 11 times I've been on air.
For 7 years. You've been coming on the show for 7 years. Let's just put
7 years. Okay. And the things that I've been talking about, and again, I'm not a Nostradamus or anything, but I just pay attention.
You don't need to be one.
You don't need to be Nostradamus. Like, it's like, it's like Martin Luther King, Dr. King once said that a budget was basically a moral document, right? So I'm going to paraphrase Dr. King's statement and just say that, like, your plans, let's just say in this case public health plans, or your intentions, in this case public health, is akin to a moral document. So utilizing Dr. King's notion of a budget is a moral document, I'm going to talk about now, and what I've been talking about over the course of 7 years is the same thing. I've been talking about WHIV on WBOK in New Orleans. I've been talking about it, all of the podcasters, Majority Report, and Wajid Ali.
And it's only 7 years on Good Morning Comrade. You've been on radio for way longer than that.
For 11 years. And it's this, is that if we think about Jenga games, and I talk about this all the time, so forgive me if you've heard this analogy, but if you look at different sectors of American life, so education, banking, finance, healthcare, public health, help me out, Jeff, like unions, labor, like whatever the case may be, arts, look at the education, but look what's happening in the DC, the Kennedy Center. Oh, sorry, not the Kennedy Center. Sorry, my bad.
The Trump Kennedy Center?
Kennedy Center. Like, I don't want to, like, I don't want anybody to come after me.
The lawyers are coming.
Right. When you look at those entities, right, and we're going to specifically look at the healthcare and the public healthcare in a moment. But when you look at all those Jenga buildings and those structures, all they're doing is they're just removing blocks. They're removing blocks. And Naomi Klein, exactly a year ago, on April 17th, because I know that because it was my birthday. So go back to The Guardian. Naomi
Happy belated
Klein,
birthday, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it. She was on the Majority Report. She warmed the stage for me on the Majority Report last April 17th. Love you, Naomi.
Wait,
Klein.
you were on the Majority Report on your birthday?
Yeah, last year.
You didn't tell me that. I knew you were on the Majority Report.
Yeah, it was my birthday. That was my birthday. It was my birthday. Yeah, I went to New York. I went to New York to go see Nick Cave for my birthday, and I went to go to Democracy
You got to
Now.
hang out with Emma Vigeland, too?
I got to hang out with Emma. It was great, and it was funny because I was still deep in the Jank and Francesca and
drama,
and, all that drama, and so I was just, she was very sweet, and she obviously that's not what we talked about, but all I had to say was like, tell Francesca she's the bomb. I was about to drop an F word. She's the bomb, and Emma was like, she was so gracious. They were great. Everybody there, and I can't tell you, those studios are huge. It's the biggest studio you've ever seen. There's so much there.
Tremendous studio, big studio, gold everywhere.
It is the size. Anyway, it is lovely. They were great. Everybody was wonderful. Anyway, I obviously love them. So listen, the whole point is this: is that prior to me coming on, is that Naomi Klein was talking about something called viral collapse, and when she said it, as I was sitting there listening to her before I was coming on, when she said that to me crystallized everything. And what she was talking about was this notion of how this is a year ago, right? Is that it was already obvious for 3 or 4 months that the Trump administration had already been in place because Doge was happening and Musk was doing his thing and all that stuff.
This was when the Trump administration was still had the brand new car smell. You know what I mean?
Well, not only that, but they also had that muscle. And let me ask you this, Jeff.
Wait. I actually don't know this because I don't remember when the 12-day war was. But was this before or after we had that 12-day war with Iran? I think it was slightly before, right?
I think it was before. I think they did it in the summer.
It was in June or something, right?
I think it was in the summer.
Yeah, June 13th through the 24th.
Yeah. So, but let me ask you this: do you feel as though that they are losing their strength, the
Trump administration?
Yes, that fear. Like last year, we were a little bit more like, this.
I mean, I would say that there's some component to it that is almost like, yeah, maybe they have sort of lost a little bit of their fastball or whatever because they're not coming. Yeah, they're not coming as hard with so many things at the same time as much. But I mean, at the same time, they also did just start a war with Iran. They can't they can
excursion
do bigger things. They were able to sort of kidnap the leader of Venezuela. Whether you love him or lump him. At the beginning of the year. So I do think that sort of the political support of what was happening at the beginning of the Trump campaign or the Trump term 1 or term 2 rather is.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me
just finish. I think like what they're able to do in terms of having popular support on their side has fallen off, but that doesn't necessarily translate it to their ability to do insane things regardless of that public support. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. But I guess what I'm asking is two things. One is I think that the initial fear for the gross fascism and authoritarianism that we thought was coming, I just don't feel like that same fear is there, because I think that what we have seen is that popular people in the streets, and when people punch back, the King of England, I can't even believe I'm saying this. The King of England was here yesterday, and in his speech to the Congress punched back in a way that was so effective, right?
King Charles, welcome to the resistance.
Right. And when you see somebody like Zelensky punch back, when you see and it's landing, right? So then let me ask you this then. What did you think on Saturday night when you got the text alerts on your phone that there was a potential shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? What was your first thought?
So let me just tell you where I was at. First off, I was at a event supporting workers, so I was like literally working when I saw it. I was watching the Knicks game with some of my coworkers, and then I just sort of like looked at my phone, and I was just like, "Well, that can't be good." like literally just that. But also like as details rolled out, I was also like cognizant of. So this is one of the fun things about Trump, and I swear to God, this is the joke of this episode, is that we're going to talk about the measles later. But like, I swear to God, I like was thinking back to like the last couple of Trump like assassination attempts, and I thought to myself like, well, I guess those things did matter for like a day, and then all of a sudden nobody cared. And the same exact thing happened. In fact, it was even less. It was so non an event that it was so not like it's such a not event that like some guys didn't even put down their salad forks.
Yeah, that's true. And like they just were filming. They were just like eating, drinking their wine.
Oh God,
and
what was it? There was like a one. I can't remember who it is. I'm very bad with a lot of these. Like I can't keep track with all the like Mar-a-Lago face ladies out there. But there was one of them that was like up. And she did like a selfie and was like, "This shooter's dead. Guess we're gonna keep partying or whatever." And then there was another one, and I can't remember any of these people. Again, this is not like. You don't come to Good Morning Comment for straight news. You come to Good Morning Comment for commentary, for laughs, and for fun. All right. But there was a woman who was one of these people whose name, Olivia Reingold. That's the one. Olivia Reingold. She was like doing, she like started like a Facebook Live or like some kind of a like live stream of the event where she was not videoing the event that was happening. She was videoing herself as it took place, which is so indicative of the sort of like narcissism of this sort of like the modern Versailles, the modern.
No, dude, this
like,
is end stage
regime
capitalism. This is end stage capitalism. This is
so
the decay.
funny.
This is the decline of the collapse of our society. It's end stage capitalism, is what it is. But let me ask you this: did you think it was fake? I'm not saying you think it's fake now. Did you?
No.
What was your initial gestalt?
At no point did it cross my mind that it was fake. The funniest thing about that, I didn't think it was fake. I was just like, okay, fine, sure, somebody tried to kill Trump. I hate Trump. I can understand that or whatever. Like, I would never do that. Obviously, it's too adventurous or whatever. But like, the funniest thing about that, and this is like I think I kind of answered your question there, but I want to take it a different way, right? So we discussed this in the last hour, and when people at home, drinking, playing the drinking game of every time you mention Hassan Piker, take a drink. But like for the past month, people have been talking about this guy as though he is the most dangerous stochastic terrorist up in the
Democrats.
country. Democrats and Republicans are both doing it. On Fox News, you have his face in a crosshair, like 24/7. and then when you find out that this guy who like flew across the country, did a Naruto he took a train across the country. He did a Naruto run through the metal detector to try and like get a shotgun shot, which is not what you would do at range, because shotguns, especially with buckshot spread out instead of go long range, like this friggin' moron that tried to do this is a like radical centrist, like bulwark watcher or whatever. And I'm just like, you've been saying that this guy Hassan Piker, this one dude who like talked about blowback, and he just happened to do it in a somewhat inarticulate way by saying, like, quote unquote, America deserved 9/11 is a method, as a hook to describe like imperial blowback, the imperial boomerang that we just talked about in our last hour.
9/11 is a perfect example of
blowback.
Not a perfect. Yes, it's a perfect example of blowback. 100%.
But regardless, like you're talking about this person, this guy, as though he's the most dangerous person in the world, and the people who are politically aligned with the people that are saying that this guy is the most dangerous person in the world tries to kill the president of the United States.
No,
we live in a comedy, bro. We live in a comedy.
Yeah,
it's so
crazy.
It's
So
a Mel Brooks movie.
My sense is that they knew that something was going to happen, and they purposely allowed it to happen. So there are these different levels of securities. Like you have a Seer 1, Seer 2, Seer 4, Seer 5, like Mardi Gras, for example, or Mardi Gras is a Seer 2. Super Bowl's like a Seer 1. There are these different levels that people that the not Social Security, Special Security. What am I thinking of? Secret Security or whatever. Secret Service are they are able to rank these levels of these events.
It's tiers.
There's tiers, right? So again, Mardi Gras is like a Seer 2, Super Bowl's a Seer 1. Just to give you an idea, this was like a Seer who knows what, but it was not a Seer 1.
Mm-hmm.
It was not a Seer 1. That's the whole point. It was not considered. And you have to ask yourself, well, why in the past, if that's what they were and they weren't now? That's one. And two, I strongly believe, like, and listen, we don't have to go into this, and I really want to talk about measles because I know it's like 20 minutes left.
We have to do part 3.
Right. Like, I'm not trying to set you up for a part 3. All right. But the bottom line is that I think what came out of that buckshot was measles virus.
Super last thing. I have to tell one super last anecdote in the last 15 minutes. The last quarter, we can get in the measles stuff, okay? This is a funny story. One time when I was working for a union, a different union than I want to work for now, and I'm not going to be any more specific than that, I was on assignment in Washington, D.C. in April. And I booked a hotel through the hotel service at the Washington Hilton. Little did I know.
They called it Hinckley Hilton, right?
The Hinckley Hilton. Little did I know that the day that I checked in
was that the Washington's Correspondence?
It was the day of the Washington Correspondence Center. So, like, I'm walking around.
What year?
This was under Biden. This was like 20.
Was it the Michelle? No, wasn't Michelle Wolf?
That was Trump. That was Trump.
This was
under Biden. This was a very uneventful.
Michelle Wolf.
It was one of the craziest things I'd ever seen because, like, literally, I went to the dispensary to like get some weed and got high. Come back to my hotel and there's a protest in front of my hotel. I'm just like, what? DC is an insane city. What is going on? Why are people protesting? Like Medea Benjamin was there.
Really? No.
Yes,
really?
The goat.
Code Pink, right?
The goat
Code
was there.
Pink,
yes.
Right?
And I'm just sort of like, yeah. And I'm literally wearing my like.
Did you join in or?
Well, I was wearing a work shirt. I was wearing a union shirt for the union that I represented. It was purple. Guess put it together. But like, I'm just sort of like, yeah, down with the United States military machine as well. And also, like, I had to show my room key to the guard at the door to be like,
that was very union of you.
Down with the machine, and also like, let me in, please. But no, and I'm just sort of like, man, this is one of the craziest things I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
Before we talk about the measles, we are on the radio. Which station are we on, Mark Allen?
You are tuned in to 102.3 WHIV FM LP in New Orleans. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice. WHIVFM.org. We honor independent voices. We are not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with a radio station. And that is to end the freaking Iran war.
And all others.
No more bombing of schools and schoolgirls. No more bombing of innocents. We honor independent voices. We're not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with the radio station, and that's to stop Zionistic Israel with their bombings of Gaza and Lebanon. And we do not care. Put Netanyahu in jail already, please, and stop these wars. I go to
what is something that wars spread, not just death, destruction, but also what?
And this is why Jeff has been on the radio for 7 years, because he's an expert broadcaster. So here we are going to segue into measles.
We're talking about disease, baby.
Infrastructure collapse. And so wars spread, infrastructure collapse, diseases, guns, germs, steel. It's a great, great book that talk about all this. All right. So in the last 15 minutes, Jeff, let me tell you about how we ended the last hour. And that was in the last week.
You better hurry up, or we're gonna have to do another one.
I hope you have more apple juice. The last week, the U.S. experienced two huge, something that I think we're gonna look back on and be able to be like, "Yep, that was something." And the two things that happened in the last week, I think, are so relevant. Number one was that the CDC purposely, and by the CDC, I'm not talking about the rank and file CDC people. The rank and file CDC people created this piece of scientific data. The paper that I'm about to explain to you right now on COVID vaccines. But it was the CDC leadership that blocked the distribution of this paper. So every week there's something called the MMWR that's released. Geeks like me read it every week. In fact, I spend the entirety of my week reading articles from the MMWR. And the MMWR stands for the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. So that's just basically the
Sounds
CDC.
like a lot of fun stuff to talk about over coffee.
Geek. I am a nerd. I'm a nerd. And so when I make fun of other nerds,
we're gonna flush your head in the toilet, pal.
Yes, you could do that. But the MMWR is essentially a weekly update on what's going on in the country. Like, oh, you have backyard chickens. Well, guess what? There's a multi-drug resistant salmonella spreading amongst backyard chickens. Oh, you went to a picnic. Well, guess what? There's a Shigella organism that's transmitting right now. And so in this MMWR, and it's the publication of CDC workers. So if you work for the CDC, the MMWR is the guaranteed place that you're going to be able to put your work in, so to make sure that it's published and it's out there for the public. Because if you think about it, the CDC runs on public funds. Therefore, the public should know what its money is doing and how it's helping the American people. Well, last week, a paper was slated to be released that was looking at the 2025 COVID vaccine efficacy. And guess what, folks? Across all age groups, the 2025 updated COVID vaccine had a 50% reduction. So if you were a person who got the COVID vaccine, you had a 50% reduction, less likelihood of being admitted to the hospital for COVID than somebody that didn't get the vaccine.
Does Sam Cedar's ex-co-host know this?
I don't know. Yes, I'm aware of it, but that's why I held it, because I have a worm in my brain.
Beef tallow. You get some beef tallow. That'll fix it.
I need to dissect squirrel penis. That's what the MMWR needs to have. What's that?
I actually like beef tallow, and I think beef tallow is great for cooking. And I think that like Robert Kennedy Jr. is giving beef tallow a bad name.
It should have a bad name. And let me just say this, because the people who drink a lot of that beef tallow stuff, I will say this, and also bias, I am a lifelong vegetarian, okay? People who eat a lot of beef tallow, what is beef tallow? Beef tallow is basically bone marrow. Mm-hmm. What is made in bone marrow? Your immune system, white blood cells. So what happens is that you consume the immunity and white blood cells of another mammal. So while it may taste good and it may be good, but your labs and people who drink a lot of that stuff, their labs are completely effed up. They have white cells that are not compatible with human life because they're drinking and they are consuming. And I'm not saying the white blood cells interfere with their human physiology, but it is the white blood cells of another mammal that you can measure on a lab. And I can always tell when people are drinking beef tallow because when I look at their labs, I'm like,
no, I'm not talking about drinking it. I'm just talking about using it in cooking.
Okay, well, there are people who drink it as soup or broth or whatever.
Ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Okay,
but also, I'm also not anti-seed oils too, by the way. Like, that's crazy. The
seed
anti-seed
oils
oil
are
stuff
fine.
is crazy.
Yeah, the anti. Anyway, so anyway, as
Measles.
I was saying,
we got to talk about the measles, don't we?
Right, you're forcing me to come back for a third hour. Okay, so all right, so the point that I'm making is this: is that the CDC leadership, in this case, RFK Jr., actually blocked the publication of this document. In this document, it actually showed that there was a 50% reduction in hospitalizations for people who got the COVID vaccine. Now, if you are a person who cares, like me, I'm going to get a COVID vaccine every year, period, regardless. I'm a COVID doctor. I'm an infectious disease doctor. I believe in vaccines. I get vaccinated live on TV. I vaccinate people live on TV.
I hate getting shots, and I will get the vaccine every year. I hate it. I feel like I get sick every year after I get the COVID vaccine. And
Well, of course you get sick. You know why you get sick, Jeff? You get sick because what's happening is that you get injected what's called the viral antigen. The antigen is what the immune system responds to. So what you are feeling is your immune response. Yeah. Yes. So
that's the point. It literally is the point of a vaccination.
The point. And my people who have HIV, especially those people who have what we used to refer to as AIDS, we don't call it AIDS anymore. We refer to it as end-stage HIV. But for these people who have end-stage HIV, I'd be like, yo, dude, you want to feel your immune system? They're like, yeah, man, I want to feel my immune system. Let me vaccinate you for flu. Like, okay, dude.
It's very punk rock, by the way. That's very punk rock.
And then they feel, and then they get, and they're like, they feel their immune system, and they're like, oh man, that was good, because it made them feel sick. You know why? Because your immune system makes you feel sick, and that actually goes to speak to a much a different philosophical issue is what does feeling sick mean? Because oftentimes being sick is actually your immune system responding to a bacterial or viral or fungal antigen. But it's a different story, something we can talk about later. So the first thing I want to talk about is this, is that we've reached a new low in American public health. And that is we are now, in fact, I gave a lecture last week to a statewide Louisiana lecture. It was the entire state of school health nurses and school administrators. And what I was there to talk about was measles, of course. And one of the things that I got a question back, which was, Dr. Derry, can you talk to us about what the current morbidity and mortality of our current measles outbreaks are? And you know what I said to them? And this article, this notion, this whistleblower had just come out the day before. And I was like, I can't. You know why? Because they're not telling us. We don't know right now. We don't know what the actual effects of measles are in the U.S. because we're not being told that. Right? We don't know what's going on with bird flu. Remember with Biden, bird flu was in the news all the time. I was coming on here on Good Morning Comrade talking about how bird flu is everywhere. We don't know because we're not seeing that information.
We literally don't have the data. We
don't know about the COVID vaccines because what we know now is that it's purposely being withheld from us. Now, when I talked about the measles, not knowing about current data, when I talked about the bird flu, I speculated. Okay. But now about this COVID vaccine, holding back 50% of hospitalizations. We now know that with specificity because of whistleblowers. Let me also tell you about the second thing that I think is relevant. The second thing that is relevant is that in the state of Utah, they are holding back. They are giving vaccines. So in for toddlers, for newborns, for the first 6 months of a newborn's life, they have their mom's MMR vaccines, their measles, mumps, rubella antibodies circulating. So at 6 months, you are protected. After 6 months, you are vulnerable. The sweet spot to get long-term immunity is to give a vaccine at 12 months. That means between 6 months and 12 months, you are vulnerable, and you have to really protect a baby at that point, a child at that point, because if they are exposed to measles, they're likely to get it, and terrible, terrible things happen to babies with measles. I'm not going to talk about it. So, but what we as a society, we as a scientific society have agreed to is that we vaccinate at 12 months, okay? That offers the most long-lasting vaccine protection. But what we are seeing now in Utah, the Utah healthcare practitioners, because there's so much measles in Utah, is that they are now vaccinating people, kids at 6 months. They are saying, we don't care about what happens later. We do, obviously, but we'll deal with that later. But we are so concerned about encephalitis and blindness and deafness that happens as a result of long-term measles infection, subacute sclerosing panencephalitis. We don't want that to happen. We are going to start vaccinating at 6 months. So the two huge things that happen, bro, is that we are now withholding data, and we are now starting to use vaccination schedules that we see in resource-poor countries. And let me then just end with this piece of information that just was released yesterday, is that there's a war in Sudan, and people in Sudan are clustering into Chad, into eastern Chad. And when you are looking at oh my goodness, in camps, the refugee camps, forgive me, refugee camps that people are living in from Sudan that are in Chad. In January, there were a measles outbreak. Okay, now in April, coming into May, we're seeing a meningococcal outbreak. So measles is
meningitis.
Yes, meningitis. So measles is a virus, and of course, got it. Yeah, and meningitis. And so what we are seeing is a bacterial infection that is. So let me just start over again. So we're having a measles outbreak in these refugee camps, and then after these measles outbreaks, 3 or 4 months later, in the same individuals that survived measles, we're seeing a meningitis outbreak. So meningitis is a bacterial infection. So one of the things that we have to remember is that measles causes something called immune amnesia. Immune amnesia means is that if you get measles and you survive measles, it wipes away your previous immunity. So these children who are
antibodies don't exist, essentially.
They wipe away the antibodies that previously protected a child from anything. They were vaccinated, if they were exposed to whatever. So they are now living with a brand new, clean slate of immunity. And right now, we saw a measles outbreak in January, and now we're seeing a meningococcal outbreak with the same people who had measles. It's absolutely showing immune amnesia right in front of us. And so what we are seeing is devastation. I know we need to wrap, Jeff. So
we got to jump.
All right.
We're gonna have to talk real soon. But thanks for listening to Good Morning Comrade. WHIV.
Love you.
New Orleans.
Love
you, Mark Allen. Love you,
Peace out.
listeners. Bye bye.
Hello. Oh God, that's showing. Anyway, whatever. Hey everyone, I'm here. It's another Tuesday. It's a Tuesday, right? Yes, it is a Tuesday. Welcome to Kristina's Corner. Oh man, Trump really had to put his foot in his mouth as always, and Hassan derangement syndrome has proven to not work against him. In fact, third way is bad. That someone like Abdul is doing so well now in the polls in the Michigan race. Is there a plane above me? Oh my God, am I about to get Donnie Darkoed? Please. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I'm just hearing things. That's weird. Loud. I don't know. Anyway, what's up, guys? So life update. Remember when I said that my mom got approved for her Social Security benefits, and it's like, oh yay, $2,000. We're gonna be no. In fact, what they did is they reduced her widow's benefits by like 80%, and then like 70% of like her actual like Social Security retirement benefits, and now we're gonna end up with less than what we already were getting just from my dad's her widow's benefits. So it's like, well, I'm never getting out of this financial situation. So I don't know, guys. Maybe I'm just gonna give up. Stop trying to fix things, get ahead. It ain't ever gonna happen. Life's like, girl, stop trying. It's fine. Do you not? Whatever. Anyway, don't want to dwell on it, but it's like, this is why I'm in therapy every week now, not every 3 months. So anyway, God. So I'm on a Michael Jackson kick because that's what happens. I knew this was gonna happen. I knew this was gonna happen. I knew it. I should have known this was gonna happen. I mean, the movie's fine and all, but I'm like, I just know I'm gonna go through it. It happened. It fucking happened. I knew it. I was trying to fight it, couldn't fight it. Been listening to his music all the time, watching all the documentaries, and rereading this gem of a book. From Here to the Great Unknown, Lisa Marie Presley, Mariah Keough, her mother's memoir. Look, this, okay, of course, that's Lisa Marie. This is her daughter, Mariah Keough, you know her as an actress and whatever. But this was literally what I looked like when I was younger. This is literally like, looking at photos of me when I was a kid, I was like, oh my God, I look like that. Anyway, but like the 5th chapter, Mimi, which is about her marriage to Michael Jackson, what an eye-opener. What? And now it took 30 years, but people are like, you know what? They were the very definition of right person, wrong time. And I'm like, finally, I've been defending their marriage for 25 years. I'm so glad that I never doubted them, because now people realize that what they have was for anyway. Anyway, so yeah, it's just Also tonight, 8 p.m. Movie Night Extravaganza, we're gonna have Josh Olson on. So if you're on Twitter, then you definitely know Josh Olson, his trolling liberal posts and whatnot. We're going to be talking about Charlie Varick, which could be fun. I'm excited. And then next week we have Adam McKay on for the 3rd time, y'all. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm so lame. Very, very lame. So Fox News did a thing. And I'm thinking, what do they do now? Guys, Hassan Piker is a very serious... Oh, well, you know what's... They did. They kept dating on and off for like a long time after they divorced. It's a whole thing I should do a deep dive into their relationship. Maybe next stream. Get all the timeline ready. Okay. But so Hassan the other day did a weird segment, part of a stream involving cars and like a doctor fucking like and then Fox News decided to use that as like part of the segment, right? Let me see if I can find it. I think I have it on my Instagram, but I was like, this is who Congress has condemned. This is who Congress has condemned, y'all. I'm sorry, but to quote Tucker Carlson, what are we doing? What's going on? Oh man, this is
the fact that there are female cars and male cars and also baby cars implies that these cars have a cussy. which is, of course, a car and a pussy. Okay? Car plus pussy equals cussy. That's right. I'm going to do it again. Car plus pussy equals cussy. Okay? Now let's talk about Car Universe 911.
So, I just listen. They again, part of Laura Ingram's segment was a clip from like that part of the stream, and I was like, you guys need to find like intimidating clips where he looks like he's doing something radical, like him with like a mask and like his fake gun doing shit like on stream. Not this whole here's how you get the term cussy. Or like, oh man, it's just it's just kind of weird. I don't get it. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe we should have fun today. We should just watch TikTok. We should have a chill stream. I feel like because we got Josh Olsen coming on tonight. I want to kind of like chill with you guys. No big news. I think I did a lot of news covers last week, and plus Forrest and I got our thing tomorrow, so it makes sense. But also, okay, this is another thing. Did you guys see this clip of Trump? I don't know why this man can't be a normal human being. Right? Like a normal human being. He's like a weirdo around kids. Like he's a weirdo fucking pervert around kids and then a child around adults. And it's just like, this is what I'm talking about.
What's up? Yo.
Why?
Hey, yo, what? What is he doing? You know how, like, famously, when president or presidential nominees would always go to the Iowa Fair and they get snapped eating a hot dog? That's the only time you are supposed to see presidents in a freaky setting. With Donald Trump, everything has changed. With Donald Trump, multiple times a day, throughout the day, he's being freaky unk all the time. Like, I mean, look at this.
There are children
Call me
here.
old-fashioned. Maybe it's because I'm
I'm a
wearing
child.
the suit, but I don't think we should ever see an American president make these kinds of noises, behave like this. Absolutely disgusting. Play it again. You got it.
I'm gonna come.
We do serious political commentary here, okay?
Yeah, that's that thing. Yeah, serious political commentary. That and yet this is like those are the clips that Fox News pulls up. I'm like, this is why everyone you can't be fear mongering about Hassan Piker when you're showing these clips of him just being a goof, you know. So anyway, I don't know. Oh, then another thing too. Hey guys, you know Frankie Valli? You know who Frankie Valli is, right? You know, lead singer of the Four Seasons. He's like 92 years old now. He just had a birthday like a week or so ago. And no, it was last week. Yeah, because I think his birthday like May 3rd or 4th. Well, there's been a debate for the last few years now about whether Frankie Valli he either owes money to the mob still, even though I know the plot to Jersey Boys like the back of my hand, or he's suffering from like he's dealing with elder abuse. Because well, you know what? Let me show you. Let me show you. You know what? I don't even want to. Just let me just show you. This is. Again, for the just pay attention to him. Yeah, I'm. Okay, so Jed, here's what happened. Here's what happened with this on. So What happened was Hassan decided to get involved in the like Michigan Senate primary, Democratic primary with Abdul Said, who I think he ran for governor at one point but didn't win. And so third way Democrats have decided to latch on to him and attack him because they are worried that a Muslim might win Michigan, and they would rather have like one of the two other white women to win. And so, and they've noticed that Hassan is doing this thing where he is my cats are going crazy behind me. He's going to like campaign for Cory Bush and doing stuff with AOC and Mamdani and you know, other like going, you know, help, you know, campaigning with other, you know, progressive, left-leaning, congressional Democratic candidates, right? And third wave Democrats like, oh no, we can't have that. We can't have that. No. This man is a terrorist. This man is pro 9/11, which he never even said that. What the fuck? He's a scary commie socialist who, you know, I mean, I'm like, did you guys not try? Remember when Andrew Cuomo brought up Mamdani during like the debates and stuff? And it's like, and over us on this space, we kept saying, this is probably going to be a thing that they're going to try to do now with other candidates, you know? And so far it really hasn't worked. Because what happens is if a Democrat doesn't, the problem is if the left-leaning Democratic, the one that Hassan likes, wins the primary and they lose the general to a Republican, they are kind of like warming up to the idea of like, we could just blame Hassan for why Democrats lose to Republicans. Like that's what they want to do. And we don't know that that's going to happen because, I mean, look at Mamdani, right? But like, it is just racism, but also a part of it is like third way is made up of mostly like neocon. Like the problem with the Democratic Party is like we are a big tent for people who want to vote blue no matter who, including Nick Fuentes for some reason, but not Hassan Piker. And I'm like, you're gonna listen to the guy who loves Hitler because he said vote blue no matter who one time because he said something bad about Trump, but not the guy who's campaigning with Democrats. Okay, I see how this is, you know, and yeah, so that's kind of what's been happening, and it's driving a lot of us nuts. Because, oh damn, look at that eyebrow. Oh boy, sorry. It's just not gonna work. Like it's so stupid, and like putting a spotlight on him and dedicating like 23 hours, dedicated 24-hour news cycle to him, like on Fox and CNN and whatever. It's not working because a lot of my customers are like, yo, you stream on that Twitch thing. Who's this Hassan Piker dude? I'm like, oh no, my internet world has come into the real world. I do not like this, y'all. I don't want to do this. I don't want to. And so I can explain. I'm like, he's the nephew of the dude from the Young Turks. They're like, oh, that's Jake's nephew. I'm like, yeah. They're like, he looks nothing like him. I'm like, yeah, he doesn't look like Jake at all. Jake's got the tan Turkish thing. Hassan's too white anyway. But like, it's getting to the point where all this attention is giving Hassan more popularity, more views, more interviews. He's being more mainstream. And the third way is like, what do we do? Do we talk about him even more? And I'm like, well, what you're doing now isn't working. So I don't know. I don't know. It's just so funny. It's funny. I do not understand why they thought this. I'm like, okay, listen, if Hassan was not an attractive guy, this wouldn't be a big deal. But since he's a good-looking, you know, a tall, strapping young Turkish man from New Jersey, of course, people are gonna be like, oh, I like this dude. Like seriously, like, have you seen those videos of him like out and about being interviewed by Daniel Sullivan or whatever from like CNN? And there's like, you know, these old women like looking at him from walking past and then finally approaching him like, who are you? And I'm like, you want to climb that tall tree? I know you're thinking it's going to take a while for me to get to the top, but it's a tree worth climbing regardless, you know? So it's like, yeah, Hassan has like mass crossover appeal. Dudes love him, you know, but also too, like, Hassan is a net positive for the Democratic Party in a time when like the manosphere is kind of like, believe it, in my opinion, the manosphere is kind of struggling right now because the shit with Andrew Tate and also that one Netflix documentary where all these manosphere dudes are just being told that they're full of shit and they're like, they can't handle mild criticism or mild critique or even a simple question. So someone like Hassan is good for the Democratic Party because it'll bring these right-wing men becoming more liberal, left-leaning into the party, which is what unfortunately we do need. We need younger white men in the Democratic Party. We need an intersectional movement, multi-generational, multiracial, gender, identity, what have you, religious. Like that's what we need right now. Especially considering what's going on over with the Republicans. So it should be interesting to see how all this plays out. Because I even tell these people who are like, fear-mongering about Assad, I'm like, what if his candidates don't even win? What were you, even if his candidates lose, all you did was put a spotlight on him for people to watch him and engage with his content. You fucking idiots, Oh, man. I'm right, though. It's like, what if you, all this, it for nothing, So it's kind of like where we're at. So, also, so I believe in evolution, right? But I also believe that behavioral patterns are part of evolution. Now, what I mean like that, how you get old and you start noticing that you're doing things and saying things that make you like, oh my God, I'm becoming my mom. I'm becoming my grandfather. I'm getting old. Well, I come to the conclusion that behavioral patterns as you get older is also part of evolution. Like, and this is what I'm referring to, guys. Okay, this is. Oops, this guy's TikToks are so fucking funny. Okay, but I'm telling you.
Nah, it's good. My geraniums needed it. Oh, drive safe. Yo, what were you raising the barn? Shut the door. Oh, man. It's really coming down out there. Oh, Jesus. Look at this. Again, it's every day. Nobody's got money for a house. They got money for DoorDash. Oh, that's the one. Hey, did I take my pills already? I'm my mom. Excuse me, where are you going? Give me that. This is a good box. You could reuse this box. Dude, take the box. Yeah, the drain stopped up. I'm telling you, it's always something. One thing after another. Aye. What you watching? Lord of the Flies, huh? It's a remake. It's not as good as the original. You guys enjoy your show. I'm going to go find a life. Or something really high.
And he's got more and more and more of these. I want to find more because it's like, the bird watching just kind of creeps up on you, or, like there's certain patterns that you see in older people that you adopt. And it's like, oh my God, this is also behavior patterns. It's also part of evolution. I don't know if there's any studies on this, but it's just so weird that it's like, we are becoming the old man who yells at clouds already. Again, like bird watching things, there's so many things that like sneak up on you that you're like, oh, no, I don't want to get old. I don't want to get old. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. No, please don't do this to me. I don't want this. Stop it. And, yeah. And it's anyway. This is another one. Again, so
Well, I could, but no one would listen. Yep, there it is. All right. Oh my goodness. Hi, Mr. Cardinal. What the hell? Yep, there it is. See, all these restaurant websites now. I just want to look at the menu, but instead I got to make an account and choose my location so they can track me. Choose pickup or delivery. I just want to look at the menu, Just yelling at clouds. Working hard or hardly working? You got him permaban because he called you chopped? Y'all never would have lasted in a COD lobby. Flex non-preteens. All righty. You ready to rock and roll? Oh, I need a second. What's this guy think he's doing turning around in our driveway? Just old and nosy. Hey, what time is it? Time for you to get a watch. Name's Liam. I'm going to the roof. Don't follow.
Yeah, I wonder what you're going to do on the roof. Anyway, again. just don't bird watch in a landfill and then go on a cruise. That's my advice. But like, it's like certain little things sneak up on you before you know you're sitting on the toilet doing crossword puzzles for hours, and you're like, oh my god, I'm my grandmother now. Like there's just certain things where it's like, oh, we getting old. And everyone's like, what do you mean? You're 32. I'm like, yes, but there are certain things that just gradually just sneak up on you that you just naturally adapt. Like, again, the bird watching and the complaining about certain things. And it's like, oh, man. And then also, too, it's so funny when I see these, like, Gen Z TikTokers saying, like, oh, millennials, you know, they absorbed, you know, they took over the job market for the last 20 years. And I'm like, they were given all these opportunities. And I'm just like, excuse me? Gen Z, what do you mean that we were handed things? We were given opportunities. We've controlled the job market. What? No, millennial. No. You weren't even born during the Great Recession. Sit your ass down. Because when I see these TikTokers, like these Gen Z TikTokers, talk about how we were entitled and we got everything on a silver platter, I'm like, where? I want a silver platter. Give it to me now. It's just so weird to see these Gen Z really likes to shit on millennials. Meanwhile, it's like, okay, but like, you're about to get a history lesson, my friend, if you keep, you know, get off our dicks, okay? Like, it's just so weird. You know, that, you know, Gen Z wants to go after. I'm like, man, we get it from the boomers, Gen X, and now Gen Z. Millennials, we can never win. We can never win. Like, I don't know. It's just so crazy. I'm gonna get this off. Anyway. Also, I got good news. My mom is watching Bridgerton. I mean, well, she finished watching all Bridgerton. She loved it. Yay! So, am I even allowed to share this? Okay, so you guys saw the I'm going viral on Twitter. What else is new? That guy who does the Tucker Carlson impression on Saturday Night Live, I never realized how accurate it was. There was like, oh, you don't watch Tucker Carlson? I'm like, no, I'm a fucking leftist. Why would I watch Tucker Carlson regularly? I'm not an idiot. But like, watching that guy on SNL do like side-by-side comparisons to like with Tucker Carlson, I was like, oh, this is like dead on balls accurate impression. That is crazy. Crazy. I was like, what the hell, man? I was like, this is really I really need to make a soundbite. Like, what are we doing? What's going on? Like, I need to add more sound bites to like my Twitch thing because that shit's funny as hell. Like, I could not believe I was like, you don't even have to try. He really, you know what? He really does. Like the inflections, everything. Yeah, like I was like, you know, there's some people do impressions that's like, you know, but like, have you ever heard the dude? Have you ever heard about the white dude that does like the Obama impression? I heard, you know, what is it, folks? Like when he like, you know, an Obama impression is good when he says "folks" the right way, and it's like, whoa. I mean, let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Told you so. Wait, what? Told you so about what? Okay, anyway. Liked videos. Okay, it should be here under shorts. Okay. Here we go. This is probably the best Obama impression I've ever heard. Of course, it's someone reacting because even then I was like, oh, wait, this. Ignore all this. Okay, anyway.
Impression, by the way, what is this?
Folks.
Oh my God.
You know when he says folks, that's when it's like, oh shit.
The Obama impression, by the way, what is this?
Folks.
Oh my God.
Reminded of the great words of our founding fathers. We, the people, in order to form a more perfect union, provide for the common defense do ordain, I'm not finished, do ordain this Constitution for the United States of America.
What the? How is that possible?
Some people want to know, is this fake? Can you really do an Obama impression? Let me.
Yeah. Also, too, like a lot of people are like, this is, and here's the thing, like a lot of people are like, is it racist? It's not. It's not, because it's like he's not sounding like, he's not doing a stereotype of like, what people say like black scent or whatever. He's doing a specific impression of one person. And I mean, it's like when people think an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression is just going, I'm like, that's not an Arnold impression. He does say things.
Let me show you. I can start out just with my voice, but doing Obama's cadence. And if I slowly start to add some texture to my voice, you'll notice it's starting to sound a little bit different. And
Is this blackface? Is this black voice? I'm so confused.
if I put the voice in the back of my throat, that is, it's kind of like that sensation of when you feel like you have a bubble in your throat.
How does he do it? I don't.
Okay, that sounds more like me trying to do Forrest's impression of Jordan Peterson, but it ended up sounding like Kermit the Frog, barely.
He did one of Obama doing Mambo number 5.
Oh yeah, I saw
a
this
little
one.
bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of Erica by my side.
Dude, what the? Dude, if you close your eyes, it's literally Obama.
Oh, but whoa, hello. But yeah, that's it's specifically Obama. Like, I mean, again, like I said before, like if you do an Obama impression, you try to work, and if you can nail down the folks, because he always says that, or the you got the Obama impression, like you got it, you're good. That's because how the thing is, when some people like when people do like biopics and like they have to sound like the person, like doing the accent and the certain, well, for some people, for some actors, they're like, there's a phrase or a word that kind of keeps me doing the accent, not, because like I remember, I think like for like Rami Malek doing like Freddie Mercury in Bohemian Rhapsody, just saying the word like darling, because he always called everyone, darling, but hey, do you darling, but and that worked. I'm wondering what Jafar Jackson had to do to keep Michael's voice, to keep his uncle's voice, because it's so weird when he doesn't really refer to Michael as like his uncle. Like, you are the nephew of Michael Jackson. You did what? Like, is that as if he was like someone he didn't even know? I mean, I don't know, but like, it's kind of weird. Like there are certain things like you have to when doing someone's voice, you don't just do the voice, you also have to have your tongue a certain way, your jaw, your teeth have to be like cleansed a certain way. It's like if and when, I mean, fuck the biopic industrial complex, but if they were to ever do a biopic about the Carpenters, whoever is in charge of playing Karen, I hope to God they study how she moves her mouth. And I know you're thinking, what are you talking about? Well, when watching the Karen Carpenter story, starring Cynthia Gibb from like the 1980s, like the way she's lip syncing, it's like it's wide, it's long, it's but like Karen Carpenter did the whole like close miking thing, and her mouth was very restrained because she didn't have to belt out; she had a certain octave range. So when whoever is tasked with playing Karen Carpenter, they're gonna have to learn how she moved her mouth, because she wasn't one to like, like what? Like, no, she was, very subtle with the nuances in the way she moved her jaw and her mouth. And that's and another thing too is, if you do want to try to sing like the person you're trying, you have to also study how they move their mouth. So like when you're singing along to Mariah Carey, she does a lot of like that. So like it's you really have to study how certain singers move their mouths, because I think Marion Cotillard or whatever, that French actress who played Edith Piaf or whatever, and she won the Oscar for that movie. La Vie en Rose, she was like, I studied how she moved her throat, her jaw, so it looked like as if I wasn't just lip syncing, I was actually doing the singing myself. I mean, it's getting to a point where you either do your own singing, you mix your voice with the person you're singing, you're lip syncing to, kind of like what they did with Jafar Jackson even said that's what they did with him and Michael's vocals. They mix, because Jafar sounds like his uncle, like when he sings. It's like, whoa, crazy. But also, I feel like it's not that hard to sing like Karen Carpenter if you're like an alto and you can't like belt. I'm not saying I can do it, but I can. Because I practiced my whole life singing like her, because of the fact that I wasn't like a soprano or a mezzo soprano or whatever. I was always like stuck being like an alto, low voice, lower register. Altos are the best. It's unfortunate that, like, I mean, it sucked because at times when I was in choir, there were no boys. So lucky me, they're like, Kristina, we have like an arrangement with a bass. Can you go low? And I'm like, low enough to, yeah, sure, I can go low. I can literally do the bass in Blue Moon, blah 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 blah. Like but then like when we did like album music, one time we did like an album medley, and the guys are doing that whole like ticka chan, and I'm like doing, I'm like ticka chan, and they're like, Kristina, can you do it louder? I'm like, if I could do it louder, I could. So like they had to make sure that I was like near like a microphone, because there's all these like sopranos and like 3 altos, and it's like, yeah, and I feel like people don't understand that when they're actually trying to like portray someone whose vocals or their mouth moves a certain way. Like we've come a long way from biopics where it's clear it looks like they're lip syncing, but now people are like, no, we're going to mix our vocals with the person, or we're actually going to study. Because again, like I said, it's not going to be that hard to sing like Karen Carpenter if they ever did a biopic about her life. Richard's going to have to die first before we ever get a real good story. So it's kind of like even with Austin Butler and Elvis, they kind of mixed his vocals a little bit with Elvis. With Freddie Mercury, they mixed him with that sound alike that went viral like on YouTube years ago. So, but like with Jafar Jackson, it's like he already sounded like his uncle, because when a few demos got leaked, a lot of people like, oh my god, these are Michael Jackson demos, and they're like, no, that's his nephew, and everyone's like, huh? No way, he sounds like him. So anyway, but like that's oh wait, speaking of, I found a funny TikTok. I always find funny TikToks. What else is new? Oh, hello. What? That ain't true. Okay, so but it was just funny trying to like growing up with a lower voice and like being very insecure about it, because it's like there's not, and of course my choir teachers were like, here are some good altos that you can, yeah, he's the son of Jermaine, but everyone's like, I think Michael might be the bio daddy, because drama, Jermaine's mother is also Randy's baby mama, the youngest Jackson son. There's a whole complicated history about Randy and Jermaine sharing the same. It's like a soap opera. I'm like, this is literally Sonny Corinthos and his brother. No, anyway, but like, it's just like looking at the Jackson family tree. I'm like, oh my god, the drama. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay. Where is oh my god, I like too much TikToks, man. This is bad. Okay, speaking of bad, man, there's a lot. Oh god, I got a lot of Lisa Marie Presley that I liked in my thing. Damn, son, where's the video at that I liked? Or did I just repost it? I don't remember. Okay, maybe I didn't. Anyway, that was funny the other night. we watched, because a lot of people were very interested in learning more about my show about Michael Jackson, because I'm like, yeah, I'm a historian, I guess. But like a lot of people never watched his short film Ghost. Everyone knows Thriller. Everyone knows Moonwalker. Hey, remember when Joe Pesci was the villain in Moonwalker? Yeah, that freaking antenna of a ponytail bun he had. You know, crazy. But like a lot of people don't know, he did a short film called Ghost where he played everybody. He played the mayor again, because I'm like, why does this old dude know how to dance like Michael Jackson? And then of course watching the behind the scenes, so like, oh, that is Michael Jackson in prosthetic makeup, and he would wear that look all the time out in public. He's like, the only way I can go out in public is wear that freaking old dude disguise, which doesn't look anything like the freaking district attorney from Santa Barbara who was out to get him from like the get-go. If he had the mustache, it would have been very obvious. And also, he looked a lot like my grandfather underneath all that makeup. I'm like, what? Anyway, but Ghost is fantastic because it's 1996 and the CGI is so fucking good. Even if you like with all these 4K restorations I see on YouTube, the CGI still, like, I'm like, you were giving Marvel budget for this short film. It's like, I'm like, you can, if that's one thing my chat was like, damn, these special effects are so good. What year was this? I'm like 1996, and they're like, you can't get CGI this good in 2026. I'm like, I know, it's crazy. Not only that, but I feel like the only way people know about Ghost is through like the Michael Jackson like we experience, because you do that choreography from like that short film. I mean, I studied it when I was very young, but like it's crazy. It's crazy that some people didn't know about Ghost until like, you know, recently. But also, I mean, I also knew about Moonwalker too, but it's just, that's crazy. Did I just not? Where's the video? Okay, that's not what I was looking for. Man, I got a lot of that in my algorithm. It's crazy. My TikTok is just crazy right now. I have everything on mute. Okay, maybe I'll find it. Maybe I'll find it this way. I saw on TV as a kid. I grew up watching it on VH1. That's how I knew, because like, again, like a lot of people for millennials, a lot of millennials are like, how'd you get into Michael Jackson? My sister is 7 years older than me. When she moved down here and Invisible came out, she's like, you are going to learn about this man and all his greatness. And I'm like, okay. I remember watching the 30th anniversary special and thinking, and my first question is like, why is he white? Oh my God, again, I'm 8 years old. I didn't know any better. It was just like, he's got the skin condition called vitiligo. And I'm like looking at him and looking at his brothers. I'm like, that's it. But then like, I also understood that this guy was a big fucking deal because of how everyone was reacting to him. I'm like, oh, he's a big deal. He's like, what? That's crazy, you know? I was like, okay, I get it. I understand. It's like when I was watching like Elvis stuff, you know? You know, just watch like, you know, or like watching like Beatles stuff. Like you kind of understand like the impact of people, you know. Why can't this scroll down further? This is weird. What the hell? Sorry, I'm trying to look at something, but it won't let me show it. Anyway, so yeah, in the early 2000s, there are certain things that I definitely remember seeing for the first time. And one of them also, did you guys see, did you guys hear that there's a Rocky Horror Show? Yeah, Rocky Horror Show revival at Studio 54, I think, in New York City. And I'm like, oh yeah, I've never seen a Rocky Horror Picture Show when I was like 9 years old on Halloween on VH1. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? So this is my story. It's so weird that I remember seeing Rocky Horror Picture Show for the first time. It was Halloween. I was a pink vampire. We were at a friend's house. They had VH1 on because as we were leaving to go trick-or-treating, they were playing Michael Jackson's Bucharest concert, and it was the black or white number. I was like, oh, Michael Jackson, I'm going to stay. And they're like, no, you go trick-or-treating. I'm like, but Michael, you know? And then we come back from trick-or-treating. VH1 has Rocky Horror Picture Show on, and the first thing I see is Tim Curry singing Sweet Transvestite. And I was like, what is this? And she's like, my parents like, go upstairs. You're spending the night at your friend's house. And I'm like, what is this? And we finished watching the rest of Rocky Horror. And also, that was the same year I watched Stephen King's It for the first time, not knowing that was also Tim Curry. And all my friends who make fun of me for being like one of those kids who cried easily, and I'm like, oh, I'll show you how to sleep over. I made them all watch It, and they've all developed a fear of clowns since because of me. And I'm like, that's what you get for making fun of me for being overly sensitive. They didn't even watch any of the remakes with Bill Skarsgård because they're like, you made us terrified of clowns. I'm like, cool, good. That's what I wanted. I love Tim Curry. That man should have an honorary Oscar at this point. The fact that he never got nominated for anything makes me mad. I also remember being 10 and watching Pink Flamingos, the John Waters Divine film where she eats like dog doo-doo. I turned out fine, y'all. I swear. I turned out great. I turned out fine. I'm okay. I'm not, scarred or whatever the hell. So, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with me. I turned out fine. Anyway, yeah, also I'm kind of mad because my sister's going to see the MJ musical on Broadway. I'm like, man. Excuse me. I didn't realize I was going to burp out loud, but it's fine. It's whatever. What the hell is that? Okay, sorry. Yes, that's right. Divine was the inspiration. Very a lot of the Disney villains are very queer coded. And unfortunately, with a lot of the live action remakes, they did not want them to be queer coded. Like they literally did ask made Jafar in the Aladdin remake hot. And I'm like, oh no, young and hot Jafar. I'm like, this is bad, son. I was like, oh no, we can't do that. And then when they do the live action Lion King, they're like, we're gonna cut all the Nazi imagery from Be Prepared and cut the song by to 30 seconds. And I'm like, wait. Why? No, we don't want to offend anyone. I'm like, offend who? The fucking Nazis you're making the song about? Like, I'm sorry, Trump was in office when the Lion King remake came out. Like, what are we doing? What's going on? Like I never understood. Like when we do like remakes of classics that have like certain imagery, you have to cut the imagery out because you don't want to offend people. I'm like, who the fuck cares what Nazis think? Can we please stop trying to be like, oh, we can't offend these white people? Do it. Like, you could tell what white people are not offended. Like, every time I see like a black TikToker be like, white people, if you know, and I'm like, listen, like, and then you see white people in the comments getting all mad. I'm like, clearly this person was talking about you and not about me because I'm reading it going, yes, go off, son, But then it's like it's so offended. Get so mad. Ugh. So anyway, oh. Okay, now it's scrolling down to do stuff. Okay, that's great. Sorry, I'm just looking at something. Man, my TikTok algorithm is like Hantavirus, Michael Jackson, and other stuff, See, the only one I like were the Cinderella and then like Beauty and the Beast. That is it. Everything else, I'm like, yeesh, what is this? But also too, I'm looking forward to Tangled just because they got Catherine Hahn playing Mother Gothel, and I'm like, that is the only casting choice I like. But also too, again, I'm friends with Bobby and Kristen Lopez, who wrote the songs for Frozen and Agatha all along. So it's like, if we ever were to cover like Frozen on Movie Night Extravaganza, I would love to invite them on. I would be begging, please. Please. We need you. We need you to come on. Okay. I'm just saying. So, also my TikTok algorithm is full of like people like telling the story about what was it like the day Michael Jackson died, and I'm over here with my cane that's back here going, gather around, kiddos, I'm gonna tell you today when Michael Jackson died. It was like 9/11. It was like 9/11. It was like 9/11 for the entertainment industry. Everyone's like, what was it like? I'm like, fucking internet crashed. I'm not kidding. You couldn't go on AOL Messenger, Facebook, Twitter, MySpace, Friendster, whatever was it was hard. The economy had a global hiccup. Like again, it was 2009, but it's like, I mean, you guys don't. And then some people are like, well, I was at Disneyland when he died. And I'm like, oh, no, those stories were crazy. Because it's like, everyone just like, for the first time, Disneyland was just quiet. Like, everyone was quiet. And we did a moment's silence. And then we were all grieving. And I'm like, yeah, I was home at my Uma's house. I was out in public when it was announced. But you know who's dead? Oh, man. When Trump dies, I better be out in public, baby. I better be out in public. I better be out at Walmart or Publix. I'm going to be blasting, can you feel the brand new day from The Wiz, of all the freaking, or Bowie Jaggers dancing in the street. Because believe it or not, I don't know if you guys know this, but Trump don't care about us. The man was asked about like, oh, with Iran and all that, do you care about, people's like financial, yeah, and he's like, I don't think about it. And I'm like, what? Let me see if I can find the clip. I mean, I should find it. Oh. Excuse me. If I can find, God, oh wait, no, I think I saved it. But like, did you guys see the interview? Like, they just asked him a simple question, like, hey, what do you think about all the financial? Like this is crazy. This is ridiculous. Wait, I am cool. I'm great.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
And you know what? He supports like, well, he's right though. I'm like, but how? You really care that you don't care that you're paying like $6 for gas now? Like, if Democrats were smart, they would blast this everywhere. Everywhere. Blast it everywhere. Because like that is a good thing. He's been like, I don't care about America's finances. As president, you're supposed to though. Right? Shit. Like it's crazy. And he don't care. He don't care. Like he literally did that. I was like, I don't care. As long as I'm like, I thought it back in like January when you did your State of the Union, you said Iran's nuclear arsenal was gone. But now within like a month, they're able to. I mean, is building like nuclear weapons like the only major in Iran? Like that's what I've been wondering. I'm like, how have they been able to do that in the span of a month? Build up such a nuclear arsenal and yada yada. I don't know. But like the fact that he's like, and then they're asking like Democrats are like, well, what do you expect? This is exactly the type of person he is. And then you ask Republicans, they're like, no comment. I don't think he meant that. And it's like, you idiots, savage idiots. Oh, of course, it's fucking Susan Collins who can't. Woohoo! Conan O'Brien will officially return to host the Oscars next year. Hell yeah! Also, One more Michael Jackson story before I go. Guys, did you know that there was a time where I was this close to Michael Jackson? Like, this close to him. Like, almost. And what happened was James Brown died. So, living in this area that I live in, James Brown had a place in, like, Beach Island, South Carolina, which is, like, part of, you know, this area that I'm from, where my Oma lived in Beach Island. And his estate was not far from where she lived. Like, it literally was like within like not even like a 5-minute drive. But then word got out that Michael Jackson was coming into town. And I was like, what? And they're like, he's probably gonna be staying at James Brown's estate, you know, where his daughter lives and all that. And I'm like, what? And so, dead ass, because Michael Jackson gave a eulogy at James Brown's funeral at the James Brown Arena. And so, like, I literally was like, I'm like at my Oma's, and I'm like, because it's Christmas break, you know, he died during Christmas break, and I'm like, I was like, and even my sister and I, we were like, we are minutes away from Michael Jackson, because the fucking traffic was insane. There were cars going up and freaking down the road, and we all know why, because people were, you know, coming in droves to James Brown funeral. But it was just so crazy that we were like, my sister and I, like, this is so weird. We are minutes, like within like a 5-minute drive away from Michael Jackson right now. We can't. I'm like, I know. We wanted to go to the freaking, like, because we could have went to Augusta again because it's right across the river to like stay outside of James Brown Arena. Like, it's because a lot of fans, you know, came out for his for James Brown's funeral, because James Brown's a freaking legend in this area, obviously. But it was just so weird that we were like, oh my god, we were so close to Michael Jackson. Like that is like my only Michael Jackson story that I can like say for confidence. Like, yeah, it was a thing. I was like, ah. And then we had to go up to Jersey because I was going to see Jersey Boys in New York City. But I was like, oh my god, we were just like so close. And then one time we kept like driving up and down like past the estate trying to see if we could get a glimpse at him. And then I'm like, wait a minute, this is like a big estate with like yards and yards of like fields and then the house. So it's like, we're not gonna see him. But anyway, someone asked him like, what brings you here, Michael? And he's like, James Brown. I'm like, yeah, you idiots. And so we just watched from like my Uma's TV in her kitchen, you know, the James Brown funeral. And then we had to leave the next day to go up to Jersey to then New York to see Jersey Boys. God, Frankie Valli needs to retire. I get it. He probably still owes money to the mob, I'm assuming. But I thought that was closed. Ooh, breaking news. Florida to close Alligator Alcatraz immigration facility over soaring costs. Yeah, no shit, of course. Some good news, I guess. Anyway, so just remind you guys, tonight, movie night extravaganza, 8 p.m. Eastern. Josh Olson's coming on. Woohoo! Woohoo! If you're on Twitter, you definitely have seen Josh Olson post on Twitter, because that man's a fucking, like, he goes after the libs all the time. I love it. And then next week, Adam McKay. I have a friend who's like a big fan of Adam McKay. They're like, no way, you know him. And it's cool. I'm like, yeah, just casually, like, he's a... Anyway. Engaging with his post when he still had a Twitter account was the smartest thing to do, because then he followed me back and I messaged him, invited him on the pod. He gave us his personal email, and the rest is history. His history. Anyway, also later this summer, we will be covering Titanic, because Conan has never seen Titanic. RP, Conan Etron has never seen Titanic. And I'm like, do you know how many straight dudes fuck with Titanic? Again, when I saw Titanic in theater for the 25th anniversary, I was the only girl in there. And I'm like, y'all, all these dudes must be gay. And they weren't. I'm like, they're here to see Kate Winslet's boobs. And I'm at there, and then I hear them say, you know, I'm flying, Jack. I'll never let go. And then I hear like sniffling and crying at the end. And I'm like, oh, straight dudes fuck with Titanic now. Okay. I was like, this is so I'm looking, I'm like, are you dudes okay? Like, we're gonna have to watch it in the movie night Discord. Make it like a big event. How? It's like when people say they've never seen The Wizard of Oz, or like when people are like, I've never listened to Michael Jackson. I'm like, what the hell? How? There are two things you should have gone with. Watch the Wizard of Oz as a kid and also listen to my, like, how do you, or I'm never going to stand some of you. Anyway, also, I want to discuss Jean Cocteau's Beauty and the Beast. Good French film, happened right after World War II. Lots to discuss. I can't wait to cover it one of these days because Cohen is down to cover that. I'm like, yeah, let's go. Let's do it. It's going to be great. I am so excited. Anyway, so I'm very much excited. Also, I don't know. I think on Twitch, I'm going to be reading this book. Hopefully, maybe. Again, very eye-opening stuff. What do you I'm talking the 1997 version. Come on, man. Leo, Kate, Ship of Dreams, and blah 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 blah, and all that. Anyway, I'm the king of the world. Anyway, I look forward to y'all watching Lindsay Ellis's old video about Is Titanic Good? It's a very good video. Anyway, guys, I'm probably gonna be heading out, obviously, because it's like 6 now. So I'm gonna head out. See y'all in 2 hours to discuss Charlie Merrick with Josh Olson. So Alex and John are gonna be keeping y'all company for the next hour. And I'll see you guys in 2 hours. Bye.
Hi, folks. What's going on? Welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions. On this space, I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I want to talk about, and politics over here on this space. And today I'm joined with my good buddy and yours, John Ross. How you doing, buddy?
What is going on? Hey, what's up, Alex? What's up, chat? People in the chat, how y'all doing?
Put the chat on the screen for a second.
Happy Tuesday.
Yes, happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Happy this space week. It's always this space week every week. Share, like the stream. Silas, what's going on? Johnny, Latino, Rich, Jet.
We just had our also just remember we had our big mod meeting, our little hangout. Yeah, a couple last weekend. If Jet
yes, we did. Yes.
Yeah. It was a pretty decent turnout. It was myself, Johnny was there, Joker, Jed was there hosting, and yeah, it was great. I mean, I kind of wish more folks, if they could, had showed up. But hey, it's all good. We're gonna do
Some
it
people have
again
a
next
real
month. So
what up, winners and losers? What up, Hank?
heroes we need. Yeah, what's up, Hank? My boy Hank Thompson, our boy.
Silas,
What up,
Latino.
Silas? What up, Latino? Who's I think Latino was also there as well. Yeah. I actually also have to preface something. I have the main StreamYard on, and I have my second monitor as always, just playing the network. So if I'm looking off, it's just because I'm making sure everything's good. I'm using Google Chrome for the first time because I use like the Brave because they take ads or they don't do ad breaks. But this is another piece of nugget here, another little nugget. So I was doing when we were doing the mod hangout, Brave would not work, and in a sense, like the audio was wrong. I mean, Jet's audio was not working, but it was always something on my end, and so I closed off StreamYard or Brave, opened up Google Chrome, and it just worked. So I think I'm going to start using Google Chrome for stuff.
Yeah, I've been using Google Chrome since we started this space because you need to, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
And I like it. I'm worried that maybe I have too many tabs open all the time. Every week, I am collecting tabs, collecting hyperlinks over the weekend. Going, I got to talk about this. I got to talk about that.
Yeah,
I have 1,000
bro.
fucking tabs, and my computer runs slow and whatnot. I just had to like clean out stuff. I'm getting like real close on my video drive, so I got to clean that out on my external.
Yeah, and it takes up so much RAM. That's the one thing about being a streamer is no matter what computer you have, whether it's pre-built PC,
that I gotta like delete and then I gotta
exactly. So much file, so much storage. It's like it makes stuff like this laggy, whether you're using StreamYard or in my case Restream. And it's just like
this weekend.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I've done is it was a lot of birthdays in my family and my friend group around this time.
Yeah, mine's coming up.
A lot of birthday celebrations happening. And
mine's coming up in a couple weeks. I'll be 34
on
the 29th.
Cool.
I think I have something planned. A friend is coming out from out of town, so gonna do something.
I didn't do that many videos this past week, so I got these two up. Brian Andrews, who went on with friend of the show and fellow This Space co-host Boston Brian. He did an interview with Brian Andrews, a country artist who has been dropping some songs that are like protest songs, and what the fuck is going on in this country, and what the fuck is going on with country music, period. So he made a new song, dropped it, so I made a reaction to that. And then today, Kenny Mason, who is an artist who I've heard on other people's albums, came out with his own album that I don't know, fourth, fifth, but it's my first time listening, so I did that today before starting. But I'm having you on, and I have some clips and topics for us to talk about.
Sure.
That these tabs
are.
Go ahead.
It says 29. I said I'll be 34, but yeah, you're kind of actually right. I look younger than I actually am. Maybe just because I cut my hair recently. The last time I was on here, I had long hair. I want to say your hair. It looks really interesting.
Yeah,
I like.
I've
the
been
new
growing
getup.
out my hair for.
You look like
for like a year.
It took me 2 years to grow my hair out. So, good. Best of luck to you. Doesn't look a day over 33. Well, they say you are who you're young. Yeah.
You know what? Actually, I'm gonna save these for tomorrow.
I will kind of mention Melissa Barrera was in the news. She's starting a new production company, and she said she's only going to work with somebody. She's only going to work with folks that are pro-Palestine, which I don't know if probably that's like a sudden news event that just popped up in my head because I've been following a little bit of movie news.
That's funny because I actually have that.
Oh,
that
there we
pulled
go.
up. So,
And I have my also I don't know if I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the comedian Ron Placone. I did an interview with him a couple weeks ago.
oh yeah, from Jimmy
Yeah.
Dore's show.
Well, formerly from Jimmy Dore. He's not with, obviously not with Jimmy Dore anymore, thank God. But yes, I did an interview with him like 4 or 5 weeks ago. And
Nice.
and yeah, it's up on my YouTube channel, which y'all go subscribe to. I'm sure Johnny
Yes, you should.
Tillett would
What is your
put up-
YouTube channel
Put up
called?
my it's John Ross on Twitter. It's still the John Ross Show. It has been for 5 years, but
On Twitter?
it's still
Or
there.
it's on YouTube?
I have it's on YouTube, and I'm also on Twitch. I'm also I actually passed 100 subscribers.
Nice.
So not
Nice.
that that's a big deal. but I'm
Dude, it
starting to
was for
really
me.
kind of-
When I made a video when
Yeah.
I got 50 subscribers, and I was like, "Thank you for 50 subscribers." Like, hey man,
every little bit
helps.
counts, though.
Dude. It
Yeah,
really does.
exactly. Every
And
little
I
bit
try to
helps.
comment on everybody's comments when they are kind enough to
Yeah.
leave one. So again,
And
follow
so, and
John
like I
Ross
also have,
on YouTube.
yeah, and then I also have and this is gonna probably take some more time, but I have 2 YouTube channels. I have plenty, but the 3 main 2 are my main channel, which is like my interview, like normal stream, and then I have a movie review channel called Honest Film Review, without the S.
Mhm.
That started back in December. I did like a little announcement on like Facebook and Twitter and all the rest of it. I've only done 3 reviews so far. And then I have a 3rd movie related channel. See, I'm doing a lot of movie content lately. That's with a friend who's coming out of town, but I can't say much about it because we have to
Top secret.
we have to yeah, something like that. But yeah, top secret. Yeah,
But
you
yeah,
can't
let
say
me that. get into this news.
So enough of me simping for my YouTube.
Melissa Barrera. If you don't know who she is, that's fine. I didn't either. Melissa Barrera she's an actress. She was in the Scream franchise.
She was in the
like,
last 2 Scream franchises,
The last
5
2?
and 6.
5 and
Yeah,
6.
the ones with radio
came out,
silence.
right? 7
Yeah,
just
7 came out,
right?
and I'll just preface it sucked. I saw it with Gavin
it
from
looks
the
like
Vanguard.
It's got
it's fucking.
Gavin from the
I don't know
Vanguard.
if I
Yeah,
can
that's
yeah.
funny.
I don't know if
Shout
I
out
can
to
swear on this
Vanguard
channel.
boys. I was actually just
Yeah.
watching them earlier. But anyways, Melissa
Yeah,
Barrera got fired from the Scream franchise for speaking out about
Yep.
Palestine and saying,
Yep.
being anti-genocide. 2 years ago, right when it happened, right when the genocide
Yeah.
began. And since then, she's been blacklisted and again, the Paramount's been firing her and blacklisting her.
Yeah.
But she says she's in the new movie coming out called I Love Boosters by Boots Riley. Shout out Boots Riley. Love his movies. I still have yet to watch I'm a Virgo, but I loved Sorry to Bother You. So I gotta
Nice.
keep
I've
on
not
that.
seen
And
any Boots
I
Riley,
Love
but I will
Boosters is
now.
on my calendar to go see in a few weeks. But she said
Nice.
basically anyone pro-Palestine. Melissa tells Variety that she's starting her own production company and plans to work with anyone pro-Palestine. I kept track of the people who vocally came out and said something to defend me at the time. Susan Sarandon, Tatiana Maslany, Hannah Einbender, all of who, by the way, at least I know Susan Sarandon and Tatiana Maslany has also been like dropped by their agencies.
By their agencies, yeah.
representation. Hannah Einbender. I don't know how she keeps going, but she's on like some hit show called Hacks that I haven't watched. But she's going for it, and I love when she speaks out and going like, why? She was at a conference the other day over the weekend, going like, the amount of people with platforms with fuck you money to be able to say, like, obviously what we're all seeing with our eyes are just not. They're fucking quiet. I mean, Mark Ruffalo, I'm surprised he's still the Hulk.
Oh yeah,
Poppy Lou, obviously Javier Bardem. Shout out,
yeah,
Javier.
absolutely.
Would be a dream
Shout
to
out
work with.
Javier Bardem.
He doesn't
Solidarity
need me to
with
give
him.
any opportunities, but yes, I have lists. I do believe in building a network of people who are like-minded, and for me, this is chapter 2. She also, like I said, Boots Riley shouted out, like, Boots Riley was one of the first people to reach out to me when that happened. And then after he reached out to me, other people started reaching out to me with opportunities and to keep me in the industry, because this is McCarthyism. This has happened before.
Oh
right?
yeah,
Like,
this is essentially cancel culture in the fairest sense of the word. I think there's, and this is probably a controversial thing to say in itself, but hey, it's got to be said, right? I think there are two forms of cancel culture. Cancel culture are people who do the wrong thing in life, but then there are cancel culture the people where they do the right thing. And this is an example of somebody who was doing the right thing, somebody who was speaking out for what they believe in. That's what Melissa Barrera was doing. Melissa Barrera, in all fairness, there has to be a sense where she was expecting at some form that this was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Because
then it's like the
again,
paramount.
No, dude, students are getting fucking disappeared for it. Fucking politicians are getting shoved around by ICE.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You got, organizations.
Colleges are cracking down and giving lists of students to the fucking government. Under Biden, people forget. It was 2023. It was under fucking Biden. So don't let these fucking asshole liberals who are going like, oh, we need to listen to Neera Tanden and we need to listen to sensible Democrats like fucking John Fetterman going on Bill Maher or whatever this fucking
Fraud
bullshit
Fetterman,
is.
yeah.
Like, fuck that shit, dude. She was right, and she was right to speak out. Use her little platform. She's an actress who could have been blacklisted. She was, dude. And if this was 10 years earlier, you would never have heard her fucking name again. But these other creators who are like, I'm, dangerous. I've been getting the talking to by studio heads. Boots Riley, are you kidding? Latino Mufuni says, I Am a Virgo is very good anti-capitalist take on the superhero genre. So I'm very excited for that. I love my superhero stuff. Check out my Daredevil review on my channel.
It's kind of similar with like No Other Land.
No Other
It's
Land.
like
What happened with No Other Land? What happened with No Other Land?
It's kind of the same way, similar with No Other Land. That film should be out in the public domain in physical media. But of course, because it's
documentary about
pro-Palestine.
Gaza. Yeah.
Because
and it keeps winning awards.
Because it's pro-Palestine. Yeah, exactly. And it should be out there in the physical media, but in the streaming media. But is it out? Does anyone see it? No,
because
fucking Zionist companies like Paramount. No distributor wants to touch that film.
They're terrified
because they know
They're
the
terrified
subject
to pick
matter.
it up
They know,
and that they're going to get. I don't know what would happen on a corporate level, like what punishments you get from other corporations who don't do business with you. I guess I don't know. But Melissa Barrera has been reached out to Boots Riley, and this is just in the whole theme of like it's over. It's over. Like
it's done.
Cancel culture. Like it doesn't. First of all, it was always bullshit. It was like 10-year-olds who were like mad about something, and they came up with the term cancel culture. Who not cancel culture? You're canceled. We're like, you're a TV show. I don't want to see you anymore. Can we cancel this? I don't want to fucking see that. It was just slang from fucking 10, 15 years ago that the right was like, ooh, this is good. We can use this to make it seem like, oh, these kids, these millennials, and these Gen Z, they're not letting you have free speech. We're about to get to fucking Chud the Builder, but right now, fucking Dana White is on Charlemagne's podcast, the Breakfast Club radio show, The Breakfast Club, talking about Charlemagne calls him out, and just is like, "You beat your fucking wife, dude. Is the fact that you're the boss of the corporation affect the HR decision and to keep you on?"
What's going on camera?
It's happened.
It's happened.
Oh, God.
Okay.
And
that's why you
I wonder would they have been treated the same way?
You know what's funny is that it's not funny, but I used to say that you don't recover from those. Those are ones you don't recover from.
But you did.
I did.
You think being the boss protected you from consequences that employees or athletes?
No, definitely not.
No, definitely, Dana. Come on.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
You made the choice publicly not to excuse yourself from the brand.
You chose publicly to not what?
To excuse yourself or give yourself
like
a
100%.
Yeah, like
listen, there's a board of directors. There's there's other people that are involved that could have pushed for that, but yeah.
But they didn't because they knew they'd be fucking intimidated and harassed and fucking dude. He controls the UFC. Like they also go at him about like glazing Trump, and you just agree with everything, and you say he's doing the best for the American people. But this Iran war, the oil prices, the prices of everything, it's bullshit, and people are fucking calling it out now. I
Yeah,
don't like
exactly.
Charlemagne. It's fucking ridiculous that like he has as much weight as he does. Same thing with Joe
I
Rogan.
care
Same
less.
thing with
Yeah,
any of these
same.
fucking idiots. Fucking Theo Von. I'm sorry, I'm yelling. It pisses me
No,
off.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
And
You have
then,
every right
you
to.
got this asshole. Hold on. You got this asshole, Chud the Builder, who is in this genre
Where did they
of
come up with
I'm
these
just go out
names,
on
by
the
the way?
street and harass black people. And that's going to
Right.
be my content. And I'm going to get sympathy from racists who are going to build me up. Fucking Kyle Rittenhouse, motherfucking Marjorie Taylor Greene, who we'll get to in a minute. She started her career doing that. She fucking filmed herself following Parkland shooting victims.
She was
going to
it's like doing the
AOC's
fucking-
congressional office, yelling her fucking door. It was terrifying. And here's fucking Chud the Builder. I'm not going to show you any of his clips. You've probably seen them. He goes around and says the N-word
I
around
have
black people.
thankfully I've
he's
not
been
seen them.
exposed by a trans sex worker. Now, this is for his audience to make fun of him and fucking get rid of him. They're all fucking failed content creators in one way or another, and they go, you know what's easy money? Racists. Racists
Yeah.
are easy fucking money. So let me just play to them. And these
It's
pictures,
so
these
it's just so
pictures, folks,
disgraceful.
this is him like a couple years ago. This is him now. Okay. A couple years ago, he's trying to make a different kind of content and get a different kind of fame on the internet. But he decided, you know what? It's easy if I go MAGA and I just go racist. And now he's getting all kinds of views and all kinds of shit just for saying the N-word around black people. And if they fucking react physically, he has bear mace and he has a gun. Like, how much longer until he is a Kyle Rittenhouse? He is.
Yeah.
This is a whole fucking genre. But watch what she has to say about him. Watch this.
What's up, y'all? Lily Venus here, pretty bitch with a big dick. It's literally in my bio. I'm only bringing this up because Chud the Builder's cameraman put our conversation on Broadway on YouTube. Now millions of people know what I look like fresh off work. Fucking great. But in the caption it said that black woman who used to smoke mid and get raw dogged by Chud the Builder. Well, he's not lying. I already told y'all we used to smoke. He used to sell me weed. And we did raw dog a lot. Me, him, and my ex-wife. I am a professional pegger. It is no secret that I perform prostate massages, if you will, for men. I've been doing it for a very long time now. Most of my clientele is white men. We sign NDA agreements. I talk about me pegging all the time, but I never tell you names because discretion is key. Confidentiality is why my client list is so long. But Chud mentioned it first. I think that he said it the way he said it because the white supremacists were probably like, ew, you used to hang out with a black girl. Shame on you. So you had to make it sound good. But see, here's the thing. I'm an egregore too. Lily Venus, hi. Hail the great mother. So I am all about enlightenment, controversy, occultism, witchcraft, and of course, love. So me talking about this is what my brand is about. Let's expose it, bro. So yes, pretty bitch with a big dick. I have not fucked.
Whoa, all right. I forget this is Twitter, but
Yeah.
nothing YouTube is nothing YouTube hasn't seen before from a foreign man in a foreign land or whatever other kind of fucking or Hassan, whatever. But this is the point. They are falling. Like they are falling culturally. They're falling structurally. Like Israel is trying to still like, oh, it's anti-Semitism if you do this.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking protests
Israel
in New
will-
York when they're doing land sales are fucking crazy. But again, more and more people are like, no. It's not they're protesting a synagogue. It's they're protesting what you're doing inside the synagogue. And even MAGA supporters are starting to fucking wake up too. Let me play this last clip just to end the segment. I want to get your thoughts. This black guy is reacting to this video, folks, just to make it clear. And this is what they're talking about.
When they want to do something to hurt black people, the wheels of government turn fucking fast, son.
Oh, yeah.
This just happened. And they're like, oh, I can fit this in. Let's go.
Let's do it right now.
I'll move some things around.
Yeah. Rural hospital closures, Ohio State, Tennessee. We got every other state beat. We'll deal with that later. But right now, we got to make sure black people can't vote.
Progress takes time.
Now, like these are all
Okay,
disparate
fucking accents
examples.
are so fake.
I know the accents
I will
are
say that they're so fucking funny, but they're also fake. I was like, come on,
I think
are you
those
trying
are,
to sound
they're real
honestly sound like
accents. But hold on, John.
It's like you try to like
I
put
think
on like the
all these different stories. Melissa Barrera,
Mhm.
Charlemagne talking to Dana White. These two guys who are speaking with, I think, their true accents. Maybe they're heightening up their accents just to make the point,
Right.
like Dieter does. Shout out Dieter. I was just watching American Wasp videos. And this Chud the Builder thing of like, I'm trying to be a right-wing celebrity like Cavicular, like these other fucks on like Kick and Rumble and shit. But they may get, again, fucking angry, stupid 10-year-olds who are like, this is edgy and fun on the keyboard. But like, it's bots, it's buying bots, it's getting funded by like Peter Thiel and these billionaires, Elon Musk, propping them up on algorithms like X and Facebook and shit. It's not real, and people don't fuck with this shit, and they're getting exposed.
No.
So like, I love it. I love watching it. John, what's your take?
Well, that last one with the I guess the hype and hillbilly accents, I think that's just them trying to like hype up their their brand, and it's only gonna work for the fan base. It's not gonna. I mean, people like you and I and like the entire like leftist online community at large, we could see right through that. That's just a bunch of promotional, as you say, right wing garbage.
No, it's not right-wing garbage. Like, these are two lefties. You know what I'm saying?
These
are two lefties.
These two here.
Yes, that's my point.
Really?
They're realizing, they're going, yes, they're saying the government can move real fast if they want to take rights from black people. But if they want to, a rural hospital needs funding, or a road is broken, that can wait. We got to take the voting rights away first.
Okay, so probably where I was thinking was because of like the American flag, and it looks like there's sort of like
they're getting in that algorithm. They're doing the smart thing. They're making this lefty shit.
So they're basically
to the right wing.
They're basically lampooning.
They're left-wing hicks.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct. Okay. So they're like left-wing hicks lampooning the conservative, like Trump MAGA movement is basically.
No, they're left-wing hicks who are like, we're American. Fuck this shit. They're doing what I do when I get the fucking American flag on election night. And I'm like, I'm wearing this flag because I love this fucking country and I want Mamdani to win. And they can't have this goddamn flag. It's our flag. Fuck that shit.
To do something to hurt black people. The wheels of government turn fucking fast, son.
Oh, yeah.
This just happened. And they're like, I can fit this in. Let's go.
Let's do it right now.
I'll move some things around.
Yeah. Rural hospital closures, Ohio State and Tennessee. We got every other state beat. We'll deal with that later. But right now, we got to make sure black people can't vote.
Progress takes time.
Oh, yeah.
Justice.
Sure.
It takes decades.
You know how hard it is to get anything done?
You're right. They are kind of lampooning how like politicians talk, and they're like, it takes decades to do like civil rights or like get any kind of bill passed. Like hold on, take your breath. We can't raise the minimum wage. We got to listen to the parliamentarian, like that kind of bullshit. But we got to take rights away from black people. We got to take rights away from you, the citizen, any citizen, workers. Then we can move real fucking fast. We got to go to war with Iran. We can fucking send the planes right now. What are we waiting for?
Congress, it takes years and years for a bill to go from here to there. I mean, I've watched all the cartoons. I know how hard it is. Yeah.
Small steps forward. But man, when they want to roll stuff back, they're taking like jumping frog leaps.
Yep.
Frog leaps.
So what hit me about this video wasn't even just what these men were saying. It's the fact that they were willing to say anything at all. Because right now it costs all of us something to speak up. Friends, comfort, followers, family, and these two gentlemen know that. And still they showed their faces. They attached their names to it. They used humor, a gimmick, a bit, whatever tool they had available to try and move the conversation forward.
You see what I'm saying? How like they're using their white privilege, and they're using the backdrop of the flag and whatnot, and their natural accents, heightened maybe for the characters or whatever, but like not the camera, just the presentation, right? Anytime there's a camera on somebody, they're performing. That's a quantum physics law. But it is good that more people like Jennifer Welch, who's a white woman from fucking Oklahoma, who's like, wait a minute, I've been like rah-rahing Obama and Hillary Clinton all these years. Wait a minute, I didn't know there was a further left, and like actually they've been right all along. And it's that everyone's kind of getting woken up a little bit.
Oh
now.
yeah.
Again, these are
you can
examples,
see it now.
And there's just 4 examples, and I don't want to like, it's hopium for sure, but
yeah, exactly.
I think it's elemental. It's indicative of a broader movement. John, your thoughts?
My thoughts. I mean, my thoughts are basically like people that are like liberal, that were like far. I wouldn't say far. Like they were just like normie left liberals in like 2016 and 2020. I think a lot of them. You could kind of point, Joy-Ann Reid in this direction as an example as well.
Yeah.
Of someone who, really tried to trash Bernie, especially in 2020, by using like the body language expert. I think a lot of these people, if you remember that, I think I wasn't watching MSNBC much, but I'd hear about it through the online discourse. You can see these people all of a sudden a decade later start to, as you say, have like this awakening, if you will, of Bernie is right, and yeah, we gotta support Zoran, and democratic socialism is where it's at, and all the rest of it, right? But my question would be like, where were these people 10 years ago when they were trashing Sanders? I remember, because I was a staunch Bernie supporter in 2016 and in 2020. I used to have fights with my relative who still lives here in town, which I will not name because of privacy issues, over the election in that time. Basically saying like Bernie's policies are quote unquote too radical. It's like now all of a sudden he's like he's like empathetic to, or sympathetic, I should say, to Zoran. And I'm like, it's kind of, well, that's all great and fine. It's kind of 10 years too late. You know what I'm saying? It's like you should have been there in 2016 with the rest of us.
I agree with you. And I would say there's tiered reactions to that, right? Like if it's a family member, that's whatever dynamic, but who knows? Dieter talks about this a lot as well. That's on American Wasp tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. But if it's, I look at it like, okay, if you are like in the fucking Trump administration, then you are forever like, fuck you. If like people, if you are helping them, if you're like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, forever fuck you. If you are a media person, again, Tucker Carlson kind of falls into that, but he's way more powerful than any other media person. If you're like a Ben Shapiro, or let's say Ashley St. Clair, who had a baby with Elon Musk. If you are Steven Crowder, you have to now work the rest of your life against that. And like, we are tentatively like, okay, fine, but like, I'm not platforming you or talking to you. You go talk to them. You talk to your audience.
You want your platform. You want to go over to that audience because a million things, but the big factor is that, that big, what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the money, of course. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
So I want to transfer that. That's the end of that clip about, fucking the shift, the vibe shift. The tide is turning, and Chud the Builder, especially, getting fucking exposed. I want to talk to you about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Exactly this time.
If we must.
So
I mean, she's always in the news anyway, so
yeah,
we might as well.
Again, I
one of the people anyway.
Break it down like this. The tiered responses. Let's begin the clip like this, Dick. The tiered responses of a Trump supporter or a Trump supporter exists is if they're in the administration, if they're in the administration, they are forever fucked. But if they want to have any sociability at all, they need to work the rest of their lives against what they helped create. If you are powerful, almost as powerful, but not quite like in the administration, like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congress people, whatever, you work the rest of your life to fix what you've done. if you are below them, if you're a media figure, if you have a big platform of some kind, a celebrity, whatever, you work the rest of your fucking life against what you helped build, like Joe Rogan, Ashley
Or
St.
Theo
Clair, who
Von.
Theo Vaughn, comedians, celebrities,
These
whatever.
comedians who are all like open arms for Trump in 2024, and now look at him now. It's like
Yeah,
Rogan, Vaughn,
it was the cool
St.
thing.
Clair.
It was popular, and then oops, it didn't work out.
It didn't work out. So now
Ashley St. Clair, who I mentioned before, has a baby with Elon Musk. Like, she was 19 years old when she got involved in all this shit. Clearly, like, groomed to some extent, But like this, she is now working. Just look again, not seeking money, not seeking fame for doing this. She is just seeking to help the people that she's hurt by writing like anti-trans children's books and whatever, all the speeches that she's given at events and stuff.
Okay.
But so that's like that level of celebrity, right?
Yeah.
And then there's people like voters, just voters. Obviously there's a difference if you are like a violent protester, Proud Boy, or went to January 5th or a 6th or whatever. 6th,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, no, you gotta do a lot more. But if you're a voter and like the people that we're trying to reach with this space and these clips and whatnot, and the people that Jennifer Welch is like reaching, and people like Grant Plattner or Zohar Mamdani, who fucking went and talked to Trump voters and was like, why'd you vote for Trump? They're just like, most people aren't as involved in politics as you and I, or at least aware. Like, I'm not even that involved. Like, I kind of know what's going on.
I mean, yeah,
but,
like I'm involved in the local level, obviously, before we get to the clip. Like, I'm involved in like my local DSA and other organizations on the left. So that's as far, like, I always kind of put it into the local level and the local grassroots level. That's where it starts. And I would encourage anyone who wants to get involved in the grassroots level. That's where it starts with you. You want to elect the next Mamdani, or the quote unquote next Mamdani, or another Grand Plat. Like, we got somebody, if you don't mind me shouting out, Hartzell Gray, who's running for the Congress in Missouri, in my district. If you want to do that, you got to start small. You got to start on the grassroots level before you start running for office. And I think that's what's lacking. Exactly. That's what's lacking within leftist party politics.
A lot of it is talking online, and that's what we're doing here. But I went and fucking I went and canvassed for Lindsey Borland. Like, I tried to get somebody elected,
and that was
I would say that for my city council.
Let me just say that was fantastic that you did that. It gets people out and about. It gets people the word. I've done political campaigning myself in the past. It gets people somewhat
and you just feel
good.
It's great. You feel good and you feel like connected to your community, and it's community organizing. But then that's what I mean. Like, those people on that level, their minds can be changed, and that's why I'm like, you forgive them.
They can
and you go,
evolve.
okay, you're gonna now listen to what we say and vote for who we fucking tell you to vote for. Like when when Hassan goes and campaigns with Abdul El Sayed and his fucking polling numbers skyrocket, and everybody he campaigns with skyrockets, then you fucking have to pay attention. And then you go, oh, I guess there's something to this. You get in the back of the fucking line. You do not fucking dictate who the candidate is.
Yeah, you get to participate just like everybody else, but you got to earn your way in. I think that's the perfect example of like the Jennifer Welch and the I've Had It podcast. Like, they didn't start like either. They started out as like liberal, like Obama, Bernie, or Obama, Hillary, and they've evolved. They've gone along, and they've
they listen to someone.
They listen, and they become more and more left.
Yeah, like, I'll never forget that moment.
It's the same. It's the opposite of.
Was on their podcast and he said, I'm not going to vote for Gavin Newsom. Like, if it's Newsom versus JD Vance, we've already lost. And she came out the next day and she was like, no, he was right. Stop being like, oh, what are you, crazy? It's blah, blah, blah. She's like, no, I'm wrong. Like, the liberals need to listen to the people who have been in this fight.
It's the opposite effect.
Who know this history.
It's like the opposite effect of what we need versus what we just described about the podcasters on the right, the Rogans, the Theo Vons, all those people are like now all of a sudden saying, who like hyped up Trump in 2024 are like, gee, I don't know, I really don't like this. And it's just like, see, we don't need that energy anymore. we need the opposite effect of what we're doing now.
And the people
of
who are
hyping the left up.
consistently wrong and who are just trying to get on the hype train now that everyone fucking hates that shit. And it's like,
Right.
oh, I guess we have to, what's the easiest way to do that? They go, okay, I guess the genocide's bad. The one that we can all see and have been seeing
Yeah,
since
exactly.
day fucking one. And we knew, like, okay, fine. That's easy. That's easy. And Epstein, the thing that everyone knew since the fucking name became mainstream, we all knew this is evil, and whoever's associated with this shit is fucking evil and gross and should be in fucking prison or under the fucking prison. Those two things. And now Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has agreed with those two things, and Tucker Carlson, who's agreed with those two things, are the fucking darlings of people like Cenk Uygur and fucking even Ryan Grimm in this on this tweet that I was very disappointed with, and so are your buddies, Gavin. And,
Gavin and Zach. Yeah, I saw this.
Shout out the Vanguard boys.
I was watching a little bit of them yesterday. I think was this yesterday or the day? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I watched. This is a disappointment. This is a big L to Ryan Grimm. Honestly, I have, and this is just. I'm not trying to like flex and plug. I have his book. I have his two books on like the Squad and AOC. So this is honestly a very disappointing L from Mr. Grimm.
Like I think sometimes Ryan Grimm is a little too like calculated and literal and like mathematics brained and engineer brain, where he's just looking at like votes and like money that can be brought in and whatever. But like pump the brakes, kiddo. And
slam the brakes.
Gavin and Zach explain the situation here.
Let's let Dilly and Billy.
A lot of respect for Ryan Grimm.
Silly Billy.
I think Drop Site News is great. Does some of the best, if not the best, Republican take from Ryan Grimm. Now Sam Cedar has.
Let me say what happened here is Marjorie Taylor Greene. He says Ryan Grimm says MTG sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, against the Epstein class, and to defend the survivors of Epstein's trafficking. If that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly could. And then let's get So this is Majority Report's reaction to it. I think I was watching this live, but
I think so
again,
too,
the nature of media is so weird that you and I are currently watching your friends watch other people. We gotta know. I mean, there's probably people in the chat that are in this chat now. This is fucking hilarious. But anyways,
commentary, and then also here from one of Ryan's own colleagues over.
And this is all about like AOC saying, I don't trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. Again, as I brought up earlier, because she was stalking me like a lunatic and used those viral videos to get enough, name recognition and clout to run for Congress in the fucking first place.
Breaking Point's Crystal Ball, and hear her also.
I love the fact, by the way, that you're getting so animated about tonight, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's dude. Sam Cedar.
You're right though.
People fucking forget easily, like quickly, and I'm like,
yeah,
how quickly do people forget where she came from, dude? Her whole thing was just viral videos of stalking Parkland shooting victims.
Yeah.
She was an Alex Jones head. She was a fucking QAnon person. Like that's who she is as a fucking person.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like,
she was basically doing the Steven Crowder, like, dude, change my mind, stalk the
she was just like
thing. Yeah,
the Israel thing and the Epstein thing are just two easy things that my base also agrees with, because my base is anti-Semitic and fucking like thinks every Democrat is a pedophile. So like those are two things I can stay popular with my base for, but also I quit Congress and that I abdicate responsibility. Like let's
again, I have a lot of respect for, but I really appreciate Sam and Crystal weighing in and correcting this pretty bad take.
Willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
Why is everyone using Ninja Transfer?
Ads, dude. It's always goddamn ads.
I mean, that's the positive thing with Brave is that they skip through the ads. But when you go, StreamYard doesn't do that thing.
All right, so apparently this was a controversial thing to say. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been speaking out about Israel. She has been speaking out against Trump's refusal to release the Epstein stuff. I don't know that she said anything else that aligns with my politics, but the idea that we, as the left or any that there should be some type of partnership here is just absurd. I am happy she's doing it, but to align with her in is a mistake for many reasons. Like, I don't know who her constituency is. She may be peeling people off the right on this topic. That's great. But like, what's the value of praising her? The value of praising her only goes to her. And it impacts people on the left. And there's every reason to distrust her.
And really quickly,
First off,
before he gets into it any further, the one thing I do want to add about this is if it were, I don't agree with this, but if it were true that Marjorie Taylor Greene sacrificed her career, what is the point of working with her if she has no career because she sacrificed it all? What value is there then? Because she can't vote in Congress. She doesn't have a career anymore. Oh, the Republican Party hates her. They ousted her because she did this. Then what is the upside for AOC in terms of working with her? How does that bring us closer to any kind of tangible goal for people in Palestine? It doesn't.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly the point I made yesterday about why I thought it was more defensible for Ro Khanna to work with Marjorie Taylor Greene when she actually was his colleague in the Congress. I think it's totally fine to work with some idiot fascistic Republican in order to get a bill passed if you have.
Exactly. Now, again, the layers of media, I'm pausing, them pausing.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Yes.
I mean,
Ro
Marjorie
Khanna and Marjorie Taylor Greene were in Congress together. You have to work with the fucking lunatics sometimes. Tom Massey is a fucking lunatic. He's going on Tucker Carlson like he's a conspiracy theory. He's one of these idiots.
Yeah.
Tea Party, again, the way people forget that the Tea Party people are fucking lunatics, and they already came in 2010, and like now they're seen as like moderates and whatever. That's just how far right the country and the fucking state has gone. State of the party is gone. Go ahead.
I think that the clip that the tweet that you showed about Leftist Mafia, Mike from Human Report did a thing on Leftist Mafia, I think a week ago, where he talks about we can't allow these these liberals and like Democrats are like all of a sudden wanting Marjorie Taylor Greene to like join the resistance movement. We can't let, he rightfully said, we can't let her be a part of the left in any shape or way, shape or form. She still says racist, bigoted, transphobic, homophobic.
She is a bigot still.
And the fact
that's it. That's
yes,
it.
exactly.
She is a bigot,
and the fact
period.
that the Democrats in power now would still want to have her around. It's like, no, you cannot.
You know what it is?
You know
what it is? It is symbolic. It is symbolic of it's the rich. They are all rich and they all have to hang out with each other and they don't like each other, but they stay, they go to the same parties.
It's that big money. They go to the same country.
They want America to like forgive each other. For the shit. It's like we are not. It's not happening. It's not happening.
They're of the
We're moving
same.
on. We're taking this over. Fuck out of my way. So let me keep going.
They're of the same
And
country
it's the
club,
same day
basically.
that it came out that she wasn't running for governor, that she first called the ethnic cleansing.
Yep, 100%.
Or 18 months.
That's a good takes. Said something on that on Twitter, something to the effect of like,
now that he's addressing Ryan Grimm here.
She sacrificed her career to go against Trump on these topics. And I'm sorry.
Say that one more time. This is the Ryan Grimm part.
On Twitter, something on these topics. And I'm sorry. That's not what happened here. Put up number 10. This is what happened with Marjorie Taylor Greene. In July of 2025.
Bro, can you pause it? Bro, I'm not going to go so far.
Well, apparently, Silly and Billy here mentioned this the day before, which was like, I guess, Sunday. And this was Monday. So they're like, maybe Sam watched our show. But like, yes, she had a very public falling out. There were news articles about this. Again, how quickly people fucking forget that she had a big public falling out with Donald Trump. She attacked Lauren Boebert for him. She kept trying to suck up to him because she wanted something, and it was governor or Senate, and Trump said no to both. And so she quit Congress and abdicated her ability to fight back. She abdicated it. She left it. She resigned and said, I'm just going to go home and then I'm going to tweet about it and I'm going to have a podcast and I'm going to monetize my opposition, just like Liz Cheney did, just like every other motherfucker.
Yeah.
Bill
everybody
Kristol,
who
Cole Wallace.
yeah, exactly.
Whatever. Go ahead.
Everybody who was part of the Trump administration, either in the administration itself or affiliated every way, shape, or form, once they leave, they become bitter. I mean, we have now. This is literally we are a decade into the Trump, like between the Biden years, we are a decade into the Trump regime. These people, the people that were in the first Trump administration, believe it or not, they're still bitter. They're still angry. They're still, I mean,
the Trump regime never like Biden was like just Trump. He was 2.5.
It
was a break. It was maybe it was.
It was basically
like
doing Trump's work without Trump being there.
Exactly. It was doing Trump's work without Trump. That's a really good way to put it. But let's let Sam continue here.
We've also had some analysis to give on this regard and support from Sam Cedar.
For Donald Trump's heart. And then Donald Trump takes her dream of being governor or being senator and squashes it. And she realizes, I don't want to be in Congress anymore. Maybe because there's rumors about her insider trading. Maybe not. Who knows?
Sam and I are on the same fucking wavelength.
And then it's not until a month or two later that she starts going against Trump. And so the idea that and if you think she like decided 3 weeks before January 5th to resign, not retire, resign, walk away. She's so mad about the Israelis getting weapons and so mad about the Epstein files not being released. She is going to remove herself from the literally like 3 or 4 votes that exist in the House that control what the House does at this point. I'm going like, does she have 25% at that power at that point as to where the House is going? Could she not have pulled 1 or 2 even Republicans?
And if you want to talk about the power of the bully pulpit, she had it when she was in Congress because she could actually walk the walk. She could actually pull the trigger. She could actually shoot the hostage. She could actually go and place her vote somewhere meaningful. That's another excellent point from Sam Cedar. The fact that, we've made it as well.
Exactly. I mean, that's what we're getting at there. Like, and where is it? Fucking Hank says, play the end because there's a dig at Cenk. I think I don't know if they play.
I kind of want to see the Crystal, what Crystal had to say.
Oh yeah, I'll play Crystal there.
Lame.
Republicans with her. She was voting shit about any of this stuff. Not only that, what's a coincidence is if you look back at where she was.
Either way, he goes.
Oh yeah. So Sam essentially says, if I had to see one more fucking Cenk tweet about how Marjorie Taylor Greene is better, and again, that playing all that, like, we love Silly Billy, we love Sam Cedar, we love Majority Report, fantastic. But right. It's on Majority Report stream, so check that out, folks. But like, it is.
I want you to real quickly before
it is just like this idea. Again, the Jimmy Dore, the Dave Rubin, who's a Jackson Hinkle guy who's just like, we can do the red, brown, the Nazis and the communists. We'll get together about the common foe, which is what? What's the common foe? It's your ability to get money. You want money. They
see the big dollar signs because they realize that left media. I mean, we're still talking on this topic. If we're still topic, like when you look at left media, in fairness, there isn't a lot of money to be made. Very little. A lot of us struggle as what we do in our job. So those people decided years ago, it feels long enough, that they decided to pivot for money. They decided to do that pivot because they see dollar signs in their eyes and nothing more. So they'll adopt any fascist, bigoted Nazi right wing talking point.
And it's part of who they are. Like the Cenk stuff. Like he was already a Republican before starting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the darnest thing that people
Anna
don't know
Kasparian
about.
is like, she always didn't look down on homeless people and felt this entitlement of, I deserve to be a celebrity and go on CNN and be invited places.
And that's the thing that I kind of missed being in that world for his time.
Is where the House is going.
Hear the clip going. No, it's fine. That's the point. I missed being a part of that world, that TYT world, that I now look back on and realize how much I was duped, because I generally believe that Anna at least was part of the progressive movement. She talked a hell of a lot about having to make it her own way, having to like earn her way through the hoops. And I was able to look past the fact that she interviewed a war criminal, Madeleine Albright. I mean, looking back now, like, yeah, that was a bad career move, or however you want to say it. It's like,
and also not, pressing her or doing. I mean,
yeah,
the interviews on 60 Minutes with Bibi Netanyahu, where he's just like talking at them and it's owned by the Ellisons, it's run by Barry Weiss, it's fucking Israel's network.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, he's just going to steamroll, just like Trump did when he was calling the girl an idiot for bringing up the Shooters Manifesto at the White House dinner. Oh my God, crazy! I'm sorry.
And on that note, with the Anna Kasparian, like it's not going to really make me want to get down on my knees and say that just because she says fuck Israel that she's a good person. There is literally tons of other things outside of that make her an even worse person.
It's the easy thing to do because their audience is anti-Semitic. So saying fuck Israel is no big deal for them. They were bending themselves over backwards trying to defend Israel. And then they were like, I don't care.
And then they
about
saw the
this.
plethora. I think
Ben Shapiro cares about this because Ben Shapiro isn't fucking invested, believes in this shit. So he's gonna die on that fucking hill. But people like this, the evangelicals, they can fucking hop off if they don't fucking care.
And the other thing about that, I mean, we're still talking about Anna, but I think the theory that I have is that they saw. I mean, I haven't seen an ounce of TYT since I left the mods group like almost 3 years ago, but the theory that I have is that TYT probably saw in the former Jake and Anna, they probably saw everybody that going pro-Palestine and saying fuck Israel, that they decided once again that, we got to change our viewpoint. We got to pivot now. We got to say fuck Israel and be still on the left side, but it's not working. Maybe for their for their big money donors like the poly market, it's working for that. But for the general public, the common sense.
I mean, they must have bots. I don't know what's going on over at TYT.
I don't know
because they're not relevant. The only relevance they have at this point is that Cenk is Hassan's uncle.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Hassan is the one fucking getting written up in magazines,
and Haas has been
newspapers, and invited and begged to be interviewed. I'm sure he's got a million fucking requests to be on CNN and he's like, "Fuck you."
I'm pretty sure. And it's like
they see that Sean Hannity or whatever. Hold on, let me play this.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and Cenk and Anna see that. I mean, you can go back to 2021, like 4 or 5 years ago. Anna was going on the fucking TYT at the time. It was called the bonus episode. I don't know what they call it now, but it was like she was bitching about Hassan, going like, like I can make a lot of money and play video games, and like Silly and Billy covered. Gavin and Zach did. You could find it on the Vanguard. They were literally, she was like bitching and moaning.
Yeah, I remember that clip.
Like, you know what I'm talking about?
If I just sat down and played video games for 8 hours a day, I could also then do it. Then do it. Exactly. Then do it. Go do it. Because you can. Because that's what he did. You have the same amount of audience who was watching TYD when he was on there is like a trick. A certain amount of them came with him to his Twitch channel. So he had some base of support. Probably a couple thousand, I don't know, tens of thousands, however much. Like he had a lot to begin with, and then just kept growing after that. And she could absolutely do the same thing. That's what she's trying to do now. They're both looking for off ramps. I guarantee you, Cenk is looking to sell it. Let me play this last clip of Sam Cedar when he mentions Cenk here.
Because
shout out Hank in the chat, my brother.
Yeah, exactly. Can you throw up this chat chat from Real John Lithium? The one that says, I'd like to see the poly market odds on whether or not Marjorie Taylor Greene becomes a semi-regular TYT contributor. I would say, Lithium, John. I would say I'm not surprised if she does become a semi-regular contributor, considering the fact that they've had, like, what's his name? That Walsh guy.
Oh, Joe Walsh.
Walsh.
I think
they've had him on.
They're begging. They're begging. They're going, please come on the show. Please give us some attention. Please bring some audience over here so we can get some fucking dollars.
Because they're dying.
So we can sell this to whoever wants the brand because, they're done. They're done, dude. They want to be fucking contributors on CNN and MSNBC. And they can now. They can. They've been putting out their feelers. They have agents. They're celebrities. And that's what they're doing. The end.
This person who doesn't have a vote in Congress.
About this person who doesn't have a vote in Congress. We could talk about Jewish space lasers, which I don't know. I find that a little suspect. I'm suspicious of people who think that the Jews own space lasers. As to like, I think it's fair to say that that's sort of an anti-Semitic. I'd say that's anti-Semitic. Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable saying that. She pushed QAnon.
We have an audio trouble.
Get shot.
The irony is like centrist
is out there saying all group.
Oh yeah, this is what I was saying. Like again, here's what it's saying.
I am happy that Bill Kristol is out there saying shit that is.
This is what I've been saying. Like I'm happy they're out there saying shit. They're saying shit to their audience. I don't need them on my show. They need to have their own show and they talk to their audience. They go, listen, guys, we're wrong. We need to fucking follow them. Whatever they're saying, we got to go with them because that's the way to go. We got to follow them. And then if you have Bill Kristol on, if you have fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene on, it should be them learning from you what they did wrong and being fucking apologetic and telling their audience, yes, we need to listen to this. Like they need to be fucking subjugated. Like they need this shit. They need to project that to their audience. Like we are fucking wrong because otherwise you guys are getting drafted into an Iran war.
Better than Chuck Schumer. Jennifer Rubin, God bless. All the Lincoln Republicans or whatever they call them, the Lincoln Group, the Bulwark people, great.
Don't expect them to
let 1,000 flowers, but and I will tell you, they are a lot more consistent and trustworthy, and it's not so quite obvious as to what their cynical ploy is, as it is with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And I'm not equating their positions in any way. I'm just saying the dynamic. And so the idea that we should partner with Marjorie Taylor Greene, listen, if Marjorie Taylor Greene thought that it was advantageous for her to flip back, she would do so in 30 seconds. And what power does she have now? She gave up the only power she wanted to. And here's the reason why. Because she decided she was going to get rid of Trump. But if she's ever going to have a future in the Republican Party, she did not want to be in Congress and actually vote in a way that would have hurt Republicans.
Exactly. That's the key. I want a future in this is why I don't think Tucker Carlson is going to run for president. He wants to be the kingmaker. He wants to be outside of it like Rush Limbaugh and do this shit. But like, let me find the moment where he's talking about Cenk here. But like, yeah, that's exactly the dynamic. It's the same dynamic as the Lincoln Party and whatever. Like you can talk about it, fine, but we're not embracing you. I'm not putting my arm around you and walking hand in hand like this is fucking Care Bears. I'm trying to find the moment where he talks about Cenk.
I wanted to say you're kind of cutting out a little bit on the audio.
Okay.
If you've got a show with a conservative audience and you bring Marjorie Taylor Greene on to shit on Donald Trump and Epstein, great. If you have a progressive audience and you bring Marjorie Taylor Greene on, you're doing the opposite. Mm-hmm. I mean, it might be for an interesting interview. Maybe. I doubt it. You might get some clicks. But all you're doing is essentially trying to build her up to a progressive audience. Her utility is that she speaks to a conservative audience, and it may undermine some of the support there. Now, I doubt it, based upon what we look at polling. Republican support for Donald Trump has moved not one iota. Lean Republicans, yes. But I don't know if Marjorie Taylor Greene ever spoke to lean Republicans as opposed to dyed-in-the-wool ones. So you have to understand Marjorie Taylor Greene's project is about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Exactly.
How could she possibly be so vindictive as to do this just to irritate Donald Trump after he destroyed her ambition. Did you see the video of her talking into a mail slot?
Like, exactly. And at some point he mentions, like, if I have to see one more goddamn tweet from Jank, like, I'm gonna fucking flip shit. And that he's literally talking about him here. This is
I wouldn't
saying, do not bring him on your progressive shows because there's no utility for that. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think we were frozen.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I think you're frozen.
No, I'm not frozen. I'm okay.
Yeah, I think StreamYard is
StreamYard froze me.
Yeah, it's literally.
I mean, I don't look frozen.
Well, now you're
Go ahead.
good. Well,
what do you have to say about that?
I mean, I honestly wouldn't blame Sam Cedar if he would want to flip a table and see if he saw another tweet. I mean, I would. If I would flip a table, I'd be like, oh my God. I'd probably do like a face palm thing and like, Jesus, this is ridiculous. You know, like the fact that Jank goes on.
Yeah, man. Again, the whole point of this entire segment is just like, yeah, okay, if the right wing, again, the different tiers of the right wing, if it's people in the administration, great, work against it in your position as much as you can, stop it from happening. If you're a big media person or a big influence on the right wing, someone like Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene, do what you can to stop it from moving. Do what you can. And I'm not talking to you. I don't give a fuck. I don't want Graham Plattner to go talk to Tucker Carlson unless he's going to break him in half like Bane over his fucking knee. Yeah. If you are a media person, if you are Cenk Uygur level or fucking Hassan or fucking Sam Cedar, then okay, you're preaching to the choir most of the time. Yes, you're trying to get into other spaces and talk to them. If you're going on Tim Pool's show, if you're going on their show, fine, go talk to them on their show, to their audience. Don't bring your audience to them, or rather bring them to your audience. You go over there and you talk like you're not going to get invited back. You're not trying to make friends. That's the difference. Cenk is trying to make friends. He's trying to make alliances and partnerships and be a business guy. He wants to be PBD. He's mad. He's not. He's mad. He went the left wing route instead of the right wing route, which is a lot easier and he can kind of back out of. I bet you he's begging for P to buy TYT and have it under his banner.
Yeah, he's basically
that's the goal. He's trying to make a business fucking decision, just like Marjorie Taylor Greene is, and all these motherfucking people who are trying to sell books and get contributorships on the fucking news. They're trying to make
selling
business
out
decisions
basically
for themselves. That's the end of it. Unless you're Ashley St. Clair, who's trying to work against the thing you helped build, talk about how much you hate Trump, how bad he is, whatever, but you direct people to the left wing or you fuck off. I don't give a shit. We're ignoring you. We're doing our own fucking thing. John, last word. Thank you so much for coming on and letting me rant at you.
No problem. Again, it's all selling out. It's basically, in the case of Jank, he, like you say, he's trying to get PBD. He's trying to get that PBD money. He's trying to really branch TYT out into something that it is not. It's basically a shell of its former self. This talking from a former mod insider that was only there longer. I mean, I can point you to several other different people that were there.
I mean, shout out Hank in the chat. You know what I'm saying? He was trying to get us that link to Sam Cedar. Thank you so much, my brother. But John, thank you so much for coming on. Again, your YouTube channel is just your name, John Ross.
Yeah, that's it. And Honest Film
And
Review
Twitch.
on and Twitch, and Honest Film Film Review on YouTube as well.
Fantastic.
And I'm on
folks.
Twitter, Facebook, all that stuff.
Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. I know we went a little over time, but we had a lot to say. My latest videos, once again, are Kenny Mason album reaction. If you've never heard him, me neither. I listened to him the first time, and it was fantastic. Brian Andrews, country artist, making protest songs. I got a comment that was like, I don't like country music. I'm just leaving this comment as support because I know what's in this song. And I'm like, that's fair enough. But you know what? The lyrics are kind of getting me into it. And I think the video right before that was Jeff Waldorf. I spoke with him
Yeah.
last week about Crimson Desert and Deep Space Nine and how that all connects to the leftist movement. And also check out my Daredevil review. Even if you haven't watched Daredevil, I took 4 hours to edit, and I put a lot of effort into that. And they did a January 6th and a weird conflation with like leftist movements and resistance ideas. Very sloppy mess, but kind of fun to watch anyways. Thanks so
Yeah.
much, folks. Difficult Truth is up next. Nick takes us out.
In a world where we get so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and how we can survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Welcome everybody. That was fantastic stuff. Really good stuff, Alex. And John Ross, appreciate that. That was pretty cool. Awesome. Johnny, Too Late, Jet. Welcome everybody. Groove Dragon. John Lithium, Barbara, Disco, Silas. I hope everyone had a wonderful Mother's Day weekend. Had the time to spend some time with family, so hopefully everyone's doing okay. Once again, folks, it is the top of the hour. If you haven't done so, please do all the things and hit all the buttons. Make sure that you are subscribed, like, comment, share. There's something here for everyone on this space. So spread the word far and wide. That is one of the best ways of supporting the channel, is to spread the word, folks. We are here Mondays through Thursdays. Every Monday there's a Newsday Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday we have live content and syndicated content. So there is something here for everyone on this space. I appreciate everybody being here. So let's get started, folks. Let me get my stuff set up here. Okay. Just thought about the principle of pop guard for a microphone versus the Zoom. Why in the hell is the Zoom not something with a T or a P? Good question. Good question. Our very stable genius president has been going in an unhinged rant. Not that this is uncommon, but I feel like it's getting worse, folks. I feel like it's getting worse. Here he is, basically threatening the media, which is explicitly against freedom of speech. He is basically saying that the media, any media that's basically not reporting on the war, excuse me, not reporting on the war against Iran correctly, meaning they're not reporting favorably towards Trump, that they are basically committing treason. And of course, we all know the penalty for treason. When the fake news says that the Iranian enemy is doing well militarily against us, which, by the way, I don't think that for the most part, that's what the news is saying. It's kind of more that we're doing bad. Does that make sense? But yeah, there's no mainstream news reporting that like Iran is doing like well or anything like that. It's just that we've got ourselves in a quagmire, and it's really hurting us a lot, and that is objectively true. That is objectively what's happening here, and this is a quagmire of our own doing. Nobody made us invade Iran, other than perhaps maybe Israel. Bruno, welcome. Is it true that Trump wants to start a civil war by midterms? Who knows? They are aiding and abetting the enemy. When the fake news says that the Iranian enemy is doing well militarily against us, it's virtual treason, and that is a false and even preposterous statement. They are aiding and abetting the enemy. All it does is give Iran false hope when none should exist. These are American cowards that are rooting against our country. Iran had 159 ships. Every single ship is now resting at the bottom of the sea. That's a lie. That is a lie. That's just a flat out lie. Every single ship? No. About to use the military to seize Poles. There will be one. Yeah, well, if he does that, then yeah, things will get really bad. They have no navy. Their air force is gone. Technology is gone. Unclear what that means. Their leaders are no longer with us. That's not true. The Iranian government is pretty intact. And the country is an economic disaster. Only losers, ingrates, and fools are able to make a case against America President Donald J. Trump. Fantastic. With ICE occupying U.S. cities, it's functionally a one-sided civil war. That's true. He took a pause from the diluted truths to say and announce that this FDA commissioner has resigned. But here we go. More unhinged stuff. This is the kind of stuff that we are seeing here. And I'll get into why all that matters. This is all desperation. Desperation. Look at this. Lasers. Bing, bing. Like, remember that compilation of Trump? Yeah. Length of war. Iran excursion. Not a war, by the way. Not a war. Everything's going so great. He thinks that the Ayatollah wields more power than he thinks. Maybe. Bing bong pew. Yeah. A little racism in there? Of course. Why not? You know what I mean? Why not? AI slop, calling Governor Pritzker, I guess, fat, which, I mean, do I really need to say it? AI slop. Democrats love sewage. Democrats love sewage. I mean, all this is just unhinged. This is all, by the way, in the last, like, 12 hours or so. Clearly he understands that the situation, the economic situation, is not going well. So he's been going off the rails. So that kind of sets the stage up. Because when we actually turn on reality, let's turn on the reality lens is just for a second. The reality lenses are the war, right? Not a military excursion, not a special military operation. The war on Iran has cost us about 29 billion. And that's just the Pentagon's estimate. That's what they're saying. You know what I mean? So you can take that with a grain of salt. But 29 billion. I wonder how many years of healthcare, or how much education, or how much infrastructure this could fund. Yeah, Trump throwing stones from glass houses. I wonder if AI memes are jangly. Key's administration needs to possibly keep Trump distracted so he doesn't further bungle the Iran war. Maybe. So when we turn on the reality glasses here, the war on Iran is really hurting us here. Besides, obviously, all the war crimes aside, the point that I'm making is that he is desperately trying to distract from the actual economic fallout that is happening, which seems to be one of the things that Americans care about. Never mind the war crimes, never mind how many civilians we kill. My gas prices are high and I'm mad. The Pentagon revealed on April 29th, that was couple weeks ago, that the war has cost about 25 billion for roughly 2 months of spending. Asked if there's any updated costs. About 25 billions at the time of testimony, but now we think it's closer to 29, and that is because of the updated repair and replacement of equipment costs, and also just general operation costs to keep people in theater, but not a war. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said we'll share what we can when it's relevant and required, after being pressed on when more formal accounting on the cost of the war will be shared with Congress and the House Appropriations Committee Defense Subcommittee. Things are going so great that we are considering suspending the gas tax to try to keep these prices down. Your keg's breath. A steep fuel price strained household budgets during the war, As steep fuel prices strain household budgets during the war with Iran, President Trump wants to suspend his government's tax on gasoline. It's a move Trump can't do on his own, and the president has yet to specify how long he'd like that pause to last. But lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have already been pushing for a federal gas tax suspension, with some legislation in Congress now proposing a halt through October 1st. I actually don't agree with this at all. I think that maybe we should just stop the war, you know? Proponents of suspending the gas tax argue it'll be provided much relief for family and businesses now struggling to make ends meet because of the war that Trump has started. Worsening economic disparities as low-income houses are hit the hardest. Most of that is because the world's flow of oil and other core necessities has been upended since the U.S. and Israel launched the war nearly 3 months ago, sending energy prices, including gas prices, soaring. Which Trump, again, told us that we don't need oil from there, right? What's happening over there can't possibly affect us here. We are energy independent, I was told. Still, a suspension isn't likely to make a sizable or instant dent at the pump, as Bruno points out, if at all, short-term relief. And critics warn of potential longer-term consequences. The federal gas tax accounts for a small fraction of what Americans pay to fill up their tanks, but it's also a source of billions of dollars in revenue that government highway and public transit programs rely on. Yeah. So that's fantastic. The federal gas tax stands about 18.4 cents per gallon, but drivers won't immediately see that full amount shaved off their bills under a suspension. You can't suspend the gas tax and expect everyone to wake up next morning and the gas is suddenly 18 cents cheaper, said Carl Davis, researcher, director of the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy, a nonprofit. It doesn't work that way. Also, it doesn't solve the problem of the war still happening, right? As Trump has rejected the latest attempt, so-called the latest attempt at a peace deal, supposedly. Israel has said that, of course, we have work to do, says Israel. So this war isn't going to go away anytime soon, as far as we can see. Who knows? Maybe Trump, I don't know, changes his mind. I don't know. Maybe he wakes up on the wrong side of the bed or something. I just don't know. For all we know, this is going to be a ongoing situation that may last for an indefinite amount of time. Even if we stop, if we actually stop hostilities and stop bombing Iran, then things won't just go back to normal either. It would take a very long time for everything to normalize. Yeah, we're in trouble. Yeah, if the strait continues to be blocked, there'll be a null effect in a few weeks from now, and its loss of base and its loss of revenue makes it worse. Yes, that is a point being made here, that the tax dollars from this gas tax is important. It's necessary. You can't suspend the gas tax that's because the government gas tax isn't collected right at the pump, but rather at the wholesale level. The hope around the suspension is that the cut will be eventually passed down to consumers in the form of lower prices, but Davis stresses that it isn't guaranteed, and noting what he's seen at the state level is limited relief that takes time to trickle down if it reaches drivers at all during temporary holiday. wait. So in other words, this is a tax cut for the oil companies, which have no obligation to pass that down to consumers because they set the prices. Fantastic. Even in the best case scenario, many people will be starving in the US very soon. If things don't change, it's going to be pretty bad. Pretty bad. Suppliers may also hang on to part of the savings in efforts to pad profit margins, which obviously, right? If you're a business, of course. What do you think people did during COVID? What do you think the Epstein class did during COVID? When taking that into account, the University of Pennsylvania's Penn Wharton budget model expects a roughly 72% of a federal gas tax cut would actually reach consumers, amounting to about 13 cents to the full 18 cents per gallon rate. Even then, savings for average drivers aren't huge if the federal gas tax is suspended from June 1st to October, for example. Penn Wharton budget model estimates that a household filling up a 15-gallon tank once a week would save about $35 over those 4 months. Oh, no. Come on, Carlos, you don't believe in the virtue of trickle-down economics. Oh, yes. The proven theory. All while U.S. gas prices are still far higher than today than they were before the war, with the national average sitting about $4.50 a gallon on Monday per Motor Club AAA, compared to the $2.98 in late February. And as households continue to feel the strain of more expensive bills, Davis notes it might be harder for many drivers to even notice the tax cut if it even reaches them. Also, it might not matter because people will start driving less. If people drive less, it causes like a kind of like almost a negative feedback loop, right? If gas continues to rise, then people will drive less, which means that there is less demand and more, which will increase the price. Because that's kind of what happened with COVID, right? The reason why gas prices were high. Wait, no, it's the opposite, right? It would lower gas prices because people would stop driving. Maybe that works. Trump himself has acknowledged the federal gas tax accounts for a small percentage of gas prices, but it's still money, he told reporters on Monday. Yeah, I'm sure the average family saving $35 is really gonna it's really gonna provide some relief. The U.S. gas tax is also single biggest source of revenue for federal highway and public transit programs. Suspending it could mean losing billions of dollars in those cash flows, which experts warn may bring long-term consequences down the road. Pun intended, I guess. At current fuel level and demand levels, the government could lose $8.3 billion in revenue over the course of a 4-month suspension, Penn Wharton model confirmed to the AP on Monday. And the federal tax on diesel, which stands at 24.4 cents per gallon, is also paused. It could climb closer to $11.5 billion. Legislation in Washington proposes offsetting any lost highway trust fund revenue with general funds, but critics warn that could raise the federal deficit, which potentially could jeopardize the long-term sustainability of infrastructure projects. I mean, wasn't this supposed to be the party of fiscal responsibility? That's what I was told, okay? I was told that Trump was going to get in office, and Republicans were going to get in office, and we were going to have fiscal responsibility, sane governance. The federal gas tax has also remained unchanged since 1993, which experts has already eroded the highway trust fund's purchasing power when accounting for inflation. The exact details of a potential tax suspension is still up in the air. The future is hard to predict, but you could very easily imagine some kind of combination of higher national debt, which I told was a problem. I was told this was a problem. But I guess whatever, right? I guess it depends on who's in office. If your political opponents are in office, then it's a big problem. But if you are in office, then whatever. Spend away. It is explicitly said in the Gospel of Milton Friedman. And lower funding for roads and bridges and other transportation projects. Eventually, there'll be a consequence. What? Infrastructure? Who needs that? Who needs infrastructure? Beyond the federal government, each state also levies their own separate gas taxes. Those rates range from as low as 9 cents a gallon in Alaska to as nearly high as 71 cents in California, per government data at the start of this year. Efforts to combat higher prices amid the war with Iran. Several states, including Indiana and Georgia, have recently implemented temporary suspensions of their gas taxes. Kentucky and Utah have reduced levies, and other states are weighing similar options. But it's really not like that much. Okay, I live in Georgia, and yeah, it lowered the prices a little bit, but it is still significantly higher than it was before Trump decided to start this war. With Iran on the behest at the behest of Israel. Yes, let's make more decisions without understanding what they do. Why not? Sane governance, right? Sandy, hey, welcome. Overall, a lot of factors contribute to what drivers pay at the pump. State and federal taxes, seasonal demand, and more expensive fuel blends needed for warmer weather. All pieces of the pie, but the cost of crude, which is the main ingredient in gasoline, accounts for the biggest chunk. Despite efforts from the government worldwide to boost supply during the war, including tapping into emergency stockpiles, steep oil prices remain. Both Brent and the international standard U.S. crude are now trading above $100 a barrel, up from roughly $70 just months ago. Fantastic. All eyes are on the Strait of Hormuz, where a fifth of the world's oil once passed through, but Tehran and Washington remain in a standoff over the key waterway, with the wider ceasefire talk continuing to stall and fail. And analysts have repeatedly warned that if the war drags on and supply chains are disrupted for long enough, the prices for gas and a range of other goods can continue to climb. And that is really is a foreign policy problem. There's not a fiscal policy band-aid that can be slapped on. Right, because as long as the Strait of Hormuz, as long as there's the war is going on, this is still going to happen, right? You can suspend the gas tax all you want. It's not going to alleviate the source of the problem, right? And if gas prices or oil prices essentially continue to rise, everything will continue to rise. Inflation can't go down, and because of this, gas, oil, the price of crude, if you will, basically drives everything. You need the price of crude basically drives everything, because everything moves on oil. I wish it didn't, but that is the current reality of how our system works. Everything moves on oil. And as long as this conflict continues, there's going to be absolutely no end to the inflation. There's no relief to the inflation. Prices are going to continue to rise. Everything from the price you pay at the pump to food to just household items that you need. Everything is just going to keep going up. And you can thank our fiscally responsible Republicans for that. Been watching, just haven't been chatting today because I've been working and doing things trying to save my back. Well, I hope you're doing all right. Fiscal responsibility seems to be a common theme today, right? Fiscal responsibility. U.S. budget watchdog estimates the so-called Golden Dome will cost about $1.2 trillion, dwarfing Pentagon's $185 billion estimate. I mean, $185 billion is already pretty absurd. Again, how much healthcare do you think that could pay for? How many decades of healthcare? How many decades of healthcare can this fund? Just leave that up there for a second. I just got Cyberpunk 2077 for the Switch 2, and it's today as off topic. Oh, are you finally gonna start your adventure in Night City? I actually started my adventure in Night City not that long ago. I never actually got to play Cyberpunk. I know it's been out for a long time at this point, but recently, and by recently I mean this year, I decided to start my adventure in Night City. But not so off topic, the Switch 2 prices will increase in a couple of months. Yep. The US is like Cyberpunk 2077 minus all the cool stuff. Yep. So are we done absorbing the image here? Looks like we got a chat full of chooms here. Hey. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimated on Tuesday, the CBO, that President Trump's supposed Golden Dome missile defense system could cost about $1.2 trillion to develop and deploy and operate over 20 years. That figure dwarfs the $185 billion price tag offered by the Pentagon's program director. The Golden Dome envisions expanding a ground-based defenses such as interceptor missiles, sensors, and command and control systems while adding space-based elements meant to detect, track, and potentially shoot down incoming threats from orbit. Who is this for, really? This would include advanced satellite networks and orbiting weapons. The CBO estimated acquisition costs alone for the system would cost over just $1 trillion, with the space-based intercept layer, a constellation of 7,800 satellites accounting for 70% of acquisition. So yeah, I mean, we don't really need to go over all like the details of all this. Other than like the only people that are getting anything out of this, obviously are the defense contractors, defense companies. And again, it's just to point out the overarching theme here, that is happening here is that they have trillions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. Okay, we find that money quick to put forth for absurd things like the Golden Dome. Okay. But God forbid you want to start talking about healthcare or education or making sure there's housing for everyone, making sure we have infrastructure, making sure we have systems in place to try to address the climate crisis. I guess that would fall under infrastructure, but you get my point. We could be doing all that, and we're not. All of that is a policy decision. All of these are policy decisions, and we are deciding that tax dollars are better spent bombing brown people and creating absurd missile defense systems as a, I guess, ego monument, essentially. Did you know you could create cyberpunk society in SimCities? I bet you could. Ultimately, companies could win lucrative SBI production contracts worth $1.8 billion to $3.5 billion annually, said the Pentagon in a presentation, but upfront SBI development costs are high, with industry players expected to self-fund what executives have estimated at least $200 million to $2 billion efforts. So yeah, again, there's a seemingly for all intents and purposes, a seemingly unlimited amount of money, right? I mean, like, $1 trillion is just an unfathomable amount of money. It's just an unfathomable amount of money. all that is all good when it comes to an absurd missile defense system that is basically tantamount to just a monument ego, essentially, right? The Golden Dome. But we refuse, as a deliberate and conscious policy decision, to feed our people, to house our people, to make sure that people have health care, education, so on and so forth. Yeah, hyper-capitalist and quite authoritarian pseudo-democracy. The party of fiscal responsibility. Seems to be the common theme. You know what? Don't listen to me. Why don't we get it from the guy himself?
Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little.
Oh, it's important we hear it from the president himself. Like, Mr. President, how are we feeling about the people at home who are experiencing economic hardship, right?
It's my privilege.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating?
This media player is so bad. Okay. Let's try again. Mr. President. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. President. Sir.
Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could just call it right there, right? Like, what is the economic situation at home at all a factor? Do you even, sir, do you even give a flying F? Not even a little bit, The U.S. certainly roaming in that direction with the enlightened tech pro-oligarchs guidance. I already called them the pro-oligarchs. Yeah, man of the people.
The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon.
The only thing that matters is a nuclear weapon. I called up the Ayatollah. I said, sir, you need to stop with the N-word. The N-word being nuclear.
Think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot.
I don't think about the Americans' financial situation.
Let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
Did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is a nuclear weapon? You're not considering the financial impact of this war on Americans?
The most important thing by far, including whether a stock market, which, by the way, is that.
So again, just to be clear, the stock market is not the stock market is not an accurate measure of the economic situation of the everyday American. Okay, the reporter explicitly asked him if you gave a crap about the actual economic impact on real Americans. Okay, not the Epstein class. We're talking about like the everyday American. And he just can't, it just doesn't even register with this guy. Anybody saying that this guy is like a man of the people is just like, living in a different reality, or another way of putting it, delusional. I have to go mobile listening on the phone, but I want to just mention that the climate change, also known as climatic catastrophe, is according to the Department of Defense before Trump. It doesn't show everything. Oh, sorry, Groove Dragon. My apologies.
All-time highs. but including whether or not our stock market goes up or down a little bit, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
What about the pressure on Americans and prices right now?
Every
How
American
concerned are you about
understands.
Americans, how they're feeling about
Every
what they're paying for
American.
food
Are you listening to me?
So some of you may die, but it's a price I'm willing to pay. The stock market is a speculative endeavor among a minority of people, not a representation of the actual economy. But for him it is because, he is the Epstein class. Yeah, I don't care about anybody.
Every American understands.
Every American understands, they tell me, sir, you're doing so well. You're doing so well, sir.
Like 85%, which is surprising. It's only that they understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If Iran has...
Okay, so Iran has never, ever indicated that they were on course or even attempting to get a nuclear weapon. It's just a flat out lie. A thing that's never ever happened. But anyways, I might say I'm lucky enough to myself to live in a villa, but notice others live on the streets. Yeah, I mean, it's the harsh reality here. Who's probably coached not to call this reporter a nasty lady.
nuclear weapon.
Nuclear weapon. I was gonna call her a nasty lady. They said, sir, don't do it. Sir, don't call her a nasty lady. I said, okay.
Be in trouble because they happen to be crazy. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Now, if the stock market goes up or down a little bit, the American people understand it. Again,
Absolutely zero comprehension, right? Like the stock market going down or up is irrelevant to like the real everyday like American, right? If the stock market goes up or down thousands of points, like it doesn't matter. So in other words, what he's saying that the only people that he cares about is the Epstein class because that's all he talks about. All he talks about is the stock market.
When it's over, you're going to have a massive drop in the price of oil, which a lot of people thought would be higher. And I mean, it was $100. It was $99 yesterday.
Which a lot of people, they said the oil was going to go sky high. Some people said it was going to be $200, and then I said, stop.
The stock market's going to go through the roof. And truly, I think we're in the golden age right now.
Ross does a good orange dump impression. I tried. I think Ali Khamenei had placed a fatwa against nukes. Yep.
Right now, you're going to see a golden age like we've never seen before.
Yeah, so it's not coming.
The minute it's announced, and I'll be the one to announce it because I'm the one that makes that decision, I could leave right now, and it would take them 25 years to rebuild their country. But I don't want to do that.
Okay. Anyways, so that is straight. That is straight from Trump's mouth, right? He is telling you that he genuinely does not care about the impact that this is having here at home. Okay, he doesn't care about the copious war crimes that are being committed abroad with our tax dollars. He doesn't care about how many civilians have been killed, how many children have been killed, what is the security situation over there. He doesn't care about that. There's thousands, tens of thousands probably that have been displaced or killed. He doesn't care, and he doesn't care about the economic fallout, not just around the world, okay, but the economic fallout here as well. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the average, everyday American who's struggling, okay, to put food on the table. And by the way, before all of this, it's not like the economy was going great under Trump's leadership, okay? Either. And to be fair, the economy has been not doing great under Democratic leadership for the most part either. You know, you get slightly better outcomes, but overall, like, capitalism is going to capitalism. But that's a whole other that's a whole other point. It's not like the economy was going great for the everyday American prior, right? And this is just a 1-2 gut punch. The party of fiscal responsibility. Trump made the stunning brush-off statement as he departed the White House for Beijing, where he will be feted by President Xi Jinping at a state visit, including the lavish Thursday night banquet at the Great Hall of People. Asked about continuing pocketbook pressures faced by everyday consumers as a result of the war he started, he told reporters, "I don't think, we saw that. I don't think the American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing: we cannot have let Iran have nuclear weapons." So I mean, again, language. What happened? I would pay all my life savings to have one of these reporters start quiet piggy whenever Trump starts talking. Oh my god. "77% of respondents say Trump's policies has driven up the cost of living, with most people blaming his decision to go to war with Iran and implementation of tariffs as driving factors," which is obvious, right? Like, people aren't that stupid, okay? Just people aren't that stupid. But anyways, party of fiscal responsibility, huh? It's been the theme today. How's everybody's pocketbooks? Everybody doing okay? We all tired of winning yet? I mean, you anyone in chat can let me know when how much winning are you willing to continue to have before you're gonna tap out? Okay, because I don't know about you folks, but I'm kind of tired of all this winning. If I'm being honest, it's just winning. We're winning so hard that we're losing. All right, folks. I got one more, but this one's actually, we're gonna leave on a fun, I guess, slightly positive note. I mean, for all it takes, for what it's worth, I guess this is a this is objectively a good thing. Okay, it's not system ending. But I am happy that this is happening. When it got tiresome after Charlie Sheen drank all the tiger blood. Florida's alligator Alcatraz concentration camp to close as soon as June, i.e. in a couple of weeks. Companies hired by the state of Florida to operate the concentration camp were notified on Tuesday that the facility is being shut down, with the remaining 1,400 detainees expected to be removed in the coming weeks. Sources familiar with the announcement told CBS News the closure comes amid escalating operating costs for the facility, which are now estimated to nearly $1 billion. $1 billion. Again, how much healthcare can we provide with that in the state of Florida? They say the last detainee, but yeah, instead, we are using it to run concentration camp for brown people. They said the last detainee will leave in June. The decision to close the facility has been speculated about for the past week, with Governor DeSantis saying expected to close soon. If we shut the lights out tomorrow, we'll be able to say it served its purpose. Okay. Tuesday's announcement to the vendors is the first formal acknowledgement that the facility was closing and would wind down relatively quickly. Officials from the Department of Emergency Management delivered the news to vendors at the site. Kevin Guthrie, direction of FDEM, did not return calls seeking to comment. Once the approximately 1,400 people currently held at the concentration camp are removed, either transferred to other concentration camps or deported, state officials told vendors the process to demobilize the site will begin. This involves taking down the fencing, removing trailers and other structures built at the site, which is located in the middle of the Everglades, how much ecological damage did they do just trying to do this? Anyways, the point being, right here, a very neoconservative named Kagan said we have lost the Iran war. They all know it. Oh, 100%. This is a complete, absolute failure. Absolute blunder. It has been a disaster. It has been a disaster. Like not only just because of all the war crimes and that we've committed there. The economic fallout is on an international level. Okay, to piggyback off Latino's comment. That this is a worse failure than Vietnam. Like this had economic ramifications across the entire world. Okay, this has ecological massive implications, and of course all the domestic problems, economic fallout that we've had here. It's just bad across the board. Total disaster. Total disaster. But anyway, state officials submitted a $608 million request at the end of last year, which was eventually approved by federal officials. However, the actual reimbursement has been held up because of the court challenges, environmental concerns, and other issues. So yeah. The realization that state taxpayers could be forced to pay for that additional amount have prompted a sense of urgency to close that facility. The lawsuits worked, essentially. The lawsuits uproar about the costs seem to have been a massive factor in the closing of this concentration camp. So hey, we got to take what little wins there is. I'm glad that this concentration camp is shutting down. It was a pretty bad one. There are several in Texas that are pretty bad as well. But I am glad that this one is pretty much shutting down. I'm already feeling those tankies who always wanted things to be worse. The conditions for a revolution are triggered. I mean, if nothing changes, then it's gonna happen, right? Like in the sense that like you can only push and push and push so much. You can only stress people so much before you get a reaction across the board. I'm not sure if this is the thing that will do it. The Iran war and the economic fallout and all that. I'm not sure, but it's just history, right? We've seen this. We've seen this. All right, folks, it's time for me to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you guys. You guys are what makes this channel go. So keep doing what you're doing, folks. Keep liking, comment, subscribing, spreading the word, folks. It really does help us out. It's one of the best ways you can support the channel is spreading the word. We are here Mondays through Thursdays. Every Monday is news day. So if you want to catch up on the news, check out the stream on Monday with occasional commentary. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, we have live and syndicated content like this. So if there's something, there is something here for everyone. So spread the word here, folks. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Check out my show every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. You can find me on Twitch and YouTube by the same name. As always, folks, thank you all. Please stay safe. Stay here for movie night extravaganza. Please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, we ice out Canada.
Afraid I'm going to abscond with the money.
Don't have to be weeded on hand and foot like I was some damn old crock.
Nobody said you were an old crock.
Well, you implied it.
On tonight's episode, we're talking about Don Siegel's 1973 heist neo-noir thriller, Charlie Barrick. Starring Walter Matthau as Charlie Barrick, a plain stunt flyer turned crop duster turned bank robber who robs a bank with his associates Al, Harmon, and wife Nadine in the tiny town of Tres Cruces.
Very small town, sir.
You a good dancer?
I don't understand, sir.
You're dancing sideways.
Dancing
What are you
sideways.
hiding down there?
Oh, nothing.
Pick it up!
Which immediately turns violent and goes south, killing Al and Charlie's wife Nadine, leaving Charlie and Harmon, played by Andrew Robinson, with a briefcase that contains not the couple $1,000s they were hoping for as small-time bank robbers, but almost $1 million.
But it's 10 to 1. This stuff belongs to the mafia. This is gambling money, skimmed off the top, horror money, dope money.
What's the difference?
The difference is that the mafia kills you.
Which Charlie quickly realizes is mafia money they've accidentally stolen and can't give back now. Meanwhile, the bank president, played by John Vernon, hires a cowboy hitman named Molly, played by Joe Don Baker, to track the money down.
I don't sleep with whores. It's not knowingly.
Well, like they say, different strokes for different folks.
So the race is on for Charlie and Harmon to try to escape on Charlie's stunt plane and go to Mexico with new identities.
You've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
2 years before Charlie Barrick, Don Siegel directed and produced the classic Clint Eastwood cop flick, Dirty Harry, a major box office success, becoming famous for being one of the most violent cop films of the era, in an era that also included The French Connection, Serpico, The Conversation, and The Godfather, among many others. Don Siegel got his start writing at Warner Brothers during World War II, working in the montage department, doing the montage in Casablanca, as well as World War II propaganda films like Hitler Lives. He began directing non-propaganda films, directing and producing the 1956 Invasion of the Body Snatchers, as well as the 1964 neo-noir The Killers, starring Lee Marvin, John Cassavetes, and Ronald Reagan.
I said, I like it here.
Well, I can change that in a hurry.
And in 1968, Coogan's Bluff with Clint Eastwood, which launched a 5-film collaboration which included Dirty Harry and Escape from Alcatraz in 1979. Don Siegel was known for doing ultra-violent action films by the 1970s, and Charlie Barrick is definitely an interesting one. For Walter Matthau, it kicked off a 4-film run where he was able to expand past comedies and actually take on more serious films, including The Laughing Policeman and The Taking of Pelham 123. Of course, it was also in the middle of an ongoing collaboration with Jack Lemmon, which would be one of the most long-lasting and enduring collaborations in Hollywood. And 3 years before Matthau would star as the coach in The Bad News Bears.
This is a baseball. The object of the game is to keep the baseball within the confines of the playing
Wait a minute.
field.
What about, bro? You don't think we know what a ball is? I don't think I like the catcher. Yeah. Come on, buddy.
Both Andrew Robinson and John Vernon starred in Dirty Harry as the Scorpio Killer and the Mayor, respectively. Before the end of the decade, John Vernon would probably have his most famous role as Dean Wormer in Animal House.
The time has come for someone to put his foot down. And that foot is me.
Andrew Robinson would go on to appear in the Hellraiser movies and Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Charlie Barrick was adapted from the novel The Looters, an exciting and violent story of a bank robbery by John Rhys Stearns, which had been turned into the movies Good Day for a Hanging and The Young Land. Originally, Charlie Barrick was written to be far more in line with the novel. Darker and more brutal in tone, the part of Charlie Barrick was specifically written for Clint Eastwood. However, after reading the screenplay, Clint Eastwood wanted no part in it, as he felt like there were no redeeming features to the character. The screenplay passed to Walter Matthau, who originally felt the same way that Clint Eastwood did, but he agreed to star in it. The line Jewel, the passport photographer, says to the cowboy hitman Molly, "I didn't figure you for Clint Eastwood," is an obvious reference to the fact that Eastwood rejected the part.
I'm Molly.
Yeah, I didn't figure for Clint Eastwood.
Yet Matthau was too honest about not understanding what the film was about, even on the press tour, and would tell Siegel, "I have seen the film 3 times, and I have a slightly better than average intelligence, IQ 120, and yet I still don't quite understand what's going on. Is there a plot device we can use to explain to people what they're seeing?" In the film, Charlie flies the Boeing Stearman, which was actually piloted by the stunt pilot Frank Tallman. The Stearman would actually be used for crop dusting after this, and would actually crash in 1976 after tripping on an electric wire, killing the pilot. 2 years later, Tallman would crash to the side of Santiago Peak in the Santa Ana Mountains at cruising altitude and perish. Charlie Barrick, taking place in New Mexico, was actually filmed in 2 towns in Nevada, which both claim to be Nevada's oldest town. The Reno scenes were actually filmed in Reno. Charlie Barrick has inspired a diverse list of movies and TV shows, far outpacing its impact at the time, including being pointed to as an inspiration for the Coen brothers, specifically No Country for Old Men. Tarantino was unabashedly inspired by it, even lifting the now famous line,
"Tell you what now. I'm gonna call a couple of hard pipe-hitting niggas to go to work on the homes here with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch."
Said to Zed in Pulp Fiction from this film.
You know what kind of people they are. They'll strip you naked and go to work on you with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch. Oh my God.
And in From Dusk Till Dawn, in the first scene of the movie, a 1975 Plymouth sits in the liquor store parking lot as a reference, even written into the script as Charlie Barrick's car. Also referenced in the Mel Gibson movie Payback with a bar named Barrick's. And on TV, both Breaking Bad, which also takes place in Albuquerque, and Justified, reference Charlie Barrick liberally. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention that Charlie Barrick took inspiration from the crop dusting masterpiece North by Northwest, Alfred Hitchcock's 1959 spy thriller, released right after, that's right, Vertigo, last week's movie. Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Our show gets simulcast, or if we're not on at regular time, played later on This Space. This Space is a working class independent media collective. YouTube.com/ThisSpaceTV. Subscribing really helps out, or even more, sharing content from This Space and encouraging others to do the same. By working together, we can break through the algorithm. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of Protonic Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Boris and Kristina have a second show, The Absurdity Space, live on This Space on Wednesdays at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Josh Olson is the screenwriter of A History of Violence, the co-host of Movies That Made Me with Joe Dante, and the co-host of The White Cannon, and the former co-host of The West Wing Thing with Dave Anthony. I, of course, am your host and the guy who cropped us, Boris Miller. You know what dirty money is? It's the kind of money you can't declare on your income tax.
Crop dusting. Phrasing, Forrest. Phrasing.
that was the point. I've been crop dusting the whole time.
By the way, good. Nice work tying it back to Vertigo last week somehow. I'm actually pretty impressed by that. I was like, okay, what's he gonna do?
10 minutes of talking, and then I was like,
yeah,
damn,
exactly.
This movie ties into last week too.
Josh Olson, welcome back. I think we got. Oh, hold on, we got to. You're on mute, but we must start off with your apparel choice.
Yeah,
thank you.
Last of the Independents.
There
it
is. Cutting it off. Yeah,
that's great. Yeah, that's
a t-shirt for years.
So this was your pick, Charlie Varick, which I was unfamiliar, as was the rest of the panel. But I liked it. I like it a lot. And I am a Don Siegel fan. I don't know if I'm as big of a Don Siegel fan as you, because I haven't seen it as many. But tell me why this was your pick.
Oh my God! Really this is well. First of all, because it is, as they say, unsung, or at least relatively, and that's been changing over the years. But no, it's a phenomenal movie. It's one of my all-time favorites, and it is one of 2 movies. I'd say The Sting is the other that really, really first made me aware of what screenwriters do. And that is because my dad would take me off to these films when I was ridiculously young. And it was an era where 5 minutes after a movie ended, they would start it again. And if you and they also let you in at any time. So if you were like going off to see, I don't know, something like Papillon, and you get there and it was sold out, you'd walk down the street, because one of the great things about growing up in Philadelphia is that we had 17 movie theaters within like a 6 square block area.
Yeah.
And we just go to something. Oh, hey, Charlie Varick. Hey, that looks good. And we walked in, it was probably 45 minutes into the film or so. And so you'd watch the movie, you'd sit around 5 minutes, and then you'd watch the beginning. And I saw both of those films that way the first time. And both times, there's this amazing thing is you realize watching the movie again that they're telling you everything. That these movies have twists in them at the end that are these big revelations that you just sit there and you go, "Oh, I didn't see that coming," and you're like, "Well, they did tell you." I mean, and it's all right there. Yeah. Thing when you realize they're laying it on. Nothing is worse than a movie with a twist ending that they didn't set up. It's like, I hate that. I hate when people go, "Oh, I didn't see that ending coming." You're like, "Yeah, that's because they just pulled it out of their ass." It's like, you got to do the work. And there's so many tiny little moments here. There's great stuff with, you see in the background, you see the the flipped airplane that he does the trick at the end. What is it, the flip of death?
Which really flipped, like they flipped that plane, and there's a part where they were trying to figure out what they were going to do for that scene, and Frank Tallman, the guy that's actually flying the plane, goes, I could do this, and then flips the actual plane over in front of them, and then they're like
the most badass thing possible.
That is what we're doing. Yeah. But you get all these things, these little moments. He's on the phone at one point, and like if you blink and you miss it, where he checks his watch to see what time it is, and he's like, oh, and he's not wearing his watch anymore, and he walks away. Nothing is said about it. It's just this, if you think about it for 5 seconds, it's at most you're like, what happened to his watch? For a while he's wearing one ring, and then he takes his wife's ring, and then he's wearing 2 rings, and he's back to wearing 1 ring. All this stuff, they're just sort of like setting it up. So to see them do that, and then to see how it all played out, it was like this just revelation that someone built this, someone structured this, someone like an architect laid it all out so that it would stand up like a building on its own. And that just blew my mind. And it has been kind of a touchstone for me for, my entire career. My good friend, Howard A. Rodman, son of Howard Rodman, who wrote Charlie Barrick, talks about, in a movie, it should, when it's going forward, everything should just seem happenstance. But when you look back, you realize everything is inevitable.
It's all there. Yeah.
It's all leading to this one place. I love that so much.
Well, and it's so interesting because I feel like, the things we're doing in this show, we do like to cover, the movies that we all love, and we can have discussion, hopefully bring things to light that maybe people haven't heard before within the discussion. We also like to champion stuff that maybe not everybody knows too. And this is a perfect example of that. I'm actually kind of shocked I'd never heard of it, frankly. It's way up my alley.
Yeah, it didn't do really well. Part of that is because I was surprised. He may have done some promo. You mentioned something Mathau said on
they did
press, but he didn't do a lot of pushing for it because he did not like the film. And I know he had it is astonishing because it's not a hard film to follow, but I get sometimes your brain can just get stuck in one thing and you can just.
But
that quote was fascinating. But he did do a thing. Yeah. This is it. He did suggest that he fought with Siegel, and apparently they did not get along really well. He fought with him tooth and nail. He had an idea for a framing sequence that he thought. And I'm to this day, and I love Walter Matthau. This is one of the dumbest ideas I've ever heard of.
Very difficult to work with, from what I've heard.
His suggestion was the movie should open on Charlie walking into a movie studio, and he sits down with a movie studio exec, and he goes, "I'm going to tell you a story you're not going to believe." And then you see the movie.
No, come on.
That's literally all that does. And I once worked with the director years ago. We were trying to do a film noir, and I
hate when they do that type of thing.
He suggested to me that the entire movie, which is a crime film much like this, be done start as a flashback with the lead being interrogated by cops. And I had to say, probably it was just like, I don't know how I can work with you. You cannot start a movie like this by telling me front and center that the hero's gonna live.
Right. It's
not Dirty Harry 3 or a James Bond film. But
exactly. Kind of does that exact framing device. I was watching last night, which I, for some reason, had never seen. I've seen the 70s version, Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Oh, his Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Yeah, it's great. That's the first one I ever saw from him.
The 1950s Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It starts with Kevin McCarthy. I wish he had a different name, but Kevin McCarthy in the hospital, kind of like freaking out and being like, "You're like, believe me," and they're not believing him, and that's like where the movie starts. And
that's okay because that's not so much, Now you're kind of going, "Whoa, what the hell's going on?" And it does end there.
I feel like that has to be done so sparingly. Like if every movie starts out that way, it's like
unless you already know like the outcome. It's like with Titanic, like the ship's gonna sink. You know what's gonna happen. But then like even it's getting close to the iceberg, you're like, move.
There are mysteries, but anytime you start something with there's a couple of things that are bad signs. One is starting with the character going, "Let me tell you a story," because I was already expecting one.
Yeah, and you're telling a story. It's a movie, right? You're supposed to be telling a story already.
Exactly. And
let me show you a film.
Come up with a theory or a movie that develops this theory. I'm like, it's perfectly reasonable to name the movie after the main character. Mm-hmm. What I hate is movies that name it after the main character but start with "who is," or it's like, "Who is Cletus Count? Who is this?" Because you're like, By calling
Again,
it Charlie
only
Varick,
movie
you're
that-
implicitly asking who is Charlie Varick.
Only movie that gets away with it is like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and even then, it's like
But that's a mystery. But it's not called Who is Roger Rabbit, because that would be
Who Roger Rabbit be.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not called Snake Plissken the movie, you know. Well, no, it's interesting. Oh, as I say, it's a very unsentimental movie too. That's one of the things that kind of really, because you know, early 70s, not like there's a lot of sentimentality going on, but the stuff that was like, you know, more mainstream was coming at it from major sentimentality, and there's none of that. And I'm thinking back, you know, all the way to like, you know, think of the great definitional generation defying crime films, you know, Bonnie and Clyde. It's a different kind of sentimentality. This has got none of that. Dude blows up his wife's body.
And that's before you even have a chance to connect with him outside of the fact that it's Walter Matthau. And I think there's a certain feeling that you get seeing kind of a reassurance in a way, seeing Walter Matthau. I mean, seeing Clint Eastwood do that would be a completely different vibe.
Yeah.
If, like, the first thing you saw was Clint Eastwood blowing up his wife, you'd be like,
He
oh,
kisses
buddy.
her head, or, you know.
Yeah.
He does say goodbye to her dead body.
Yeah.
That's also
In his
a
way.
kind of the blue collar sweatiness of the movie.
Very
It's like
much
this
so.
guy is not some swanky jewel thief, you know. There's no fat. It's like, yeah, this is what we have to do. We gotta get out of here. We gotta deal with the bodies. We gotta make everything, you know, no time for sentimentality.
Yeah, it's pragmatic, right? It's very pragmatic. It's very and utilitarian in a way that you don't often get with genre pictures. So, and like, look, I love me a good crime picture, right? But notice I said the word good in there. I love a good crime picture.
There are bad ones.
There are lots of them, and I've seen some of them recently. No.
But this is a great one, and everybody loves to see a character outsmart, you know, the bad guys. Everybody loves to see, and to do it in a way that makes sense. You know, it's like everything that he does makes perfect sense, and you see him even coming up with things on the fly when he's like at the dentist office, and he's like, "Oh, hey," and he does this little sleight of hand. You're like, "Huh, what?" And he's out before you even think about it. And that's him, like, kind of going, "Oh, yeah, here's an idea." You know,
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen Walter Matthau in a role quite like this, and I can't. There's certainly stuff where he's like, you know, gritty, or I mean, like, you know, taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3. Right?
Yeah.
It's in the intro.
Yeah, and there's
and
a four movie run where it's all either detective movies or just like serious crime pictures.
like the Laughing Policeman.
Yeah.
Sure. But this is a very specific kind of thing, and I'm glad in the intro for us you tied it into No Country for Old Men too, because it's like, oh, that's a definite antecedent to this, because it's just again that pragmatic utilitarian nature of like, this is like the steps you have to take to like attempt to get away to do the thing, and we just don't see that. So we see lots of procedurals for cops, but we rarely see it for the criminals, right?
Yeah.
And not to be reductive, that's not all this is, but like it's I mean, it's kind of fascinating in that way, because there isn't a rule book to violate.
Well, there's a classic, you know, the Heist Gone Wrong movie is kind of an old established thing. It's just a really, really tight version of that, you know.
Which that is certainly a part of it, but like you usually see the cop side of it. You usually see, like, you know, the enforcers, like how they're finding the criminal. You don't see like, here's how the criminal's getting away, or not.
There's a lot of, but I would say there's a lot of crime from The Getaway, or you've got movies, especially film noir in the 50s. Like, you know, there's just a whole subgenre of film noir of like heist movies that don't go well. The Killing, you know, Kubrick's film.
Killing,
You know, this is it's definitely, but yeah, the cop procedural, like.
Well, the first Don Siegel movie I ever saw was The Killers, which is the one that I kind of played that moment from in the intro, and it has it's Lee Marvin, John Cassavetes, and I forget, and
Clu Gallagher.
Clu Gallagher, and then Ronald Reagan playing a villain 2 years before he ended up becoming a candidate for governor. He ended up eating that
What happened to
movie
that guy?
because that was it portrayed him as such a devious villain, like, because the whole movie is just criminals that plan a heist and then all turn on each other before the heist can even be completed. And Ronald Reagan he was such a bastard in that movie that he was like freaking out about the fact that, you know, that's like his last besides Bedtime
before he
for Bonzo.
Retired from acting.
Yeah,
ran for
it was
governor,
like that, and then Bedtime for Bonzo, and then he was out, and it was like
Well, but it's also interesting that Don Siegel, like, he didn't have like just one thing he did. I mean, everyone knows
Yeah.
Dirty Harry, obviously, for good reason. You know,
Yeah.
foundationally, it's incredibly influential film. You know, often referenced, usually never as good. But he did a lot of different types of movies, and when I think about that, this is ostensibly the follow-up to Dirty Harry. It's kind of an interesting choice because it's not.
Forget.
Well, he had the power to do what he wanted at this point. This was a project he really wanted to get going.
Yep. Yeah, and it's something where, again, I don't think Walter Matthau. Now we think of Walter Matthau, and we're, you know, in the modern context of Walter Matthau, we're thinking of like, you know, like whatever, yeah, Odd Couple, you know, Grumpy Old Man, et cetera, et cetera. So
Hello, Dolly, or
but I mean,
you know, Bad News Bears.
Sure. But he's also like, I mean, this is a guy that, like, you know, Facing the Crowd.
Yeah,
he was in
Facing the
the New Leaf,
Yeah.
right? You know, like he's definitely a guy with range, but it's just interesting that there's not a lot of redeemability necessarily to his character, but it's also the character isn't looking for that.
I think this is the only movie where Walter Matthau knocks on a woman's door, and within 5 minutes of her opening it, she's in bed with him.
Yeah, it's
who's not his wife.
I was trying to remember. I was trying to remember where I'd seen her before. That's Jack Lemmon's wife, Felicia Farr. It's
You
Jack
know.
Lemmon. Yeah, so starting in, I think, 1962 until his death.
That's what started.
She was married to Jack Lemmon. So he's basically like, he's taking his best friend, because at that point they've been working together for like a couple decades, you know, back and forth. He's like taking his best friend's wife and going like, "You want a part in a movie? Well, you're gonna immediately seduce me, and I'm gonna box your compass."
But I love this.
Hey,
part
Felix,
of
I
his
just
plan.
boxed your wife's compass.
That's right. I love that that's part of his plan. Okay, so then I got to go to I'll get his secretary's home number and address.
Right.
She's gonna want to bang me, and then I'll use that to, like, it's part of his plan.
Yeah,
like he has this
he's like
undeniable animal magnetism or something.
Yeah.
You know,
He's
it's
like-
like
he's
it's
like
Walter Matthau. It's fine.
Everyone knows I'm irresistible.
Once she sees my hairy wrists.
Well, but the other thing about it that I think is so incredible is that I think, you know, he doesn't exactly know what he's going to do yet when he discovers the money, and pretty fast it goes, oh well, the guy that I'm stuck with right now, Harmon, is going to fuck me over if I don't come up with a plan.
So stupid. Yeah.
So by the next day, he has this, because the guy's clearly like, well, what use are you if you can't fly a plane? And he's clearly like thinking like, oh, I'm gonna just kill Charlie and take the money. So by that point, he goes, all right, we'll play it the way you want to play it. And knowing full well that like that guy's gonna get taken out instantaneously, like he sacrifices him.
Right.
Well, it's not even, but he knows. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's done. They talk about the the lack of sentimentality. It's like this is a done deal. He's already dead. So
Right. Immediately. Also, I mean,
No,
you
it's
mentioned
it's not mob money. It's mafia money. Please.
Mafia money.
Laundered mafia money.
I was watching the making of kind of documentary, and they pointed out something that I had not even thought of, which is the mafia in this movie is not like, it's not the Italian mafia.
No.
It's not. It is. There's Chinese guys in the mafia. There are white guys in the mafia. It's like the most
cosmopolitan.
Yeah, it's the most multi-culti mafia that you've ever seen in
It's
your
the United
life.
Nations of Cosa Nostra. Yeah. It's really amazing. It's quite forward thinking that way.
Yeah.
Not a lot of movies that center crop dusting, by the way. Also,
That is true, too.
got to throw that out there. Another unique thing with this film, because you see him with like the first thing you see dudes robbing a place and they're got jumpsuits on. It's like, oh, okay, this is their disguise. It's like, oh no, he's an actual crop duster. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like it's a real kind of like head fake when you're used to seeing heist movies or crime movies or whatever. You're expecting certain things, certain tropes, certain and
Which is it's a real like this plane that they use for this movie, right? It's a Boeing. I forget the name of the plane, but it's like a well-known crop dusting plane. And right after this movie, this plane went back to being licensed out for crop dusting. So it's like
he's had it on loan, yeah.
Yeah.
great.
So it's a loaned out plane from a crop duster from this area.
Yeah.
And then it
Well.
crashed over an aluminum wire and killed the guy that was driving it. But
I mean, it's authentic, they got that going for it. Like, why not, right? Yeah. Anyway, do we want to kick in with a plot summary so we can get going on that? He said, hopefully.
Yeah. We can give me a second.
Although this isn't. Well, it was a Ghostbusters, right? Ghostbusters was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well,
should we
this
see
is-
an epic?
Good thing I wasn't
Every
there.
scene.
It
All
was
right.
3 hours longer.
Charlie Varick is a crop duster, as we said, and former stunt pilot down in his luck. So he, his wife, and 2 accomplices, Alan Harmon, rob a bank in rural New Mexico. I love the opening sequence where it's just people from the town of Tres Cruces, including, I think, Don Siegel's son is in there, and Walter Matthau's son is his son is actually named Charlie, I'm pretty sure. So he's actually in that opening sequence.
Another unique thing, and you tied it in the intro as well, Forrest, with the Breaking Bad, but not a lot of movies centered in New Mexico, even though a lot of it was shot in Nevada.
Yeah,
it's still notable.
Apparently they went to 2 small towns, and both small towns had a claim that they were claiming they were 1850s. This was the first town in Nevada. They're like, no, this is the first town in Nevada.
No, it's a real thing.
Yeah, they have some rivalry.
I mean, Nevada's great, especially a lot of people know Las Vegas, like northern Nevada. Like there's a bar that's has a cave. It has a cave in it. You just go in the cave. It's great.
In the cave.
Yeah, exactly.
Get in the cave, Nadine.
Well, it's kind of up to the point the only thing New Mexico was known for was testing the bombs that would bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But to have actual shows and movies take place in New Mexico is oh wow, we can actually film here and have plots here and stuff.
Well, and Vince Gilligan's done it twice now because he did it with the new show too, with Pluribus, which is also great.
You can, but even though it's Nevada,
for every time.
Even though it's Nevada, it's not New Mexico. The terrain is similar.
The terrain's very similar.
You can see in this why it would be the place that you would be able to test a bomb or something, because they do that explosion and it's there's nothing for miles and miles and miles when they're driving down that road.
That's true of both states, where it's just this is just a lot of empty space. Is it pretty? Sure, but there's a lot of empty space. Ain't nothing there.
Yeah. Though the heist results in a big haul, it also claims the life of Al and Charlie's wife. Heist immediately goes south. The guy grabs the gun.
The movie just started.
Yeah, it's within minutes of it, and it's I love. I wish this was a more detailed summary, because I love the disguise. It's the dumbest fucking disguise that Walter Matthau's in the beginning. You get his disguise, and he's just dressed up as an old man, and it's with the oversized mustache and the gray hair, and he's in the car, and he's
so
I don't know.
But it looks like an old man in a Peter Sellers comedy movie.
Yeah.
It's there's something kind of what is I would definitely do a double take if I saw that dude on the street. What?
I'd be wait a minute, this is something's up here.
Clearly, it's a fake it's clearly fake mustache that he's wearing.
It's fakiest of fake,
Yeah.
Right.
After making their way to a distant trailer park, I don't know if it's that distant, but Charlie and Harmon discovered their take from the bank totals over $750,000. Which, in today's money, is definitely over $1 million. It's 1970s money.
Yeah, we got the inflation calculator on.
Do we have the? I don't have that site.
Yeah, I would imagine it's significantly over that.
It's a good amount of money.
Later, when a local TV newscast reports that only $2,000 was stolen, Charlie concludes that the bank's cover-up of the actual amount can only mean it was a drop point for laundered mafia cash.
Mafia.
You could already
completely different organization.
Right, exactly. This one's way, like I said, it's multicultural. This one.
That mafia pisses me off, man. Fucking Italian.
They even spell it the same. How dare they?
It's they have the Godfather. They're I'm not the Godfather. I'm the Godfather.
Oh yeah, it's all sound alikes. That's good. Yeah, that's a good bit.
But you can already tell he's smart and he knows this stuff, because in that moment, Harmon's wow, so much cash, and he's no, this is worse. This is significantly worse.
Someone's gonna be looking for it.
Yeah, you can't have $250,000 just take it and not have people already on the look for, already looking for whatever you've taken.
Moreover, and that's already a great great narrative trick too, because again, the take being more than they expected, who's gonna it's a botched operation,
and that's
right?
bad news. That is,
and that's not
bad news bears. You know what I'm saying?
Right? Exactly. Yeah.
I should shout out to my first truly terrible movie that I wrote, On the Border. I lifted that conceit. It's about characters who work in a bank that they know is a mob drop, and they're waiting to hit it for when the money gets dropped in. It's a thing that you've seen from time to time, and certainly seems plausible. But as far as I'm able to determine, Charlie Varick is the one that breaks that cherry cinematically.
I definitely have not seen anything else that has done that was before this.
Yeah.
which is I haven't seen every movie. Sorry, but you know.
But I mean, I can even see.
Conan, you haven't seen every movie ever.
No, I've canonically established I haven't seen Titanic.
I know.
It's the one movie.
I've seen all the
like,
rest of them.
even with like, I can see how Josh got inspired for like a history of violence, using both the having like a law enforcement that's like unhelpful in the situation, but also the mafia kind of chasing everybody down. It's like those two factors at the same time. It's like you're squeezed in between things already, and it's like it creates a whole nother level of.
And the thing you can get away in small towns, you would be shocked, or maybe you wouldn't be. I don't know. Maybe people there are a little more nuanced what they're thinking, but it's a great conceit. It's great that Walter Matthau picks up on it immediately, like just immediately, and his buddy just huh, what?
Yeah,
just total dimbo.
There's a like. I mean, it's kind of amazing, right? They're robbing the bank, and the bank he's like, give me your cash. He's like, oh, we don't really have any cash. And like he's like, no, I know you have some cash. Give me the cash. And the one thing they really have in the bank, it's like a pretty much empty bank. And the one thing they really have, they won't even cash his check because it's like he's an out of town person. It's like
right, exactly.
They're not even like a Federal Reserve Bank, like.
Well, and that was again very much of the time, right? Like first of all, kids, there were these things called checks.
Yes.
Secondly, you couldn't cash them just anywhere. But it is it's using again the aspects of a small town bank in the favor of the narrative in a way that's very convincing.
Yeah. Moreover, since they've tapped into that large underworld cash flow, whether by accident or not, Charlie and Harmon will soon wind up on a gangland hit list.
Oh boy.
A gangland hit list. That's
and he's got a plan for it. He like immediately puts together a plan, which is just shows the difference between these two guys, right?
But the other guy, I mean, I do like the kind of the device of having him suffering from a toothache. So he's drinking more and more. So then when Charlie leaves the next morning to start his plan, that he's already kind of explained to him, he's like, all right, this is our plan. I'm gonna get into my my biplane pretty much, and we're gonna fly, and we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna land somewhere that's not like a landing spot, because that's the only way that we can get away. And the guy immediately forgets the whole plan because he got drunk. And so he wakes up and he's like, where the fuck is Charlie?
Yeah. Well, and it's it's notable too, like the biplane getaway, that's unique also as well. Like it's automatically going to be a little bit different just because the modus operandi of how they're going to get away. It's like a different type of thing, be like the same difference between going by car or by train. It's going to be a different narrative.
Though Charlie is in mourning over his wife's death, he wastes no time in taking action.
Okay, can we pause here for a second? Because that blew my mind when I saw it, which I was like, oh man, this guy's serious business. All right,
you got show must go on.
Yeah, like that. That very much. That was like the first big shock for me. We're like, oh.
It's like,
okay.
So anyway.
And then you see there's this great shot where you see in the background, you see the fire going while they're in the foreground too. And it's very much, and like you see him like literally leaving it behind. And I was like, oh, that's such a smart way of, because rather than just being like, oh, here's this scene and now that's gone. It's like, you literally see the actions that's happening in the background of the other stuff. It's super cool.
Yeah. Though Charlie is mourning over his wife's death, there's no time taking action. First, he breaks into his dentist's office, swapping his x-rays with Harmon's. He's already setting them up. Later, he arranges for new passports to a local photographer, while Charlie prepares for a quick getaway. However, a Reno, Nevada gangland associate named Boyle, well, he's the manager of the bank. He's not a gangland. Well, he's both, I guess, but the guy that manages the entire bank.
He's got two jobs.
And hires a sadistic contact murderer referred to as Molly to return the stolen cash to the owner.
Okay,
it was the 70s. You're gonna have to work two jobs,
I am a really big fan of John Vernon and just his voice in any. I mean, obviously, like the first thing I ever saw him in was as Dean Wormer in Animal House, where he's
that foot is me. Yeah,
and just double secret probation. It's like that's been so referenced in so many different things. But he's such a great, and Dirty Harry as well. I mean, but like he's as the mayor of San Francisco, the entire movie is just like he keeps on. He can't decide whether he's sending Clint Eastwood in to
Yeah.
to-
Well, and
to-
Josie Wales too. People forget.
I love Jesse Wells. Yeah,
Yeah.
great.
Key
He's
part
he's a
of that.
great that guy.
Yep.
Kind of character actor, right? And knew it and would lean into it. Like he would do like comedic roles referencing Dean Rumor or whatnot. I mean, it was awesome. Like it was like
It kind of gets to the point where certain character actors, they know like the one thing that they're really known for. So like when they do other parts, they're definitely like leaning into like, oh, this is the type of character that I'm playing. It's that character.
that's why they're there, right?
Yeah.
It's the voice that's just so completely authoritative.
Yeah.
You know, like he picks up the phone and he's like, I need your help, and it's like, well, this guy means like, and he's never even like the character that he plays is never even like, it's always he gets humiliated in some fashion because it's like, but it's the voice that also leads to the humiliation because it's like the authority has to be undermined. Like, oh man, like
Okay, can we so he's awesome. Can we talk about Joe Don Baker for a second?
Yeah. I was trying to remember different places I've seen him. One of the places is Cape Fear. He's the Cape Fear.
I mean, there's a lot of I think the first movie I saw him in was Mitchell. Which is actually not that far away from, I think it's like a couple years out from this. It's 75. And I knew about it because of MST3K, right? Where it's like that's I'm gonna go and say a little less successful for Joe Don Baker.
The big hit for him was actually the same year Charlie Varick was Walking Tall.
Yeah.
Playing Buford Pusser, which is one of the great
Buford.
Yeah, who actually turned out a true story about some sheriff going up against organized crime. It came out, I think, last year. That turned out the real Buford, had actually murdered his own wife.
Yeah. I remember that. I remember that story breaking, and it's like, oh, Walking Tall sheriff found to murder. I think I think he's been dead for a little bit, but I think he didn't even die that long ago.
You know what's interesting though about Joe Don Baker is that he did like a pilot for like I think NBC for like Sam Cedar was talking about this called Guy Island, and there's a thing where Sam's like in like Speedo underwear. You can find it because he did this thing with Mark Maron, and he was like, yeah, Joe Don Baker was like the guy on this island, and I had to do like a scene with him, and I'm like, first of all, Sam Cedar, you and like thongy underwear is like not what I was expecting to see, but second of all, you work with Joe Don Baker after Cape Fear is actually kind of cool.
So you're saying that we're 1 degree away from Joe Don Baker?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Well, he's in he's a small part in Cool Hand Luke, and a movie I just want to plug the hell out of, and people need to go look for because it is hard as hell to find. Called Welcome Home, Soldier Boys from 1971. That is probably the first American movie to deal with the impact of the Vietnam War on veterans. That is an amazing little movie that I would kill to see, sort of, go on the Charlie Varick journey where it's like more and more people coming to know it. Just a phenomenal piece of work, and he's great in it.
Other things kind of that he's recurring Bond role, Jack Wade, and
he died just a year ago.
He was in Mars Attacks as well. He's one of the many people.
Yeah, I know, and he did a lot of he was an interesting Walking Tall. So fascinating. First of all, by the way, we're talking about the original movie, not the Dwayne Johnson vehicle.
Not the Rock
came
one.
out.
No, what? No.
But it's definitely one of those. Like, there's certain 70s genre films that have aged well, and certain ones that haven't. And certainly, find out more about the actual dude that was based on. It's like, yikes!
Yeah,
it's like, okay, maybe this one.
I thought every frame of that movie was reality. I'm sorry.
Of course, it's a freaking movie.
It's such a perfect American cowboy story almost. It's like it's you always find out like the cop that the thing is based on that like we've elevated up to the top is like, oh, that guy was a real piece of shit.
Yeah,
American Sniper being a very fine example of that genre.
Ooh, God, discourse around that movie coming out. Oh man.
So in this movie, Charlie Varick, which we're essentially talking about, Joe Don Baker is Molly, the sadistic contract murderer, which is interesting.
He's the opposite of Molly the drug. He's
right.
That's what I was gonna
say. Throughout this movie, Andy Robinson, the guy that plays Harmon, second movie in a row. Those were his first 2 movies back to back. So first he was basically the Zodiac killer in Dirty Harry, and then he was in this as Harmon. Both movies he volunteered. I'll just do my own stunts. skinny guy at the time, like kind of strong, this young kid. I'll do my own stunts. He said the worst night of his life was that torture scene because Joe Don Baker just started like, they were not friends. They did not like each other on the set. He was kind of afraid of Joe Don Baker. He intimidated him, and he was very close with Walter Matthau. Like by the end of shooting, not close with Joe Don Baker. They wouldn't even barely even speak to each other. In one night, they shot that, and he's just getting fucked up, thrown around, hit. Yeah. And he said it was essentially the worst night of his life. He can't watch that scene anymore because of that.
Wow.
He's so great. And he did you know, I mean, obviously Siegel would hire him for anything because he's so great in Dirty Harry, but Dirty Harry really had an impact on his career for a long time.
Yeah. Sure. Well,
it's just like, it was so nice to see him finally, like in Deep Space Nine, getting to just rage, man.
I had this somewhere that I saved it, like, because I was watching I downloaded the documentary. I was like grabbing clips from it. He had this story where right after Dirty Harry, he goes to I think it's Warner Brothers. He goes to Warner Brothers to meet with the casting woman, like, you know, because they have like the casting director who like you want them to remember you after something like that, to go, oh, if there's anything for you, I'll call you. And the casting director at Warner Brothers sees him walking up. He drove all the way to Warner Brothers, like it's on the lot. Sees him walking up and goes, who is that? And her secretary goes, that's your next appointment. She goes, cancel that appointment, and runs into her office and will not meet with him.
Wow.
Oh no.
By the way, I'd be remiss not to mention that Garrick, which of course Andrew Robinson plays Garrick in Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
Basically the heavy of the entire show. And it does an amazing.
He's a good. I mean, the whole thing with him is you never quite know where he stands, but you know he's a good guy.
But well, the thing is, but like the more you find out about him, spoilers for Deep Space Nine, everyone, the more you realize, oh, this is a guy, like he starts off as being, oh, it's kind of a figure of fun. He's like a tailor and so on. It's like, oh no, this guy is like serious business and like did some kind of messed up stuff. And then that ends up moving to their credit. Heavy.
Villain. I mean, he's like a beloved.
He's a heavy character, meaning there's a lot of depth and nuance to it that you don't realize, and a great role for him to play. And because of all that Cardassian, you know, I didn't realize it was the same dude for like a long time. So, Lila Schifrin. That's another tie.
He also did the soundtrack for this movie. I wanted to say, and they wrote that song when well, I will talk about it, I guess, later on in this, but the scene with Felicia Farr and Walter Matthau when they're making love, they actually wrote that song for the movie. It's not like a but anyone want to jump in for the next paragraph?
Well, yeah, I was kind of just taking a moment to mention the Joe Don Baker. Well, I'll get to this one, and then Kristina can close it out if that works. And by the way, just Molly. What a great name for a killer, by the way.
They have that great joke that immediately like shows you this character, but they're like, I think his name is Sally. He's like, no, Molly, and everyone, he shuts everybody in that room up.
Yeah, like immediately. He's like he's a no joke character, and you know
it's funny. I never thought of it, but it's a Prime Cut was the year before. Great, very odd Lee Marvin crime film, and Gene Hackman plays a ruthless mob boss named Mary Ann.
R.I.P.
Well, there is something. I mean, it's the exact same thing from Johnny Cash's A Boy Named Sue.
It's exactly. It's gonna make you even more of a hard ass than you were before.
Like if you have a woman's name as like a tough guy, you have to show you're so much tougher than everybody else.
Exactly, you're overcompensating basically.
Molly's search.
Molly's search eventually leads him to Harmon in the trailer park. He tortures Harmon to get information about the money, as evidenced by
before we say, everybody immediately snitches in the
immediately. Yeah, there's no like James Bond style ball torture involved. Like it doesn't even take that.
I love the little old lady next door neighbor, which was somebody needs to do a super cut of every little old lady in movies and TV shows from the 70s who spends way too much time thinking about strangers coming to rape them.
Yeah.
It was a common thing. Yeah.
It's always this howl. They're like, oh God, here she goes.
This one's so good because Walter Matthau walks up to her and goes, have you seen Nadine? because obviously he's trying to like Nadine's obviously dead in the car, but he's like, you know, he's trying to like try to show everyone like, oh, you know, Nadine,
Yeah. Put him off the scent. Yeah. Because he knows that she's going to be talking to whoever.
Nadine.
Nadine.
No, but see, the first thing he says to that old lady, his landlord, ostensibly, right at the trailer park, she's like, do you think she could have been, you know, she could have left you and ran away with one of these guys? She's like, because every time I'm out here, I can't even go out. The milkman's trying to have sex with me.
Right. Yeah.
It's like all the people that you would not think would have unlimited swag think that they have unlimited swag in this movie, and
but
I
then
love it for that.
And then the next morning she's singing like some sexual like song and dancing in front of the mailbox, and it's like, well, maybe if you don't do that, the mailman's not going to be trying to rape you. Not the victim blame here.
Anyway, he tortures Harmon, then beats him to death. At the same time,
it's a hard scene to fucking watch too.
It really is. Yeah,
and it's like I double featured this and then Dirty Harry, which I haven't seen before, but you know, I wanted to watch it again. And it's like it's just a masterclass in how to torture Andrew Robinson as like a
poor Ed just gets the shit kicked out
pretty consistently.
Yeah.
So at the same time, Boyle travels to the site of the robbery to meet secretly with the bank manager, Harold Young. So we get some time with these guys as the B plot, right? And then that's when it starts kind of unfolding. They're like, oh yeah, he was right about all this stuff. You know, nailed it. Got in one. I like all those interactions, the Boyle and Harold Young stuff. I think that's all good.
I love the line when he's looking at the cow and goes, man, check out those jugs.
Woodrow Parfait is the name of that actor. He's like kind of like one of the great slam ball guys. Which look at that guy where it's like, this dude.
Him again.
I want to say he's also in Outlaw Josie Wales too, right?
Yes,
correctly. Yeah.
One other
Does it get out stains?
This is one of the last. I think this is one of the later movies when he's an alcoholic and he's washed up. Bob Steele, who was in all the early, he was the Mojave Kid in all the early cowboy movies. Is the bank guard when they go in the bank robbery scene, and they because he was by this point he was broke and he was like an alcoholic and he's really old. And
Mojave.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you join the Mafia? Because that's how you pronounce it. But
he's the Mojave Kid. He runs back.
Mojave, you know, the Mojave Desert.
Josh, he lives in New York. Don't.
But even I knew how to pronounce that. I live in the South. What the hell? Because I think of the Killers, the man.
I was gonna let him. I was like, I guess I'll let that one go. But Josh is right. Justice for the Mojave.
Mojave kids. You know.
Well, just like anytime anyone says Nevada and they say Nevada on like the news, which they do constantly, it's like
Nevada.
Nails on the chalkboard.
Nevada.
It's like, how can you not get this one freaking word? Anyway, whatever. Moving on. Anyway, that guy rules. Woodrow Parfait is Harold Young. So he's Boyle's talking, travels to the side of the robbery to meet secret the bank manager. Boyle advises Young that his mafia superiors will suspect that robbery was an inside job because it occurred during a brief period where the money was there. He suggests that Young will be tortured, which ties into that great scene that you put
work
in the
on
intro.
you with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch.
Yeah, which that's a great. I didn't realize that was an homage, but I definitely when I saw that I was like, oh hey, I know what that's for. I know I heard that before.
Yeah,
so definitely took notice. But there is an interesting dynamic because it's this guy is like way out of his element. Like he thought this was going to be easy. I thought this was going to be easy, and it wasn't. The movie,
really trying to rob a bank,
right? But I mean,
that's why they rob these little banks in the middle of nowhere. Seriously, because they're like,
try robbing a Bank of America or Wells Fargo and get back to me later.
Yeah, like in the city and everything. No, I'm, and I do want to say, like, I'm because we passed through that part, but I love my wife, but if I ever found a woman who would drive around the Pacific South or the Pacific Southwest, the Southwest, robbing tiny little banks in go-go boots, I might be tempted to. It's the go-go boots that get me.
It's a strong look. Yeah,
it is. I think it's why just underscoring that she's younger than him. Somehow, I think that's important to them. But
right. Yeah. No, it's a good. and it works too because it's something where it tells you a lot about both characters, right? And that's always lovely.
It also, I think it's just because I watched it recently, but Lestrada, where they have the where she's like gets attracted to the high wire guy.
Yeah.
And it's like a similar dynamic where it's like the younger woman and the older guy that like because he's explaining that their old career was going around doing the stunt plane thing, and he would go on the wing and pretend to be drunk and do the like kind of thing, and it's that kind of dynamic again. This was the first thing I thought of was like the Lestrada high wire.
So he'd be the they can see that too. Yeah,
I mean that's so nice and economical because it's like you just need a little bit of specificity to these characters when he's talking about her and how they know all this stuff, and the fact that you breeze through it so quickly, and then it turns out to pay off in the film specifically that he's got these skills. It's I love it because it's not just an eccentricity to make the character a little more interesting. It actually is.
There's a rationale behind it. There's a reason why it's there.
Yeah.
It's intentional. But I think that's we're not dissing. We're doing the opposite of dissing Go-Go Boots. We said they're awesome.
Who dissed Go-Go Boots?
Yeah,
back. That needs to come back in style, man.
Who got that we were dissing? Come on, Jerry. Get with it. we are pro Go-Go Boots. Just butchering everything. Go-Go boobs. Yeah, Go-Go gadget boobs.
Did you say boobs too?
Check out those jugs.
Wait, Christine, did you just jump on that, or are you a Steve Earle fan? Because Steve Earle has a song called "Go-Go Boots Are Back."
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Okay, well, represent itself. Terrified young later commits suicide. Bummer. That's
no way out. No way out.
Figure out like, oh, there was a second car, and if we can track down that car, we could probably find out where these guys went. You hear the gunshot, and it's like,
quick on the draw, so to speak. Yeah. After discovering Harmon's corpse in the trailer home, it's not a trailer house, it's trailer home. Charlie flies his crop duster to Reno.
His corpse is like,
it's very homey the way the corpse ties the place together.
And his line is like he just because that's the moment where you realize like he planned this. It's like he's like, well, you played it the way you wanted.
That's right.
Charlie flies his crop duster to Reno, where he contacts Boyle's secretary. Yes, indeed.
Contacts.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Box that compass.
That's still one of the weirdest.
It has to be an inside joke or something, right? I mean, where did that come from? That phrase. I mean, that's...
Well, it is an inside joke because she says, I don't know. Maybe this isn't. Maybe they didn't think this much about it, but they say South by Southwest. And then the scene with the plane is the opposite scene from North by Northwest.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a strut, but I think so. I think that's what it's about.
Yeah.
She warns Charlie not to trust her boss. Charlie then phones Boyle, offering to return the stolen money, arranging a meeting in a remote junkyard, and insisting that Boyle come alone.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Nothing ever happens in an abandoned junkyard. Nothing happens.
Yeah, only good things.
That John Vernon character.
I've seen the guest. Nothing happens in that scene anyway.
The John Vernon Maynard Boyle character is he's clearly such a slimy fucking sleazeball as the bank manager. But there's a scene where he's like pushing the girl on the swing, barely pushing her, and he's like, "If you're a nice guy, nice things happen to you." And there's something so sinister about his version of like almost like Minnesota Nice. He's like.
Well, it's why I always talk about the smiles and never reach the eyes, right?
Yeah,
same thing.
Yeah,
I mean, Charlie knows for a fact that he's not coming alone. That's his entire plot.
Don't bring the guy that you had with you the whole time.
Right.
That guy comes and he's more than 500 feet nearby. I'm going to leave, I guess. He's like ruffling his hair. He's like, "Yeah, we did it," and then it's like.
That's hilarious. I love how he's doing it. It's just a nice touch how he's doing it so large because he knows the guy's watching from a distance.
Yeah, from 501 meters.
Yeah,
exactly. The setup of this is interesting. So it's like you got to feel like, okay, there's gonna be something else here. Anyway, Charlie, suspecting betrayal. No, really? Overflies the wrecking yard. He's in his plane, by the way, and spots Molly's car. I think they didn't.
If you're a nice guy, nice things happen to you.
Oh yeah.
The setup for this is such a great. The setup for the scene is so great. Like everything that's happened in this junkyard is just aces. Like, and I feel like I'm surprised someone hasn't stolen it shot for shot because it's so well executed. It's
Well,
really
because Molly's not really working for the bank manager; he's working for the mafia. So it's like, the second he thinks that there's been a double cross, it's like, well, I'm flipping my my loyalty from you to to my mafia bosses, then to myself, because he can just take the money and go. He gets carte blanche. He gets carte blanche at the Asian guy's casino.
Right, that's exactly. Well, yeah, we skipped over a lot of that in the synopsis, but I do love all the color scenes.
Do you know why? It's so fucking stupid. Do you know why they actually have that whole drawn out scene with the Asian guy?
No.
Because Don Siegel is a very good table tennis player, and it's like an inside joke. He wanted to have himself. He's the guy.
He would have loved Mario Supreme.
He would have loved Mario Supreme, but he's the guy playing table tennis in in that room. So he sets it up so he can.
R.I.P. Don Siegel. You would love Mario Supreme.
He can lose playing table tennis, and it's like, oh man, I lost playing table. I got cheated out of my money.
He would have.
Because he wanted a table tennis. I mean, why not? Sure, that's what you're into. Like whatever. There's worse.
People love having their interests in movies and this show. It's like,
that's his version of like
love this thing because you keep putting it in all your movies.
That's his version of Hitchcock taking the walk in front of the camera every movie.
Yeah. It's a signature. After landing, Charlie hugs the confounded Boyle, acting overjoyed. Love that. It's definitely like an off-putting.
You can see him yell, "We did it! We did it!"
Yeah,
we did it.
He's like,
okay, Dora the Explorer. I know what you're up to.
By the way, interesting story behind the junkyard is that the first scenes, the first part where he actually lands, they filmed that in the junkyard. And they had like parts of it filmed in the junkyard. And then the guy says, the guy that owned the junkyard says, oh, if you want to film another day in the junkyard, which they're not finished with all the scenes, they have to do all the extra shots and like the B-roll and stuff. If you want to do extra scenes, I'm going to charge you 3 times as much. So the guy took Don Siegel aside and said, we don't have to go back to this junkyard. We can just build our own. This is like a pretty standard junkyard. We could build our own version of this junkyard. So it's actually 2 junkyards in that scene. There's one that they're actually at. Okay. There's the second one that they built on a set in a parking lot.
Movie magic. From a distance, Molly falls for the ruse and assumes that Boyle is Charlie's partner in crime. So he runs Boyle down with his car, which does seem a bit abrupt, but is understandable once you realize like what's going on, right? And kills him.
Instantly,
happening real quickly.
The second he gets hit by the car, he's like, "Oh,
yeah,
I'm dead."
Molly then chases Charlie, great scene, who tries to fly away, but instead flips over his plane. Okay, so that goes back to like check this out, y'all, like that.
Yeah, we can do this.
Yeah.
Except for instead of a dead redneck, we get a usable movie magic biplane.
Which apparently is something you can do and then just write the plane again. Like apparently if you're a stunt, I mean, I don't know if you can do it if you're a guy, but like, just a guy flying.
If you're a professional flyer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now it's all this stuff rules, and it's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, there's a plane in this picture. Like you keep being like, oh right, it's a crop dust. That's why he's got this plane. Why don't you take us home, Kristina?
All right. So trapped in the wreckage, Charlie tells Molly the money is in the trunk of a nearby car. Molly opens the trunk and sees Harmon's body wearing Charlie's wedding band. What the? When I saw that, the bank satchels. An instant later, he is killed by a booby trap.
Well, and you can see that you can see the inspiration that Breaking Bad took from this. The scene with Gus Fring where he goes, where he's on the thing, he realizes there's a bomb underneath it, takes him a second, he goes, whoa, and he goes up. He does that same kind of thing in this. One other thing is shout out to Frank Tallman. He was the guy that did the stunt flying chase in It's a Mad World.
Oh, did he really? Okay, cool.
There you go.
Yeah, more good plane representation in that picture.
Yeah.
The Charlie releases himself from the plane's wreckage and throws a wad of $100 bills towards the burning car. He then gets in the car and drives away, assured that Hartman's burnt corpse and dental plates will be mistaken for his own.
Puts him in the clear. Yep.
Well, and also it's like because you watch it like
Charlie
the second time and you realize like he throws a bunch of the money, like some of the money over there because then they think, oh well, the money must have just exploded. And it's like, well, you could throw like a third of the money and run away with it or whatever. Yeah.
That's Charlie Varick, everybody.
There you go. There you go.
Badass way to end the movie, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, it's something that shows how smart the character is, right? And that's something.
He's always thinking ahead. Like he has the vision. That's why he's like, if you're not going to be, keeping up here, you're going to be, you're going to be a liability.
Meanwhile, Mathau's the one that's I'm a slightly more than average intelligence, but I don't really understand what's going on. Is there a device that we can use to explain this to people? It's like, no, dude, come on. Like come on.
It's all there. It's all there.
R.I.P. Walter Matthau. You would have loved Netflix slop and vertical dramas. What?
I think ultimately the appeal of something like this, though, is that it's one thing like, so many of these heroes are kind of like they're fantasy. They're living on fantasies for us. Clint Eastwood can kick the shit out of anybody, and it's like you sort of go, "Wouldn't it be awesome if I could do that?" But I can't. But it would be awesome. But then you watch a movie like this, and it's much easier to convince yourself that you could do what Charlie Varick does.
Yeah,
because we all secretly know we're smarter than everybody in the room.
Right, exactly. Well, and that's the thing, right? Where it's like you're not the toughest, you don't have superpowers, but you're
Walter
up here.
But you're sharp, right? You can you
Well,
understand.
it matters more having the brains and the brawn.
You have a Clint Eastwood character in a movie like this, like you kind of expect, oh well, he's definitely got a plan. With Walter Matthau, the first time you watch it, it's a lot easier to be like surprised by it because it's like, whoa, Walter Matthau did all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. I rewatched the Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum recently because it's on Tubi, and I love that movie.
Me too.
Like that movie has an age, but like that's the point. But like Sulis is always thinking ahead, trying to get his way out of like a certain situation. It's kind of giving I love main characters who are always like that, like they're thinking ahead, knowing if they're gonna get involved in like a situation where they're they might trip, stumble, fall along the way, but they always end up coming out winning.
Zero Mostel, I mean, this is completely off topic. But Zero Mostel is such an interesting, such a cool run during the 60s. Because
so did Walter Matthau. Like it's kind of crazy looking at his.
That's probably the first time if anything happened on the way through the forum and Charlie Varick have ever been tied together. By the way, so I'm actually quite impressed, Kristina. But hey, but I get what you're saying. It's like sharp thinking, right? Like, and when you think about movies of a time period, I feel like there was a certain amount of those in the 70s, but I feel like we don't get those in the same way. And if they are, it's like so self-aware that like it's almost like crippling, where it's like, okay, now you're making a meta commentary on the fact that you're like the smartest guy in the group. It's like, we get it. We get it.
Well, I was thinking about even like Dirty Harry and how many movies kind of along similar lines. It's like during the same time period, you get Dirty Harry, you get Charlie Varick, but you also get Serpico, you get The Godfather with the crooked cop scenes. You have there's just so many different. I had a whole list.
You could probably even put like Goodfellas, but the problem is that
no, that's not the same time period. I'm saying during this 5-year time period.
There's
crazy. There's like a crazy amount of these like interesting anti-hero movies where it's like the cops are extremely brutal.
Was developing.
French Connection is the same year. French Connection and the Dirty Harry are the same year. It's like
man,
the cops in this though are less brutal and more kind of just stupid. Like they don't even really factor in that much.
Right, and that works with the more like kind of loose structure. And it's annoying. I can't imagine how annoying Don Siegel was at Walter Matthau basically talking trash about it when he's supposed to be promoting the bloody thing. It's like, I don't get it.
Which ironically, so they re-released
keep your mouth shut then.
They re-released it. I think I don't remember if it was the 90s. I think it was the 90s or like the early 2000s. Well, I think Walter Matthau died in 2005, I want to say. So it was before that. But they released it in like the late 90s again. They put it in theaters. He saw it and he goes, "Oh, I get it now. It's pretty good." And it's like, oh,
you were in the movie. Like, what the? How did you not understand it then?
I must have been like a rep theater or something because there was no like studio back re-release of the film.
I think they were doing a Q&A or something. Like it was one of those things where they had Walter Matthau just watch it
like
and, like
a thing or something. That sounds right.
It's like trying to get Cillian Murphy to rewatch Red Eye and be like, yeah, that movie was okay.
It's like
I get it.
But like they have like such a I don't know. I feel like he didn't watch it, or maybe he had like a crisis of confidence when it comes to
something. Something happened, or I don't know what.
Then he did, he did Bad News Bears, which to me is his best role yet. But
But he
Bad
got
News
that.
Bears is great.
It is funny when that little kid says the N-word.
Also, did you love when the underdogs actually lose in the end? Like, we need more movies like that. Anyway,
so the Sherry North, the Jewel Everett character, I think is very interesting, and apparently the person writing the synopsis did not, because they completely left her out.
But she's not in there.
Or Tom, the guy in the wheelchair.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard to synopsize and get all that stuff in, I guess. But yeah, those are.
Well,
it's kind of crazy that she was supposed to be the new Marilyn Monroe after she had passed.
We did Ghostbusters a few episodes ago, and
Yeah.
it was like James Joyce wrote it. I mean, it was so freaking long. I was like, oh my god, we're never getting out of this episode. We're still doing it now, actually, in another window.
Yeah, but Sherry North is the name of that actor. She was in 4 Don Siegel movies.
She's really good, and that's a cool character.
She kind of looks like Susan Sarandon. Like, I wish they had been in something where she was Susan Sarandon's mother. It would have been really cool.
Yeah.
Apparently, the only other thing I've seen her in is Maniac Cop, which I love. Maniac Cop is great.
I mean, they're close to. She's probably like 10 years older than Susan Sarandon. So
yeah,
there is that weird thing. I mean, I gotta say, like every time I watch it, I'm like, the only thing. I remember once briefly a million years ago, there was talk. I got a call from my agents going, like, do you want to go talk to these guys that want to do a remake of Charlie Varick? And I was like, I mean, honestly, it's an almost perfect film. I would probably change the bit where Charlie just walks in the room and falls into bed with the secretary. Make that at least a little more work, if nothing else.
Yeah.
It was just something a little. I don't know. When Jonah Baker like smacks Sherry North, and she's like, "Oh, come on," you're like, "Oh,
yeah." Because Conan, like we at the podcast agree that remakes could be possible if you're remaking something that didn't quite hit,
miss the mark.
But weak film is
But
and I feel like the things
work so well.
Well, and it's an artifact of the time. It's 1973. That was just like, well, of course. I mean, it's our leading man. Of course, they're gonna, okay, really? I mean,
I guess.
Dude kind of looks like a pound puppy. But anyway, whatever.
I could see with Bob Odenkirk.
Okay, all right, I'm listening.
as Charlie Varick. I don't know who you'd pick for. I don't know who you'd pick for like the for the Andrew Robinson role.
Let's get Bryan Cranston. Let's get like a whole like Breaking Bad reunion and whatever.
No, but he's
not casting Breaking Bad actors.
Bob Odenkirk I think he has that perfect thing where it's like he's just sleazy enough that it's like it's believable. Like the same way Walter Matthau is just sleazy enough in this that it's believable that he would have like this bag of tricks kind of.
Yeah.
But he's still kind of like this figure that kind of disarms you with how
he's not like a super tough guy.
Yeah.
Well, and it's also interesting too, like with the Sherry North character, that's an interesting aesthetic because it's sort of like, oh, you kind of almost want to see more of those two interacting, where it's like, oh, this is viable because there is like a rapport of some kind. There's a back and forth, even if it's like maybe that's a little bit suspending disbelief, but it isn't like just like, oh yeah, of course she's gonna sleep with him. It's Charlie Varick. What?
Oh, that's what she looked like when she was she takes over for Marilyn Monroe. I didn't know Marilyn Monroe was like a title that you give to people. It was like,
oh no,
it's like the Pope.
There's literally a whole like, you don't understand. Like there were so many women in Hollywood who were like, this is supposed to be next Marilyn. Like, this is the
they always remember that.
Like it was a whole thing. It was
I haven't seen the thing where they dress the person up like Marilyn Monroe. And go, they're like she takes over for Marilyn Monroe as if it's like the Dalai Lama.
Yeah.
Interesting enough, she's in The Shootist too, which is I know Josh, you're familiar being a Don Siegel completist, but yeah, I think isn't that John Wayne's last movie?
It is. Like,
yeah. Very weird.
It's Jimmy Stewart, one of Jimmy's.
Well, he knew it would be too.
But he had a lot of trouble making that with John Wayne at that time, and with Jimmy Stewart, he was like he had his hands full.
Yeah. Talking about grumpy old men, am I right? Anyway, thank you. I think that it'd be interesting, like an alternate universe where Matthau is like, I don't know, kept his trap shut or didn't bitch about it, where like maybe people could like form their own opinion on this.
Yeah,
like,
they would have been more well known.
because again, like of the ones we talked about doing when you came back on, Josh, I was like, I haven't heard of this. What is this? And then I was like, oh, this is great. Like, how did I not know about this? And the answer, of course, is it wasn't. It was ostensibly like a cashing a blank check from Dirty Harry, and it's like, okay, well, he made whatever he wanted to make, which is great. We love filmmakers that do that.
Yeah,
but it just has lost to history almost, unless you're the kind of person that would maybe be listening to this show and this episode, I guess. So,
the book that they had written for the Saluters is not very well known either. There's a lot of like YouTube channels that are like fiction kind of YouTube channels that are like, check out this book from the time, kind of like a neo-noir style book or whatever. But like it's not one of those.
Oh yeah, no, it's not like some crime classic thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Charlie, I was gonna say that the author wrote like 40 books.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
but most of them are westerns.
Western.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because it's sort of this story. It's just told from multiple points of view, and Charlie's a very minor character in the book. So it was, I assume, a function of Howard Rodman going like, let's make this guy the center of the thing.
And then it was gonna be Clint Eastwood, and he's like, it was gonna be.
I heard you say that. I'm sure, like probably Don probably would always go, but the name, I know for a while it was going to be Donald Sutherland.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And then because Howard told me about this, it's because there was a time thing. They had a release date that if they got it out by a certain time, it could play. Oh my God, I can't even remember. But it was an important release date for them, and they were like, well, we can't get, Sutherland for that, but Mathau's available. So.
Which Mathau originally said the same thing that Eastwood said, where it's like, oh, I don't feel like there's a redeeming enough quality in the character.
Can find a way into it or whatever. Well, and that's fascinating because one of the things that's kind of cool about it is kind of unorthodox to it, having Mathau be in this role. It isn't how you would first think to be in that. That's kind of what makes it cool, frankly, for me. But yeah, that's kind of wild that that's a different movie if it's either of those guys.
Yeah.
I think the tough guy stuff, like obviously Clint would be able to handle, as well as like the secretary immediately, wanting to have sex with him. But yeah.
Damn, John Barber died. R.I.P.
Oh, really? Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Former guest of the show, John Barber, who relentlessly busted Forrest Balls for doing the job of hosting the show. R.I.P. to a legend.
Yeah.
Remember that Real People show, Josh?
Yeah.
In the early 80s. The host, John Barber. Also, that's incredible too. He had been on this show. It was the Frank Sinatra heroin movie that we thought.
I was not even there.
Man with the golden arm. Yeah.
I would have yelled at him.
He also said that Dan Rather should be waterboarded. Lively episode.
Oh dear.
Yikes. Anyway, R.I.P. former guest of the show. Yeah, so I think we could just we can probably just kick the one-liners, right? At this point, right?
Yeah.
Early, nothing wrong with being early. All right, so Letterboxd, of course, is a social media site for film lovers talk with and to each other about the movies that they love, maybe the movies that they didn't love, maybe the movies where they just talk about what a creepy push of a swing that is in that scene. And of course, everybody gets to have their say, not just the Skulls and Earbuds of the world. Everyone gets to chime and opine. It's a bottom-up democracy where these reviews are collected, especially the succinct ones, for the purposes of this bit, where they're put on screen for Forrest and the panel to react to. And that's what this is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Charlie Varick. Let's roll. A touching moment. A man says goodbye to his dying wife before he gives the go-ahead to blow up her corpse.
Before you really know anything about this character, so it's like you don't know much about this character, so it's like it's really jarring for that fact, because later on it's like, all right, he'll do anything to survive. It's like he'll even throw Harmon to the wolves if it really means surviving, but in that moment it's like, oh, all right, it's that. So he's gonna, because 1 second she's like, maybe I could get some help, and he's like, I'm sure you can get some help, and then he's like, oh no, wait, she's a goner.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick turnaround.
And Harmon's just like, do it.
Only flaws that I refuse to be intimidated by Joe Don Baker.
Nope. That's insane. Joe Don Baker's terrifying.
Yeah. Well,
that's the equivalent of the if I was there, it would have turned out different.
It's so clearly No Country for Old Men, like that the like the complete like psycho fucking murderer role in that movie. Anton or whatever. Like that character is so clearly based on the Joe Don Baker performance in this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great effect. Is this the most rock and roll Mathau movie? This fucking ruled and ran hot the whole time. And if they made it now, it'd be a bloated 8-hour miniseries starring some schmuck. A+, motherfucker.
Can you imagine? Imagine instead of Harmon, it's Felix. Like Felix has to go along, and every time he's like, "All right, we gotta get in the plane." He's like, his OCD kicks in. He's trying to like clean the plane. He's like, "We don't have time to do this." You're like, "Get in the plane."
I'm not gonna lie. The 8-hour miniseries starring some schmuck is doing all the heavy lifting for this review. That's why.
The Apple Prestige miniseries is not
starring some schmuck. And you know what? They're not wrong. We talk about it all the time, right? I mean, it's like the fourth episode they would rob the bank, right?
Yeah.
That's what anyway, there you
go. With Josh Brolin in that version as Joe Don Baker.
Oh,
entire episode of him driving up to the movie studio. Hey, you guys. No, but now he's driving up to Apple.
Walter Matthau and Joe Don Baker have a crop duster versus Chrysler Imperial battle. Yes, they do.
Check me out. I'm crop dusting.
That's good. I've never seen that in a movie before. No Country for Old Matthau. Oh.
No Country for Grumpy Old Men.
You want to correct them?
I mean, it was right
Yeah.
there.
Address it with this reviewer, not with me. I'm just collecting this.
Okay.
This movie works on me like a pair of pliers in the pork church.
True. It's pretty fucking good.
It's good. Quentin likes it. Imagine being named Maynard Boyle. That's a great. It is a great like goof ass name though. You know, it's and also when you got someone like John Vernon, who
is me.
Exactly. It's like Molly, Joe Don Baker, Maynard Boyle, John Vernon. It's like he's got such an authoritative presence. No one's gonna give him grief. You know?
Yeah, but he's talking shit about the other guy whose name is like Garfinkel.
Garfunkel?
No, Norman Fell. Norman Fell's character.
Yeah, but his name is like his name is Maynard Boyle, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, Mr. Finkel," and he's like, "It's Garfinkel."
Yeah,
it's Simon and Garfinkel.
Exactly. Sure. I need more films where Walter Matthau is the irresistible lover man that seduces women half his age after barging into their apartments to box the compass.
Exactly.
But that's Hello Dolly, is it not?
Where's that reboot?
Yeah. I like that his line to get her in
we're
bed.
together.
He's like, you might never believe this, but I've never slept in a round bed.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want to come online. What?
Yeah, because he looks like a guy who.
The well is now dry. What is that line? What is that?
He wants a round.
This guy's definitely slept on a rhombus. No, what are you talking about?
He wants a round bed, and then but there's another scene where Joe Don Baker's like bitching about how there's no water bed, and he's like, there's like just different scenes of people wanting beds in this thing.
I don't understand why anyone would want to sleep on a water bed. That shit is uncomfortable.
Different strokes for different folks. By the way, strokes on a waterbed, difficult. Thank you.
But he's not sleeping with horse, so you know.
It's a very important distinction. Yes.
At least not knowingly.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't sleep with whores, at least not knowingly.
Right. Yeah. Walter Matthau is a more convincing tough guy than any of the modern day Chris's with their veneers and filler. Give me a no bullshit anti-hero with a face like a basset hound any day of the week.
He does. It is such a good face though.
Yeah,
I love Walter Matthau. Since I was a kid and I saw The Odd Couple, like I've always just something about his face. It just feels comforting whenever I see him.
Fair enough. Never in the history of motion pictures has anyone ever pushed a child on a swing quite as menacingly as John Vernon.
When you're a nice guy, nice things happen to you.
Great line. Those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Charlie Varick. Please follow the show at Movie Night Extra for our Letterboxd HQ account, where we're posting stuff from all the great episodes that we do on here, as well as short-form attendant content, other things along those lines at Movie Night Extra. The Trey Crusade podcaster over there, at Always Flacco, is your host. He is logging stuff for this show and beyond. And also, it looks like you have hair the way you're sitting right now, which is very interesting. I didn't catch that.
Thanks,
right
Walter Matthau.
Yeah, they said hair. That's
Who knew that was the secret? We decided
And
to do a
that
70s.
hair is me.
Dumb. Follow him at Always Flacco on Letterboxd. I am Box That Compass at Conan Neutron on Letterboxd. You can follow me for the Criterion Challenge, the Highbrow, the Midbrow, the Populous Fair. Back on it. Just Written on the Wind and The Innocents, both this weekend. Both
Oh my God, Written
fantastic
on the Wind
films.
is one of my. It's probably my favorite Cirque film. I
Dude,
love
it's
that movie so much.
it's bad. I would love to talk just about Robert Stack and like what he's doing in that movie because it's badass.
Can we just take 1 minute? Dorothy Malone stroking the miniature oil rig while she wistfully thinks about Rock Hudson.
Dude,
is
it's so
the
over the top.
filthiest scene I've ever seen in a movie.
And it's so funny that like it was considered like, oh, that's just for whatever the equivalent of basic bitches would be at the time, where it's like, no, this is like,
that's for your
there's
mother.
no Dallas, there's no Dynasty, there's frankly like you lose half of Twin Peaks without this kind of
Who
story.
shot JR? I don't know.
Hell yeah, Douglas Sirk's the man.
Yeah, she's full goblin mode the entire time, and in that film, I love that. That was great. That was the Technicolor. Anyway, whatever. Written on the Wind, not this movie that we're doing, but I did see it recently and logged it, and back on my bullshit, as they say. Charlie, not the unicorn. Adam, Kristina is Kristina Oaks down there. She is on Letterboxd as well, logging when she darn well feels like it. I saw you did the Beauty and the Beast, not the cartoon one, but the French one, the shock.
Yeah,
Oh, great film,
which is great. I think is about the only one of his movies that we could cover because the rest of them was like, yeah, it's crazy, right? Anyway, show's over.
Yeah, because there's just a lot of history because it was post World War II. There had budget issues and all that. Like,
yeah,
there's a whole.
It's fascinating. I've been waiting to doing that. Josh Olson's way too good to be on Letterboxd. Let's hit it with the plugs, if you please, Forrest.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short-form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes, indeed. So we got Bob Burt of Sonic Youth, Chrome Cranks, Lydia Lunch Retrovirus, John Spencer and the Hitmakers, etc., etc., etc. He has a record out on his own, and it is pretty badass and weird and crazy. And Bob Burt also had the classic zine BB Gun, which I don't think I've ever talked about with him when I've had him on before. So I'm looking forward to having him back on the show. Check that out. Thursday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 Pacific. Of course, ProtonicReversal.com for the archives. $1 a month, Patreon.com/ProtonicReversal for advance access. Just like the Neptune episode, which just dropped. Crazy band from Boston that have like all these scrap metal instruments that they made. And it's that if you know, you know. Listen, that's all I got to say about it. All right. So follow along for that. Of course, Code Neutron, The Secret Friends. We're on the East Coast in June for 5 days. So do I have the flyer for that? That might have been a good thing to prepare ahead of time, huh? But yeah, neutronfriends.bandcamp.com, neutronfriends.com. I have a West Coast tour that I still can't quite announce just yet, but that's going to be end of August. So we're going up the coast. So people that were bitching about that when we're out with Red Cross, well, your day has arrived. See you there. But that will be announced probably by next episode. I'm boxing the compass on a few things. All right. Of course, Caterwall, June 5th, 6th, and 7th, Minneapolis. 3-day passes are sold out. Friday is sold out. Saturday and Sunday is still available. It's going to be a heck of a time. So come out to that, caterwall.org, and all the social media, all that good stuff. I think that's about it. Oh, I was in New Noise magazine. Tom Osmond's doing a book on independent rock bands, and apparently there's going to be like a chapter from the book. So it's an excerpt of that's about the Supernaut dying on tour last year, and basically about DIY touring and so on and so on. But it's a cool piece.
It's kind of like the Charlie Varick band.
I suppose it is. Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah. So I posted that on all the social media crap, so you can find that there if you feel so inclined. Other than that, just doing the podcast at the Podcast Factory. Kristina, what do you got?
Streaming. Recently, I don't know why, but I was up late. Ever since watching the Michael movie, I'm on a Michael Jackson kick again. And I rewatched all his short films like Moonwalker. People were like, oh yeah, Joe Pesci with the antenna ponytail thing. I'm like, yeah. And that's
I forgot about that.
And I'm like, he's a fucking transformer. Like he basically is a transformer. Intergalactic. The plot's so funny.
I'm a transformer.
Once again, all the kids hooked up on the heroin. I don't know how he got him to do that, but everyone's like, oh. But then also, no one ever saw Ghost, which is like, Ghost is like my favorite short film of his because he plays the fat mayor who can dance. Weird. And then also everyone's like, the special effects still hold up. I'm like, yeah, he got like Marvel level budgeting in 1997 for a short film where even in restoration, the effects still look good. You can't even get that shit today in 2026. It's crazy.
Didn't John Singleton do like a whole 9-minute video for him in the 90s for Remember the Time? If I remember correctly?
Again, good. I mean, that had Eddie
Murphy, he had pretty
Magic Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, he had a good Martin Scorsese did bad.
Yeah, I've heard good things about. I mean, John Landis, he had like
Thriller is amazing.
I love Thriller. What They Don't Care About Us was directed by Spike Lee. I'm like, everyone's like, wow. I'm like, yeah. If Michael Jackson wanted you to direct
Michael Jackson.
Michael.
You say yes,
Jackson.
exactly.
Yes, exactly. You can get whoever you want. Anyway. So isn't Ghost that's Stan Winston, right?
Yes. Yes.
Who does all the makeup, the Terminator makeup effects and Jurassic Park and aliens.
He like all the characters. I remember watching
the thing.
Time going like, why is this old fat man move like Michael Jackson? And then the behind the scenes is like, oh, that's him. And he's all that makeup. So it's crazy. We're watching that because a lot of people, everyone knows Moonwalker, but not many people know about Ghost or whatever. But streaming, covering all the weird Hassan hiker drama too.
God.
Wait, what? We're on how many months of this, Josh? 2, 3?
Year 5.
Yeah.
Everything.
It hasn't worked in their favor, apparently.
We're getting letters from the home front and sent passenger pigeon.
Lauren Ingram did like a whole segment where he's doing the Cars cinematic universe about 9/11.
They're like, this guy's he's brilliant. I love him, but he's like a streamer's got to fill 18 hours a fucking day.
It's hard to fill more than 2 sometimes.
I know, sometimes I feel exhausted doing 2.
This guy, this month, and I'm like, you're showing him talking about car pussy and cussy. What? I can't know. This is not. This is
car pussy, aka cussy.
You need to show clips of him looking angry and
because it was they had Laura Ingram covering it, and I don't know. I always just think of her coming to she did a thing on our little town, and she was really condescending and made it sound like we're in the middle of nowhere in like a rural community, and it's like I'm 90 minutes from New York City. Like I'm college town. Like, she was like, not many of you guys have ever heard.
Clearly, you've never seen The Quiet Place.
She was like, yeah. She was like, not many people have ever heard of New Platts, and it's like we're 90 minutes.
First of all,
we're 90 minutes. New Paltz from
That's how it feels when you say Mojave or whatever you said. It's like
Mojave.
Mafia.
All right. Anyway, if you wanted to hear about all that business, tune into Kristina's stream. Also, Absurdity Space, right? You're doing that?
Yeah,
Absurdity Space tomorrow at 6 Eastern. We're 3 Pacific. We're hanging out. We're gonna be for an hour.
Crime God Josh Olson. What do you
Yes,
got?
sir.
What's happening in the Josh Olson world?
We're going on, good God, years and years and years of doing the movies that made me with the great Joe Dante. We just launched like kind of real Patreon finally, because much as we love doing the show, we don't love paying to do the show, folks. No, we said we had a great sponsor for a long time, and they got bought by this giant company that doesn't want to sponsor like do any podcasts.
Oh no, is that the Unlimited?
Yeah. And they're wonderful.
Wow.
I really liked them, and it was easy as hell to like on our show. It's like our sponsor was a company that sells physical media, which
it's perfect.
You spend
for you
5
guys.
minutes listening to us, like we're paid straight. But anyway, we got a new Patreon that went up this week. We're offering some really cool stuff. People who come along.
I'll throw the Patreon in the description too.
Cool. Yeah. No, thank you. And then doing the White Cannon with my friend Trevor Beaulieu, which is a really fun thing we do about once a month.
How's Trevor doing?
He's great. He's good.
A few years ago, I was on. My friend Kenzo had a show that we would do on like Saturdays, and he would come on like the panel sometimes.
Cool. Trevor's great, man. We talk about like movies that are kind of universally beloved by mainstream white audiences and possibly not so well known by other folks.
It's fascinating. I subscribe to that show as well and listen regularly. And as someone from Oakland, like whatever, it's a cosmopolitan city, so I don't necessarily have the same experiences, but you get a good, like, it isn't just like here's the setup. Oh, this white boy doesn't know like what it's a very interesting and thoughtful episode that makes you think about cultural how culture is disseminated to different communities.
Yeah, and they're really fun conversations. And yeah, it is the tough thing is like roping in guests, because you gotta get guests with a certain sensibility. A lot of white guests are scared because they think they're going to be told they're racist for loving their favorite movie, which they're not. You might learn some things about how to look at your favorite movie in a new way. But
it's like songs that make white people go crazy. We all know the Journeys, the Killers. Like we all know.
I mean, the one we put out this week was Harold and Maude, which was a lot of fun.
One of my favorites. I'm really looking forward. I haven't listened to that one yet, but
it was a blast. And I did while watching it again. I came up with the greatest black remake idea for it ever. That I'm putting it out there because someone's got to get it to them, or I suppose I can call. I don't know. I've got agents. They got. You ready? Do you guys know what Harold and Maude is? I mean, I know that
it's like it's like one of my top 20 movies of all time. Yes, I know. Oh yeah, these two. I don't know about them. They're like 5 years old.
I saw Harold and Maude.
I'm sorry, but like
I was younger.
R.I.P. Ted Turner. Without him, I wouldn't know most of the movies that we covered.
All right. I got them all riled up.
You ready for the black remake?
Lay it on us.
You're here. You think I'm kidding? And you're like, oh, that would be great. Tyler Perry's Harold and Medea.
You know what, man?
And he plays no parts.
Those Tyler Perry movies are actually meant to be dramas, and it's like,
well,
some of them are.
Most might be doing a lot of heavy lifting.
How about I could do Maude all by myself?
But he would.
I'm not.
By the way, please listen to those shows. Come out, support them. Hilariously, I can't say yet. I don't want to say I've been roped into because I'm a willing participant, but I think I've got another show coming in soon.
Really?
Oh wow!
That I've been working on with. I'll say it's kind of cultural stuff, political stuff, and it's with a pair of heavy hitters that I like. I literally like when it was suggested, I could not say no to, even though somehow I have no idea where I'm going to get the time because I still actually write screenplays for a living.
Yeah.
These heavy hitters, do they have pipes?
a pair of pliers and a blowtorch.
That's right. But that should be happening soon if it happens, and if it doesn't, I'll come back and tell you what it was and why.
Okay.
Okay, you can't name names. Yeah.
Well, you got to come back and tell us like who they are right before too. If you want.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm looking
You
forward
can
to it.
promote the show.
That's right.
One more thing, and of course, Movies That Made Me, one of my favorite film podcasts, and I don't like
Thank
anything. Actually, I like plenty of things. I just don't like things that suck. But
No, spread the word, because one of the things we run into
do.
is that we've got this. It's the weirdest thing. We're like, we have this audience that is, it's not gigantic, but I mean, my joke is, but everybody who listens to us has been nominated for an Oscar, because I cannot tell you how many times I go to Hollywood events, I go to things. I've had people now come up to me and be like, Josh Olson, and I don't mean this, but yeah, you're sort of like, oh, okay, yeah, it's somebody who loves history of violence. I'm sure they're like, I've been listening to the podcast for years. And you're like, holy shit, you're making movies in Brazil. I'm like, how are you?
Dude, it blew my mind when I started at our shows. When I started getting recognized for my podcast, I was like, oh, okay, really? Like, it was like shocking to me at first, but now it's like a regular occurrence, and it's just one of those things that, I mean, and first of all, well, with Movies That Made Me, not to stroke you off too hard or anything, but like it's you easily get it. You get it amazing. You get people on the circuit that aren't having to talk about the same 5 things that they get asked about every single time. They get to talk about something that hopefully they love, which is the movies, and so you get these different kinds of conversations, and it's fascinating. And even when you have
I can't
on,
tell you how many of our guests, like almost all of them, and I don't think anybody's had a bad time, but people just make a point at the end, like, oh my God, this is so fun. We had Lee Daniels, who was promoting a film, I think last year. I remember he just stopped in the middle of our conversation, started crying, and just told me he was so happy to be doing this and not answering the same stupid fucking questions for the 27,000th time. And it's just fun, man. And now we got a place where, like, people like that want to come on the show, and they're doing, because it's a nice break from pushing stuff. And then, of course, we're not even about, like, you don't have to be pushing something if, like, we like your work and we want to talk.
RZA just came back, and that was great. I thought that was a fascinating.
Oh, so much fun. I love talking to him.
Fascinating episode. Yeah, because he's just like really deep nerd on thing, and like doing the double feature thing. That was cool.
That was great. Like on the fly. Yeah. And he validated my Mick Jagger theory. So
exactly. Yeah.
Which you'll have to listen to the episode to hear, folks. But yeah, the
Movies That Made
one
Me,
was last week. It was really fun. But yeah, anyway, check it out, because if you love movies, this is people who make them. A lot of times,
one would imagine if you're listening or watching this, you would indeed like movies. So
probably.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta wonder. Yeah.
Anyway, but thanks, guys. This is always fun.
Final thoughts on Charlie Varick, Josh, before we close it out?
I mean, if I can plug my show again, this is a movie that made me. I mean, it really is. That's why I was. And it's one of those ones. There've been a couple films over the years. I am so proud to have played a not entirely tiny part in the rediscovery of Sorcerer. And it's so great when to be in a position where you're able to kind of like be part of a discourse that does kind of help people rediscover movies like this. But yeah, Charlie Varick is just so good. And one of the things I love is when people who've never heard of it sit there and watch it, and they're like, what? What
like my ass.
Yeah.
When we start talking about what we're going for. And
all the movies. You've seen all the movies.
The other ones were great too, but I was like, I think this will be the most interesting conversation, frankly. So yeah,
it's so good. So anyway, thank you for having me, guys.
Yeah. Come back anytime.
Happy to. Yes. Am I released? Can I go?
Yeah, we're gonna give our final thoughts. But
you and Adam McKay are both gonna be like, going to be in competition for who's going to be on the podcast the most.
Over the Edge with Adam McKay next.
Oh, that film's so good. Oh my God! Wait! Forgot you were doing that. Yeah. I said great Over the Edge story. I showed it to a bunch of millennial friends about a year and a half ago.
Love Matt Dillon.
And it was so fun watching them just lose their minds over like how amazing that film is, and how just like nobody really makes a movie like this anymore. We make ersatz versions of it.
Yeah.
And the thing, if you guys haven't, or if you're watching it again, watch all the set dressing, because it's real. It's like those are the way real teenagers back then lived. The posters on the wall look like real posters, because they are.
I had to get a DVD from the library because, of course, and my theory is that's all the music. Like, there's like 7 Cheap Trick songs, like a Cars song, Ramon song. Yeah. It's got a banger soundtrack, but it's got the WKRP problem. That like getting all the rights for licensing the music means it doesn't show up on streamers that often, and look, it's great. I'm surprised. I was surprised it never made our coming of age month, and then I realized I put it on and we just didn't pick it, and I think we didn't pick it because it wasn't available at the time, right?
Well, there is if you're into physical media, and I recommend Arrow UK has an amazing Blu-ray for the film. It's got all the music in it.
I'm thinking about picking it up because I rewatched it last night. I was like, God, this is great. And again, as much as I love something like I love Linklater, Dazed and Confused is wonderful, but Dazed and Confused doesn't have a patch on Over the Edge, and it's got.
And Dazed and Confused is also nostalgia. It's also looking back in an era, so there's that element of. But
this is Over the Edge as unnostalgic as Charlie Varick is unsentimental. How about that?
Yeah, very true. But, that'll be a fun one, man. I'll check in and say hi to Adam for me. He's great. He's a pal, and I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Talk to you soon.
Bring guys both of you on at some point.
Yeah, happy to. We can argue about something.
Right. We'll figure something out. We do it all the time. All right. Kristina, what do you got for Charlie Varick?
This is such an underrated Walter Matthau film. It kind of goes like under the rug. Like, you don't even notice, because he has such a string of films like in the 60s and in the 70s as he, was getting older. But this one's definitely really, really good. And I'm glad that he warmed up to it eventually. He finally understood it. So I don't know. I'm a huge Walter Matthau fan, but I was like, damn, this movie's really good.
Yeah. It's like, why did I know about this?
Yeah. Cody, you know all the movies.
I know. So there's always new stuff to find out.
Put this in your criterion.
Yeah.
Conan, final thoughts on Charles Varick.
Charles Varick the Fourth.
Charles Millicent Varick.
We haven't done that one in a while.
Right now, right?
Are we doing a after party?
It's early.
I can do it. Okay. Bank robbing crop duster, Walter Matthau, pipe smoking bounty hunter, Joe Don Baker. Great. This is sun-bleached and dusty American Southwest. It's absent of opportunity and hope. I just love how, like I mentioned earlier, how process-oriented it is. And, Matthau's he's quietly efficient with all his movements. And I think that's so cool. As mentioned, aspects of the show up in No Country for Old Men, Blood Simple as well, I would say. And this came out the same year as Mean Streets and Friends of Eddie Coyle, which is I meant to drop that factoid when Josh was on. I forgot. Love all the plane sequences. The plane and car chase scene is totally badass. And I think in the era of corporate consolidation and all that, how much harder does the last of the independents hit as a slogan, which is not only Siegel's motto, it's the alternate title for this movie.
I think like even something like Last Picture Show doesn't go as hard as like Last of the Independents.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy. That's good. I'm glad.
The Independent.
Also too, for the after party, I'll find a link to that clip of Sam Cedar doing that pilot.
Okay.
Cool.
Because it's like
it's a different kind of pilot, people. It's not a plane.
Yeah.
Neither is Joe Don Baker. So there we go.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point. I was like, oh wait, I remember this thing called Guy. It's so bad.
Great score by Lalo Schifrin on this too, which you mentioned earlier. So
Lalo, get your ass in here.
Hang out at the after party or just make a note for we do Over the Edge, baby. A podcast that tells another podcast is a dead podcast. Boy, that was a lot of work. That was a lot of work to go for that for like 3 people. But anyway.
I have not made a link yet, so I will throw the link into the
into our chat.
into the Discord when I do in a minute.
Yeah. All right.
But we'll be over in the after party in a few.